At first I sent the link and she was petrified. Kept thinking she would be a victim of my scam and lies.
But then I read a few lines and the grammar was all wrong. The hunch grew strong. He was trying to scam me all along, so I blocked his hack and reported the fraud.
Oh, she even blocked my number and my phone calls from abroad.
They'll try to tempt you with rewards and a fake prize.
You shouldn't crumble. You should report these shady guys.
Well, no, not I will survive for as long as I report the fraud.
I know they won't survive.
I've got great advice to give.
Reporting is imperative.
They won't survive.
I won't survive.
Scammers these days have a no new trend.
It's a call from the police, but it's all pretend.
And you'll regret it later if you don't report the call.
But that's not all. They'll get all your details, they'll have it all.
So take their advice and report our lies.
Just call now and give these guys a rude surprise.
I've got great advice to give. Reporting is imperative.
I will survive. I will survive. Hey, hey.
عاليا خفاقا تعلو راية وطننا بقيادته الرشيدة التي وضعت جل جهودها لتمنح الإماراتيين لقب أسعد شعب.
وظيفة الحكومة يا الأخوة هي تحقيق السعادة للمجتمع، أن الهدف هو إسعاد الناس وتسهيل حياة الناس وراحتهم.
من هنا كانت فكرة إسعاد. ولدت في إحدى الوحدات التنظيمية بشرطة دبي عام 2018 لتكون هدفاً لتحقيق السعادة للمجتمع، لأن الإنسان السعيد هو الأقدر على العمل والإنتاج لتنمية وتحقيق الازدهار والرفاه. تم تأسيس المركز للسعي في تقديم الخدمات لكافة موظفي شرطة دبي ولجميع المؤسسات والهيئات الحكومية المحلية والاتحادية والجهات الشبه حكومية والمؤسسات والشركات الخاصة وأفراد المجتمع في قطاعات عديدة شملت معظم مستلزمات المعيشية وغيرها العديد. يكمن الهدف الرئيسي من توفير هذه البطاقة بالمساهمة في إسعاد الموظفين من خلال المشاركة في تحمل الأعباء المعيشية بتوفير خصومات معتبرة في مختلف المجالات منها الصحية والتعليمية والأسرية والسكن والترفيهية وغيرها، وتقديم مساعدات إنسانية ومجتمعية للمحتاجين من مختلف شرائح المجتمع، حيث تجاوزت بجغرافيتها وأهميتها لتشمل العديد من الدول والقارات بعروض ونسب مبهرة تتناسب مع العرض والطلب لكافة شرائح المجتمع.
أشكر سيدي صاحب السمو الشيخ محمد بن راشد على إطلاقه هذه المبادرة.
لم تقف بطاقة إسعاد عن التطوير في تقديم المزيد من الخدمات، فقد أطلقت مبادرات مجتمعية وإنسانية تعنى بتقديم المساعدات المالية والعينية والمعنوية للعديد من المحلات المجتمعية والإنسانية، والتي تم تغطيتها بالتعاون مع عدة رعاة محليين وعالميين قدموا كافة الدعم لتكون هذه المبادرة ذو قيمة وفائدة في جميع القطاعات، بناء على التوجيهات الحكيمة لسمو الشيخ محمد بن راشد آل مكتوم الذي يسعى دائما على أن يكون السباق في مبادراته البناءة والهادفة لإسعاد الشعب،
أن المواطن أول وثاني وثالث.
كانت هذه المبادرة التي أصبحت شعاراً للتقدم والتطور بتأمين الخدمات والتسهيلات لحامليها محط أنظار لكافة القطاعات، فقد حصدت بطاقة إسعاد العديد من الشهادات التقديرية على أدائها عمل التنظيمي كأفضل فريق إداري على كافة الأصعدة. والمشوار لا يزال في البداية، لأن التطلعات المستقبلية ستكون أكثر شمولية مع التركيز على روح الفريق، الأمانة والمسؤولية والحرفية.
I love you.
Hello and welcome everybody to the Dubai Esports Police Tournament SWAT Edition, presented by Zowie XFX and Assad. My name is Seymour. With me is Vincent. We got 2 days of action following CS2 and Valorant across today and tomorrow, and 4 teams in each day to battle to the top. It's going to be a fun time, Vincent. It's an early morning for you and I. How are you feeling, buddy?
Hey, it is indeed bright and early, but I am feeling ready to go. It's always a good time for esports, whether it's morning, afternoon, or evening, and I'm here for all of that action. It's going to be a great time.
Yeah. One more big shout out to 404 Esports for helping put on all of this for the broadcast. For today, it's going to be an amazing battle between 4 teams that we are going to be looking into. First of which is Acme versus Elo Delivery. Later on, we get to see Desert Divas and Ninjas in Honduras playing against each other, Vincent. But you and I are going to be starting off with Acme versus Elo Delivery for our first match. And these two, it's a little bit, I'd say, more of a kind of revenge story, I'd say, for both of these teams. We got to see both of these play back in our last Dubai Police Esports tournament. Neither one of these teams played up against each other, but later on down the line, they kind of have a special story.
Yeah, they combined a little bit, 2 players coming over to play under the Acme banner in the Extreme Lands event, which was really cool to see. They played up against some big names, unfortunately ended up losing out in that event, but had some pretty good showings as well, put up good numbers as well against the likes of like Tai Lu and the Mongols. So got to be impressed with that. Now they're separated back apart. It was Marble and Xpuya who are playing under Elo Delivery right now that were with the core of Acme in that event. And like you said, they didn't get to play each other last time under the Dubai Police Esports Tournament banner, but now they do. And they're in the way of each other of getting through into those finals, which will be happening later on today. So I'm excited to see who's going to come out on top. We actually already have the big bands going, which is pretty cool. So bring me through it.
Well, first glance, you look, Acme doesn't want to play Ancient, Elo Delivery doesn't want to play Vertigo, but that's going to lead us into an Anubis Mirage for our first 2 maps inside of this best of 3. We get rid of Mirage, we take Overpass out of the mix, and that leaves us with Nuke. And this is, I'd say, a little bit more of a fun best of 3 in my eyes when I'm looking at it. I love to see Anubis make it into the mix. Mirage, that is, bog standard for Counter-Strike at this moment. And then a Nuke Decider. I think that's where all the fun really lays down towards the end of it. As a Decider map, I don't think there's a better map to have as a Decider between this one, because, I was even talking to you just prior to the show that, I feel like Nuke is one of those maps where, you're either good at it or you're not good at it. And for both of these teams where we don't have any information on, how they play on a map like Nuke, it's really going to be a coin toss as this goes all 3.
Yeah, and like just kind of zoning in on some of the storylines as well that we wanted to touch on. First of all, Zayd back. Last time we saw him was actually at his first LAN event. It was on No Sleep. I'm happy to see what he can unlock coming into another event. Hopefully with a little bit more sleep. That's fingers crossed at the very least. But I think that's going to be cool, alongside some names that have a lot of pedigree, like R2B2, which we talked a lot about previously. So we're already going to jump into it. Anubis, like we mentioned, to get us started, and Acme will get the CT side, start Elo Delivery, starting on the T side, which typically is the better or more effective side, but you don't always want to start there.
And a couple different names for Acme, right jumping kind of off the screen to me. We got Alks, Khalid, Zayd, like you mentioned, Jahino, Faller playing under the Acme banner. Maybe similar players from the last time we saw this team. Different names, possibly. We're going to have to get that double-checked, going forward with this. But the bomb going down for Elo Deliveries. They're starting on the T side here on Anubis. It's a 2 versus 2 for the retake. Very split or the CTs as well. So you look at Faller, has to be very careful not to lose his life here, because Artie's going to find him on the other side of that smoke, and that really puts Jahino in a bad spot here. Dooley's at the ready, makes it a 1v1, swaps the guns over. Doesn't have any information where Artie is. It's Ruben San actually on the other side, trying to run away, bait out the clock, knows there's no kit here for Jahind, and that's going to be it. Elo Delivery with the early plant in the 2v2. They take the pistol.
Yeah, and you got to be careful if your elo delivery was maybe just a little bit too far forward, too separated, right? That was potentially a problem, but big props. Rubenson doesn't get the kill, but makes sure the time is what spells victory for the squad. And I mean, a little bit of a chaotic start to the round is, I'm not even sure if that was intentional. Little boost directed mid-round inside of water in the canal, but nonetheless, a solid enough start gives elo delivery the advantage that they were looking for, and will give them big weaponry advantage coming into this next round against a team Acme that aren't particularly interested in force buying. There's only a P250 or two forced up.
And this should be a pretty simple round for elo delivery, all things considered. Everybody's going to run out for Acme, and they get ripped apart by Legolas and Rubenson. It's going to be 4 easy kills. Puya is going to find the last one, and this is going to give us a little bit of time, I guess, to kind of expand on these two teams and their stories going into this one. Acme now going to have their rifles in hand, Vincent, but talking about the Dubai Police Tournament, where Acme found their 3rd place finish, a very unfortunate one for this Acme team who looked really hot going in towards that tournament. They lose to the likes of Divine Vendetta, who went on to win their tournament, but Acme, they dominated that 3rd place match 13-7, and Divine Vendetta, they won theirs at pretty steady fashion. So Acme very well might have been the 2nd place team, the 2nd best team in that tournament, and without Divine Vendetta here today, I mean, this could be their tournament to win.
Exactly. And so with them looking for those opportunities, I think it's important for them to have a not necessarily a strong start, but to not get blown out of the water early, right? This is a best of 3. That whole tournament was best of 1s. This is now where things are particularly a little bit more serious, and the fight towards mid, flashbang didn't quite work out so well. Double swing, pretty darn solid, and standard CS for Acme to get not only the 1-man advantage, but 2 to start things rolling in the right direction on their first gun round, by the way.
I really like the way that Team Acme handled that. And the pop flash in for Artie actually going to be met outside by Alk. Tries to get aggressive to beat out that timing on Artie, but nice shots here are going to bring this back at least to a 1-player difference, 4 versus 3 to get this bomb down on site. Zayd hiding in the smoke with an AWP. I don't know how he's still alive here, but it's going to have some help. Call it over into the connector. Finds 2. The op shot misses, but still staying alive. Jaehin gets here in time. And Acme, they clean up the rest, only losing 1 player.
That could have been incredibly devastating. If the AWP goes down there, then things change, turn on their head. But this is where the round is actually not necessarily won, but should be sealed. When you get a 5-on-3 like that, there should not usually be a way to lose outs. And Jaehin was the one to make those connections. Had some support from the squad there, even a flashbang as well. But it was about the timing and taking that fight together that gives them the advantage. Looks like we got a little timeout coming into this next one for the moment. I don't know who has called this, or maybe it's a tech pause, but either way, to pick up your first gun round, especially when elo delivery really weren't bonusing all that hard, They had just 2 SMGs, that's going to feel good.
Especially considering, but you look all the way back to round number 1, it came down to a 1-on-1 versus Jaehin, and I feel like, there was a real good chance to win that if you're Acme. I think elo delivery just played their cards right with that bomb down, with the time in their side and no kit for Acme to work with. This could have easily been a 2-0 start for Acme if, Jaehin was a little bit quicker to that retake, beats out Rubenson into that post plant. But elo delivery here sitting with the advantage. Now need to look into this round coming up, Vincent, as, when this tech pause is done, when we're back into round number 4, if we lose this here with how good Acme looked on that CT round with rifles in their hands, this could snowball out of proportion.
And it seemed to me like elo delivery really wanted to take aggressive stances, taking those early gunfights, aggressively looking towards mid. And, even in the pistol round, we were seeing them essentially quick mid, take, then split back towards B, and they were on the site in just a moment. That's the pace of play that elo delivery has set for this game thus far. And Acme need to figure out either, number 1, to take those fights early like they did in the previous round, or honestly, they can just give up that space a little bit if they would like. The big question mark as well is going to be the AWP.
Yeah.
Zayd now has that, and I do see Rubinson is going to pick one up as well. I'm curious to see, especially on Anubis, where there's a lot of space to work an AWP at, both on the CT side and the T side. I'm curious to see if that's going to be a big factor for this game, because if I recall correctly, there was some big moments in the previous tournament where we saw the AWP kind of come to life, and I think Anubis is a map where that can happen once again.
No, I do agree, and I think that it's going to be a big point across all of our maps. I mean, you look, we have Nuke and Mirage as well, Vincent. If,
True.
If Zayd, steps up, like you said, with the good night's rest maybe today and really outperforms with this AWP in hand, it's going to be scary, for Elo delivery going forward into the rest of the matches, especially considering, Mirage is something where on that CT side that AWP can really shine yet again. And on the T side, it's hard always to work it in, one of your own, but it's going to be important, and I do agree with you for this one, and I do apologize everybody for the pause. We're trying to work our way back into the server as quick as possible, Vincent, and I can't wait to get back into Anubis.
Yeah, I mean, while we're waiting on that, though, we've talked a lot about Acme and kind of where they at, what's happening there. I think to mention one thing for Elo delivery, they had a little bit of an earlier exit in the previous event, but that was a best of one. Now with the best of three, I think that maybe this is their chance to really solidify and make a statement that, hey, things happen in BO1s, but BO3s, they're a different beast here.
Yeah, of course. It gives you more time to make these mistakes, work them out, and, settle into the server, I'd feel, Vincent. Where a best of one, it's kind of you lay it all on the table, you win or you lose. It's really hard to really decipher who's the better team in a best of one, but for Acme here, you look at Zayd looking to peek out mid with that op, gonna find the first shot on Marple, but Rubinson immediately answering back with the trade, leaves us even yet again, but Khalid's gonna spot out Puya again through middle. It's just Acme dominating those fights.
That mid area has been such a bloodbath for both squads, and the opening for pretty much every single round. That's a massive fight window. Zayd staying alive in the back of the site is huge, and he needs to continue to do so.
He does flash out. He knows that Artie's going to be inside. Artie needs help because Khalid's here as well. It brings it down to Rubinson versus Zayd for the 1-versus-1, but I say that, and Faller has arrived. Zayd's going to miss his shot. Rubinson makes it a 1-versus-1. Bomb going down. Faller is here already to reposition around the smoke. I love this setup. Rubinson has no idea, and as soon as he leaves the smoke, it is all done for the round. But a heck of a fight here from Rubinson with that AWP makes it real close.
Yeah, that shot on Zayd was simply absurd. I don't know how he even got there, to be honest with you, but already with the entry onto the site, Zayd is the one to stop this in its tracks. And there's a flashbang here in just a second. I don't know if we'll see it. This flash right here is so incredible because it just buys time. It buys time for the rest of Acme to get in here. And though Khalid does end up losing that second fight eventually, he had time to get into position because Zayd played it patiently and used his utility effectively. This is already that AWP that we were just alluding to, getting involved and finding some incredible work in the favor of Team Acme.
Yeah, I mean, that to say, though, I like that Rubinson was still landing those shots, still finding value with the AWP, and it comes down to, Elo delivery. I think when we do see the rifles back in their hands, that mid-fight that we see going the way of Acme again seems to be very detrimental to how this T side of Elo delivery is going to be going forward. I'm not too worried about Rubinson anymore, Vincent, so that's going to settle that debate in my mind. It's going to be a fun matchup to see versus this op battle, but we're back into a tech pause, it seems. We're still trying to, figure things out for the players. Within Anubis, we're sitting 2-2 now. Vincent, as Acme have brought us back with the rifles in hand, but they're not in the safe zone just yet because only having one player left alive at the end. I'm pretty sure that was Faller to win it out in that 1-versus-1. It still leaves room for Elo delivery to potentially, in the next buy-up, keep things close versus Acme.
It certainly does. Problem being that that next buy-up is going to be not this round, but the next, more than likely.
Yes.
They're sort of on the cusp of if they wanted to do some crazy force buying. That wouldn't be a bad idea. I mean, we have a second to talk about it. Why would you want to go for that sort of aggressive play? Well, that's because you just mentioned it, right? One player survives. Acme's money definitely on the back foot. You can see they're lacking cash in their back pocket, though they have plenty this round. So it wouldn't necessarily be a bad idea to keep up the pressure, and that's actually what Elo Delivery are going to end up doing. They're not fully invested, but they want to make sure that they have a real chance at this round, and so they'll have a couple of upgraded pistols, some armor to work with as well here and there, and even an SMG to help apply that pressure. If they can keep Acme's economy low, that allows them to bring this back so much easier.
If there's one thing I've learned over the time of CS2 is that seeing a MAC-10, 2 Tech-9s, this is a very winnable round, Vincent. Especially on Anubis when you're looking to get that bomb down on B. So here we go. Marble's the first one. Zayd's going to find him with the op. Misses the second shot, and Legolas isn't going to get the trade. Bomb getting planted now, and this is going to be a nade to open up that smoke, but nobody's going to be seen on the other side. Bomb is planted. 2 versus 4 now to see if you can do a little bit more damage with the AWP recovered for Ruben San. It's not going to find the better versus Khaled. Legolas, another kill here with the Tech-9, but it is all for nothing. The bomb plant, a few kills, but a round win for Acme.
Yeah, and listen, Acme was a little bit disjointed on the site. Zayd was in some trouble, isolated relatively easily, just the 2 smokes that were allowed for Elo Delivery to work into that round, but they recovered incredibly strongly, giving them not only a victory there, but the lead after 3 defuses in a row. But speaking of those defuses, Elo Delivery continuing to grab those means that their economy is just continuing to be a little bit better every single round as their loss bonus accrues, along with the bonus for getting the bomb down. This will mean that Elo Delivery have plenty of money for the op, and we can see that duel get activated once again, potentially.
Beats it out, but a nice smoke should give a little bit less pressure to the fight on B. Jaheen going to open things up with the kill onto Legolas. That's first blood again going the way of Acme. And look at the space that Acme have to now move around the map for this one. They can completely give up that pressure towards B main. They can take their sights over towards water, make sure that they allow some room for Elo Delivery to maybe try to get aggressive in one of these spots and then absorb that aggression, and that is exactly what they're doing through mid here. The setup, the crossfire in the back. Zayd just watching for somebody to peek their eyes out, and if it's not Zayd, it's Khalid to follow it up, and there he is. Marble loses his head. Elo Delivery just falling into the trap right now that is Acme all around Anubis, Vincent.
And whilst that mid-aggression is happening, there's information being gathered over down here in Connector. Now, that's been dealt with for the most part. One op left to play, and even that can't even get a shot off before Ox will put them down. Acme are starting to fly through some of these rounds, and I love the decision from Acme there. Right? They know that mid's been a real contentious point, and so they don't necessarily, after getting that opening pick, want to fight it aggressively. They just play back towards glass. They make sure that they have a crossfire set with camera, and that's where even then they win the fight, but they have a much easier time of that because they're just playing that passively and setting up the crossfire.
Unfortunately, it's like the smallest little whip there from Rubenson could have completely changed the trajectory of that round, not allowing Artie through B main to, isolate that one-on-one. Denies that bomb from getting planted. Acme just shining again in these individual fights. A lot of luck coming through from it, but Artie has an M4A1S recovered inside of the round. He finally gets the better of Khaled through that mid-fight, but not for free. The cost of 2 players.
Yeah, that M4 gathered off the back of a little bit of over-exertion, I think, there from Khalid. Didn't necessarily need to stick around, especially not solo on an eco round, but wanted those eco frags and got punished for it.
We all want those eco frags.
That's very true. We do indeed. But now a real chance, as you mentioned, for Elo Delivery. They just have to set Artie up, and there's even a flash and it looks like a smoke as well. So this A-hit, I mean, it's going to be, and it may not happen based on that smoke timing, but they have utility to get some information. Speaking of, Acme have it all. Jaheen
Yeah.
is all the way through mid. They're about to clear B main. There's no question about where these players are.
Look at the aggression here from Faller. I mean, how do you expect this? You don't. Artie's going to find a second onto Ox. They get onto B, and now looking to get this bomb planted ASAP. You look at the setup from Acme for the retake. A player has found his way through B main. Zaid playing from CT. All points of contact here from Acme stemming from 3 different angles, and these are going to isolate them individually. Legolas in a 1-versus-1. Faller is known. Finessing around this pillar, swings out Legless with the clutch in the 1v1, a 2v3 managed into Legolas's favor. And we get to look back at this. I like the setup from Acme, Vincent, but it just allows so much for Elo Delivery to just pick them apart.
I mean, yes and no. I think that Acme, they were in the right positions. Their timing could have used maybe a little bit of work, but the reality is that Elo Delivery setup was the winning factor. Sure, the shots, the 1v1 at the end there, not taking anything away, but Elo Delivery were essentially in the best post plant they could have been for the Acme retake setup that we saw as they fly back in, and Puya just threw the smoke.
That's it. That's what we're looking for. Picks like that for Elo Delivery. An opening frag finally, but Zaid answers back with 2. The aggression finds the M4, and now an up in hand. 7 kills for Zaid.
I gotta wonder if Jaheen was heard right there. They've thrown that deep smoke towards mid pretty much every round, and Puya just finds the free kill through. This will be an equalizer, though better than that. Marble. He's made this so winnable.
Of confidence back for Elo Delivery. Now Vincent and Zaid's going to be caught, so this is a 3-versus-1. Artie already into B as well. Ox trapped in his spawn, trying to work his way around this map, trying to find an opening, maybe a mistake somewhere, but he's going to find that nobody is on A, and I think this is the round done.
I mean, it really should be. You can see Woxy is already just saving. There was never a question of going for it. And to kind of try and break down what's happening in such a chaotic round, Acme's intentions there were phenomenal. They were trying to take aggressive space, trying to work and gather canal control alongside an A main push, and that worked great for them initially, despite Puya finding the kill through the smoke. Unfortunately, Zaid gets caught out, and from there, it all falls apart. Elo Delivery finding some incredibly nice timings and setting themselves up for a tied game at 4 apiece.
Yeah, finally a little lit fire for Elo Delivery to work off of. Some important rounds here, and we've been singing the praises, putting Acme in the spotlight all game long. I feel like we got to talk a little bit about this Elo Delivery team as well, because, I mean, this is a team that didn't really show up in the Dubai Police Esports tournament. They were knocked out in round 2. They didn't have a chance to play for that 3rd place spot. They lost to the 2nd place team, Shush, 13-4 in that best of 1. And quite similar to, Acme not having that, monster in the closet that is Divine Vendetta. Without Shush being here, I guess we finally get to see this Elo Delivery team flourish, especially considering they went to Extreme Land. They played with these players on Team Acme, and now they might know some of their trade secrets.
Yeah, that was Marble and Puya who joined up with Acme in what was, a relatively large international tournament there on LAN. Some fantastic experience across the board there. Notice, by the way, Acme have a little bit to work with in this. They've force bought 2 weapons, and they've already lost one of them. It's AWP gone.
Look at this. Artie is playing this so safe, just trying to not allow anything for Acme to work with. Smoke's going to be dropped. Woxy finds a kill elsewhere, and, it is at least going to do a little bit of damage, but take a look at the top side of the map. I don't know how Puya has found his way into CT spawn, but no matter what happens for Acme, I feel like it's going to eventually blow up, and Puya should be able to execute Woxy in the coming time. From the side, he's going to find it. Jaheen has an AWP, okay, so he's just finding guns on the ground now, and this bomb's going to get planted at A. Jaheen might be looking at saving this op now.
He's going to try. He knows that Puya's close already inside Temple, and though Puya really hasn't actually made very many moves, Jaheen, he doesn't know that. He's got no clue. You can see how much he's just checking, waiting, watching. I think Puyo, by the way, just walked through main, through A, and found some space to work with. They didn't really have a great hold towards the A side at that point, so he just kept on walking.
Oh, I mean, this is good timing for Jahin, but at the same time, there's a chance to get that op out of the hand of Marble, and that would have been devastating for Elo Delivery for a round win, I'd say. But everybody's going to stay alive at the end. Elo Delivery take their lead back since round number 3. 5-4 we go. And this is where the real battle begins, Vincent, I feel. We get the rifles back in the hand for Team Acme. Khalid's going to be the one carrying the AWP now, not Zayd. So Zayd sticking to the M4, and we saw it back in, a few rounds previous. He found 2 kills out towards water with that. So maybe this is a good change for Acme.
That's certainly a possibility, but also just, swapping up the style of AWP, that can also be a big win in general. This fight towards mid, it's been so incredible to watch, but Acme, they've lost a couple of times, and they're just going to disengage from it, throwing their initial smoke and utility, and then falling back away to try and take a main control first. Then they'll rotate back in and retake that area should it be necessary. I like the adjustments from Team Acme.
Already looking to pick up the pace. Very fast on sight. Takes the one-on-one. Zayd tucked away. First frag on sight going his way. So doubling down after Legless falls. And that's going to put Acme in a real setup for succession. Spawn with the smokes down on B. The reposition is here. And the reinforcements as well. I mean, there's no way in right now for Elo Delivery. If they want to get this bomb down, they want to have a chance at this round, they're going to have to fight their way out of it. But at the same time, they're rotating. And look at this setup. The aggression through mid. Jahin just tucked in a corner. And they have no idea. Marble, a little bit of a rude awakening. Op shot misses. And with the Tech 9, looking to get his back, the help of Puya. Able to keep their numbers at least to 2. Now it's Woxy, the next up to bat. Looking to trap these players on Elo Delivery. And that's exactly what's going to happen. Puya turns around, finds 2. And that's Acme tying us back up.
What's so interesting here for me, Seymour, is that when Acme are winning these rounds, they're winning them incredibly dominantly. And it's not necessarily, there was some close moments in the 1v1s, etc. What I mean by that is that they're getting the early advantage and keeping it throughout. It's never a question until that last moment, right? And that has been what's so impressive for this Acme squad. And not only that, they've been willing to consistently swap things up. We see that with the AWP. We see that on the way that they approach the control. This round, more aggressive out towards mid. They're taking no prisoners.
At the same time, they found no prisoners.
Nobody to take.
Smoke settles, all the sound dissipates, and still a 5-on-5. So,
but they're going to take this fight towards Canal. They're going to get an op set up here, and they're getting information. That's one man spotted, at the very least. Doesn't give them the confirmation of the bomb, but that certainly gives them something to work with.
Relay is smoke through mid. It is maybe going to give a little bit of a spot for Jahin to walk aggressively, look across this bridge, but no, they've fallen back on A. They've completely allowed Elo Delivery to walk in, and again, the trap is set, and they bite. 4 straight kills flawlessly for Acme. Elo Delivery turned into mincemeat for round number 11, and this is Acme looking to reclaim their lead once more.
Elo Delivery just giving such a half-hearted fake or pull towards B. That was barely a flash. There was not even a smoke, nothing really to give it over. And for a moment, I thought it was going to work. Khalid had actually run back towards Temple, had maybe tried to look towards making that commitment, but so quickly made the decision to come back. And by the time they walk in, Elo Delivery have 3 players to deal with on this site, and they're all lined up right in a row. It was a shooting gallery. Easy peasy for Team Acme as they were just mowing them down as they came in the site. Elo Delivery, you have to make sure if you're gonna even try for a fake of that nature to give it a little bit more, give some time, even make a 1-player commitment, something to pull that rotate more aggressively.
Still somehow the round prediction in favor of Elo Delivery here. I'd like to see this win, but Acme's going to find the opening 2. Another 2 to follow up. That leaves Rubinson cowering in a corner with a Tech 9. Not a fun sight to see, I'd say, for Elo Delivery fans, but this is going to be a quick round. And I think Acme just want to make sure that it is swift, flawless, and they don't really give anything up in this situation. Jahan, though, has to be a little bit careful. He is low, and this Tech 9 is going to be, I guess, able to maybe rip off a few skulls, but exact same time, Faller is here on the flank, looking to put this one away. Everybody knows where Rubinson is, and that is the round and the half finished off 7-5 on Anubis. Acme's CT side, I mean, it's good. It's strong. Like you said, Vincent, you know, when they're winning, it is dominant, but Elo Delivery able to scrape by 5 close rounds. And at the half, 7-5, even at a disadvantage, it's not that bad moving to the CT side of Anubis.
And the big highlight has to be Jahan. He's 14-5 at the moment and making them look silly in some of these rounds. But speaking of the closeness of some of these moments, right? That was, I think, 5 or 6 defuses. We saw Elo Delivery consistently make the approach to the site in the early days, and then that stopped immediately. They never had that late into the half, and that's a little bit concerning as they jump over to the CT side.
USB recovered for Elo Delivery. But for Acme on this attack, Zaid, first one in with help of Woxy, gonna find the kill onto Artie, fragged out. Marble with the refrag. 4v3, bomb down at A now. These USBs need to start connecting with some heads, or else this is going to be a pistol round for Acme, and their lead's just going to continue to grow. Rubinson's going to be known. 3 members going to turn around, looking to overwhelm with these pistols. And there's nothing that Rubinson could get with his USB. Finally going to land a shot in a second. Reload. Knows exactly where Woxy is. He's going to jump up top, and Rubinson with the 1v3. With the USB and the pistol round. The savior for Elo Delivery.
He's out here tapping heads. Nothing can stop him, and this is what Elo Delivery certainly needed to bring them right back into contention. Not that they were out of it, but look at this. Crispy headshots. There was a single bullet left in that chamber for the second, if I'm not mistaken. Elo Delivery and Rubinson especially making them pay for some individual fights. They thought they had it, but no, not today. As we see that pistol round go their way. This is a force buy, though. Look at
Look at that.
Oh, hold on.
I want to see this again. I counted him out here. A 0 to hero moment for Rubinson, and that's an important one, too. I mean, he was going into this half, the second half, 4 and 11, Vincent. Not good stats for Rubinson, a player who, you know, needs to be playing well in this battle versus Zayd, in this one-on-one that we've highlighted. But now, with those kills, has, I guess, brought himself back to life.
Yeah, but bomb plant, you know what that means for Team Acme. They've got so much cash. They have full rifles. Now, granted, they're Galils, and there's almost no utility, particularly not anymore, left in their belt. But the firepower's there. And there's currently only one player. That's Legolas, who's tagged low on the back of the B site. He's called in some support, and Puya at range.
What a shot.
What is
that is
that?
disgusting. It's nice crosshair placement. The first shot's going to land, and Legolas going to double down with these SMGs, racking up the cash for Elo Delivery, and the rest fall Acme no matter the buy. It is still Elo Delivery converting with their second round, and that is very demoralizing, I'd say, for Acme, who back on their CT side, they've been dominating these individual battles. They've been winning a lot of these fights, and to get mowed down like that not only shows the strength of the CT side, but that Elo Delivery are far from out of this battle in this best of 3, Vincent. And this map one is still to be decided.
And it wasn't even just a matter of Elo Delivery. Acme really struggling there to get the spacing. Woxy was so far ahead of everybody else, and that made life difficult for the trade. So in a round like this one, where you have pistol armor, that's so much more important than it is any other point. Maybe they can adjust.
That Molly is so good. It pushes them forward now into the fights, but Faller has an AK recovered off the ground, and Elo Delivery are down 2 members. That Molly is going to do a little bit more damage. You look at the health of these players for Elo Delivery, but the timing is on their side. It doesn't matter how much health they have. The bomb's getting planted at A. 4v3, the retake at a disadvantage here for Elo Delivery, but the health is where they can really feel maybe something is on their side. Acme now tucked away. Deagle swings out. Information now for the rest of the players at Acme, just tucked away in corners, ready for the fights. The FAMAS gonna refrag, and Legless gives the advantage back. 1v2. Woxy with the Deagle. Low HP on Artie and Legless, and he has to hit these shots. The first one is good. The second is not. And Legless delivers a third round in the second half for Elo Delivery to take their lead.
Man, it's the good with the bad. They had everything right in this round at Acme, but just didn't have the weaponry to utilize Legolas. What a moment to bail them out. That double kill, he was getting swung by 3 different players, had support from the FAMAS up in heaven, and gets 2 out of it, swapping over to the MP9 to close that out. Incredible stuff from Legolas, who, I mean, we saw some big flashes in the first half, but I don't think we saw as much as we've been seeing in these last few moments.
Elo Delivery, they've arrived into Anubis, Vincent. I mean, they never really felt out, but when you looked at the scoreboard, I mean, it didn't seem like their chances were very good with these rifles, but rounds like that, their confidence flourishing now in the CT side. I think this is where a lot of fans of this Elo Delivery team can find some solace there. Rubenstein going to find an opening frag over towards B. That is going to slow things down for the moment. Acme looking for some space elsewhere, but Jahand denied entry through mid, and Marble finds a second.
Just noticed, by the way, Puya on the AWP this time for Elo Delivery. Swapping that around a little bit. Could be a bit of positioning change, etc. The Bomb and company heading out towards A, but problem is, Puya's there, and so is Artie. There's not much that Fowler can particularly do. He'll burn one alive, but at this point, it's simply a matter of time, and Legolas is saying, you're out of it. No time left for living. Acme, I was going to give them some props, right? They really put together a winnable round on just the pistols, and there they had the utility alongside the rifles, but that didn't seem to matter. They were so split up. The initial default looked like they had a good idea, but when that started to unravel, the rest of the idea of how to end that round effectively did as well. They were so split up, and there was nothing that was keeping the group back up.
Well, this time around, Zayd's going to open up with a frag onto Legolas. That should give Acme a little bit of room to work with now, and doesn't seem like they want to let down on the gas just yet. Through mid, heavy aggression. Marble's going to get, again, a wake-up call. 2 players on the other side. Jahan keeps trekking forward. Artie blindsided. And how has this round just blown up for Elo Delivery?
They decided that they wanted to take some of these individual duels, and hey, they've been winning them for the most part, but in this round, Acme came out swinging, smacked him right in the mouth, and said, no, this is not something we're going to allow you to do. You can't just take the 1v1s and win all out from here. That's where Elo Delivery struggled here, as they found themselves stuck first in the mid fight, then a second player mid just didn't play together, and then they isolated the A player. It was just a matter of finding 1v1s and winning them.
Respect is due on both sides, I'd say, of this battle, Vincent. The gloves are off, and this is a bloody fight. Puya looking to continue with this AWP. Acme, they're not the richest right now. These are a lot of fights given up, and they don't want to lose too much more. I know they want to take this op out of the hand of Puya, but at the same time, they don't want to continue to lose these rifles. But looking back at this round, I mean, Elo Delivery, it just felt like they couldn't catch a break in this one. They felt like they had maybe a setup for chances. Marple, finds 2 on the other side of that door. Artie lines up maybe to refrag that, and Jahint, we saw how impactful he was back in the first half, and with swings like that, winning individual fights just, without any help, it just seems like he can do no wrong sometimes.
Oh, Puya really wanted that fight. Is now about to get run down, though they'll take a step back. Jahan gotta be careful. What an ambitious shot! He gets the leg off.
Does Fallen? Does he know? Does he know? He does not, and Marble gets his back. First frag on a Faller. And Acme, I mean, we saw it. These are moments where when you lose this first pick, don't really have success after that. You need to find a trade, and there it is. Zayd gonna find one onto Rupitsen, looking to continue this forward, but again has to clear the spot in the cubby here. Legolas playing where Zayd has played all game, and he does not have an idea there.
Legolas has been so incredible from that position as well, though. You got to be anticipating him in that spot. That's where he's played the whole half. The up in mid, Puya all alone. He's making it happen, but he gets a bit too ambitious.
Goes for the second one, and fortunately for Puya, Artie is going to put the teammate to rest here for Jahend. 1v3, low HP on Marble, but for Artie and Legolas, I mean, they've been performing so exceptionally well inside of this game. Elo delivery looking for double digits, and Jahend, it's not only the time that is an issue with 22 seconds, the lack of information, but it's the lack of HP. I'd say Artie should be able to put this one away, and he will. Double digits for Elo delivery on Anubis, the map pick of Acme, might I add. Elo delivery looking for a little bit of an upset.
And I want to go back to Zayd, right? That timing through the smoke was incredible. It caught the player sitting connector off guard. But that's kind of been the story right now for Zayd, is some incredible moments alongside some big things that he's overlooked, like Legolas towards the back of the site. Needs to be expecting somebody else there and was just worried about the rotation instead out towards long. You got to take a little bit more of a moment to look through that and just confirm what you're looking at.
Oh my goodness, the Tech 9 rush, Vincent, I love it, but at the same time, Woxie's barely breathing. Faller not too far away from this one. The spray through the smoke is gonna land, and it's good damage. For Acme for sure. Definitely want to get that round over with as best as you can. Maybe do some damage onto the economy of Elo delivery, but they're not able to find anything more than those 2 frags. And this is where Acme may be feeling a little bit of pressure now with Elo delivery 2 rounds away from putting map 1 away.
The problem with those Tech 9 rounds, though, is that at this point, that can't be the story. That's been the story the whole time for Acme. Close, but no cigar. That looked good. They had the right start, but it didn't quite happen at the end. That isn't okay anymore. Not at 11-8.
Say that's okay. Legolas gonna finally lack some timing there for Zayd. It's very fortunate. The knife almost gets the kill. Marble not cut down today. Considerable damage onto 3 members of Elo delivery, but it is going to be a miracle for Acme to win this. I mean, that is just heartbreaking for this team. It's such a strong start to the round, but immediately the flames are doused.
And it's the same situation as the previous gun round, where Zayd finds, just has that innate sense, get some information, whatever it was, the audio cue or not, to find that kill through the smoke. But the issue with making that play is it's great in the initial fight, but if your team isn't ready to follow up with you, it's essentially a death sentence for Zayd. And that's what happened.
And nothing is getting by this Elo delivery team, Vincent. Even their Faller spends so much time hiding away in the corner, waiting things out, maybe looking to catch a timing. And Puya does not bat an eye at it, just waits it out. Easy lockdown with that AWP, and with all the information where Khalid is playing from, again, it's going to take a miracle for Acme to win not only this round, but it seems at this point, this game. Look at this from Jahend, who's been such an X factor for this team. Almost a non-factor in the second half.
Yeah, that's what's so tough. I think, what was it that we mentioned? He was like 14-5 going into halftime. He's picked up 4 kills this half over these rounds. And I mean, that's not enough at the moment. As much as that is unfortunate, though, it's not a one-man race. It's a team effort for sure.
It is. Puya. Oh, love this. Smoke is down, shot misses, and he's got to hightail it out of there. A trade in shots, and Marble extremely low on health. Hop is going to be dropped to himself.
Really enjoying Puya's willingness, though, to go for those aggressive maneuvers in mid. He's done it all half, and sometimes he's really been caught out, like right now. But sometimes he's also been able to stop a push before it happens. It's a give and take situation, and Puya's willingness to go for it is something that is super interesting to watch and absolutely respectable.
And this is a moment where I don't want to see Acme dial it to 10. I want to see them still feel out this round, because we've seen it go from a winnable round to flatline moment for Acme time and time again. And now with the information of the aggression in towards B, looks like Acme's still a little bit undecided on what to do. They need Woxy to activate. He's trying to look for this frag. Rubinson shuts him down, quiets the sight, and with the help of Legolas, a lot of damage done, just no kill to follow it up. It's all down to the shoulders of Rubinson to ward off these members, looking for a 4K to win out Anubis. One left standing. Rubinson locks it down, and Elo Delivery upsetting Acme on their map pick of Anubis.
Incredible work. And Elo Delivery, you typically think of Anubis as a map where the T side is incredibly effective. Now, the CT side has gotten better and better over the last 3 months or so. It's been a lot easier to work with. But even still, I expected to see so much more from Acme on their T side, and they couldn't find anything at all. They won a single round in the second half, just the one. And it felt like there was so many moments where there was a close, like an idea that was in the right position. They got close, but even then, they didn't get into those common 3v3 post plants. It was always a crazy 1vx that they had to attempt. Otherwise, it was consistent from Elo Delivery.
I don't want to really put it all into, the blunder of Acme at the same time. I think Elo Delivery really stepped up in that second half. On their CT side, it looked like an impenetrable force when it came down to those first frags from Puya through the middle of the map. They really dominated that portion, quite like what we saw at Acme at the beginnings of Anubis. I think that second half was just Elo Delivery really stepping up, not only as a team but as individuals, and so many times Rubinson in the 1v3 to open up that pistol. I mean, it skyrockets their confidence into the second round. They deny the force buy of Acme, and I feel like things just started to get a little bit more frustrating for Acme as the rounds went on. You started to see more mistakes pop off, less teamwork, more hero plays just falling away from them. And I really like the Elo Delivery that we are seeing today, Vincent. I mean, this is a team, well, I'd say even both teams going into today, it's a story of growth, where they fell flat in the last Dubai Police Esports tournament. Now they're, invited back to try it a second time. Both of the teams that beat them in that last tournament are not here today, so that room for a win is definitely here today. But for Elo Delivery, it seems like in the time since we've last seen them on stream, they've done a lot of growing together. We talked back since of, both of these teams playing together at one point, maybe something to learn with that LAN experience on the international stage for Puya and Marble. For Puya, he looks amazing. For Marble, not the greatest of games, but when it came down to the support that Marble had, he was there for every member on this team. And I think Elo Delivery just looked great today.
They did, and I think that as much as it's fun to talk about individuals, kind of like popping off and numbers-wise, I want to shout out Legolas as well, because the amount of times that he was playing so correctly in the back of the B site was really intentional about taking time and making sure to isolate duels correctly, not going down without winning his duel, and then making sure there was time for rotations. That's part of the reason why all those late B hits never worked. It's because Legolas was there making the difference, and I don't know where he ended on the scoreboard, but you could see it. The eye test was there for him, for this Elo Delivery team. And Acme, I mean, not only being down a map, but being down their map pick, now they're in some trouble. They've really got to figure out a way to adjust back into this thing. And I think that unfortunately we did see a bit of a fall off there. This guy was playing incredible in the first half, and I think we need to see more of that first half rather than that second half as we head towards Elo Delivery's pick of Mirage.
Yeah, I think Mirage is going to be a very interesting map for sure. I think one thing to highlight that we talked about back on Anubis that needs to come back into the limelight is that AWP battle, where at first we were talking about Zaid versus Rubinson. All of a sudden, they're dropping the ops to their teammates. You see a little bit of a dynamic maybe in that role, and in the second half of Anubis, Puya comes alive with that AWP. Now moving in towards Mirage, where that AWP battle is still going to be a very big factor, I'd say, to a lot of these round success. Coming down to the, the first bloods for these teams, and, how much those first First Bloods really translated into a round win, especially on the CT side for Elo Delivery. I think Acme need to, I guess, find their identity when it comes to that role. Who's going to be the one to silence Puya now? Because in the fight versus Zayd versus Rubinson, Zayd dominated that fight in the first half, but in the second half, nobody was able to get the better of Puya, and I think that confidence is going to be really hard to subside.
It does. And that leads me into the question of how do they figure out their T side, right? That was the biggest issue, to be honest. And with that, it is good news because Elo Delivery picked Mirage. Presumably Acme get to take the selection on which side they want to start, and typically they should be starting CT. So maybe they don't have to figure that out just yet, but there was some big weaknesses that I noticed, and the biggest of those was that there was some really awesome moments from Zayd, especially in the entry role. He found some good timings, but as much as that looked good from him, there wasn't the right follow-up. The spacing was not there, and even if that's good individually, it doesn't matter if your team isn't ready to follow up. And so the amount of times that we just saw an individual taking an isolated duel or trying to force a fight onto a site without the rest of the team in position to trade or follow up was just too high for Acme. They just consistently were in that position. And that's something on the T side that, especially on Mirage, really can't happen.
I mean, it's not only that. I mean, the T side for Elo Delivery, be it they were down at a disadvantage when we swapped taps. It was 7-5 for Acme at the end of the first half. But on that T side for Elo Delivery, how many times were they able to successfully execute to a site, get that bomb plant, set up for a post plant? You know, they might not have been winning those fights in the first half, Vincent, but now you put in that factor of if they can get that bomb planted now on their T side of Mirage, set up in those post plants and win their fights like we saw in the second half of Anubis, this could be a completely different story, especially the fact that this is Elo Delivery's map pick. They want to go to Mirage. This is exactly where they want to be right now. This is exactly where, you know, I feel like they might be able to have that chance to put it away in a 2-0. And after seeing that Anubis, I don't know if we're gonna have that chance of seeing Nuke.
Yeah, it's a big question mark, isn't it? And as much as I think Acme, before I make this point, I think they have a good chance of pushing it to Nuke. They're individually skilled enough to make that happen. When you recontextualize the first half that looked really quite strong for Acme into actually the first four round, or I think round 3 through 6. So in that area, all of those were late round scenarios with really close post plants and then diffuses that ended up going Acme's way. When you think about it in that context, you start to realize that, you know, what's the scoreline if 1 or 2, for example, of those rounds end up Elo Delivery, because they were down to 1v1s often, or it was a 3v3 post plant that Acme was able to pull out on the defensive side. But Elo Delivery were in good positions, they just couldn't win their duels. That is a little bit of a terrifying concept, and it starts to add to the struggles maybe that, well, we saw start on Anubis, and it's a question of, are they going to continue?
It is a big question. I think we can kind of move away from that, you know, hypotheses and the theories that we're trying to make here for both of these teams, and move into Mirage with a new light of what we would like to see, I'd say, for this team on Active going into Mirage. If they can get back into that form of, you know, winning out on their duels, dominating in those individual fights, then potentially we could see them resurface in towards this series. Is big if. I think the one thing I would like to see most importantly is for them to cool down a little bit. One of the factors back in the first Dubai Esports tournament that we did see for this Acme team is that they were very new, playing with each other. A couple players not with that LAN experience. They have that LAN experience now. It's no excuse to not have that experience behind them. I'd like to see them cool off between maps, maybe talk amongst each other how they can settle down a little bit, work together a little bit more, and try to find space on the map where they don't need to make those hero plays and they can start working together, Vincent.
Yeah, and it's not something that needs to be complicated. Keep it simple. This is absolutely a case of simple can be better, and often is, especially with the errors that we were seeing popping up. It was because we didn't quite have that communication on point. So if that more complex communication isn't quite working, sometimes you can try to adjust it. Other times it's just hey, let's keep it as simple as possible. There's no reason to get too fancy. And at the end of the day, we saw Acme consistently be able to measure up in the aim duels. That happened. I mean, think about like every other round that wasn't a gun round. You know, the Tech 9 rounds. Every single time we were like, oh, this is a great start for Acme. Like they're finding some space to work with. They were able to close the distance and then win a duel by getting up in the face of Elo delivery. Like all of that worked great. And there was even that one round that they won, they just took the fights together. 2v1 every single time. And while Elo delivery made some errors to allow that to happen, that's what gave Acme their sole round on the T side. I think that they need to get back to those basics and stick with that because, hey, it worked and it can do again.
It's not, it comes down to the realization that this is not going to be perfect Counter-Strike. This is going to be flawed a little bit. There will be mistakes, and it's taking those mistakes and running with them. And in some of the moments, too, where you see that you find those first picks, if you are in Acme, you need to pump those brakes a little bit. You don't want to go a little bit too far forward, make a mistake of your own. Instead, stop, think about it, drop those smokes, and try to put yourself up for success. I think that's one thing that Elo Delivery did really well on their T side of Anubis. They were able to find those openings, drop the smokes, get that bomb planted, set up for a post plan. It was very simple for them. And I think Acme can maybe learn a little bit from that as well. And going into Mirage, it is more so a must rather than will we see this? It's kind of, we have to see this if they want to go to Nuke.
And we saw a lot of mid-centric control early into that game. Actually, throughout the game, to be honest, whether it was late with Puya, really singing his praises about his willingness to make aggressive plays in that area. I think we're going to see a lot of that here on Mirage, too. I know.
within the server after losing their map on Anubis. Zayd spots 2 top mid and really deciding, do you want to go for this or not? And it seems like they will. Woxy right here burns Rubinson alongside Legolas. Gonna do some incredible damage at the start. Faller may be able to do a little bit of mitigation to that, but caught on the exit by Puya. We're in a 3v2.
That follow-up was fantastic. You got to make sure that you can get back into that position. I love that Faller was there, but was trying to retreat in a moment that retreat would not be found. Elo delivery, man advantage.
Oh, and Khalid falls off the site.
He's got to worry about so many angles is the problem.
He missed the shot. Yeah, you needed that. It's really going to be off of maybe Jahin working this flank as fast as possible, but on top of that, Khalid's going to have to win Artie. Does he even expect it? He doesn't, and now Jahin, do you even go for it at this point? Seems like it's a yes. Why not? You're already here. There is some time to work with. It doesn't look like he has a kit, actually, so he's got to do this fast. Jahin's going to find one. Swings out his Puya. Jahin, now it's damage that Artie has in his side. 2 HP for Jahin. Time is up, and Jahin's getting out of there. He has to get far away from this bomb ASAP.
Yeah, I think he should be okay. There's 2 sides to this, right? Artie at least going to recover at AWP, so there's that to work with, but the damage is done for Elo Delivery's economy. Love the start of this round. That mid control that we talked about so much in the first gun round for Acme. We discussed how much Woxy got out of that. Well, now Elo Delivery recognizing the problem and dealing with it as such. As we head towards this next round, round 6. AWP out, and Zayd has it this time for the CTs.
Yeah. So again, they're kind of flipping around this op, it seems. On T side, Rubinson wants to run it. On CT side, Puya wants to run it. Same thing, you know, maybe with Acme. As Woxy's going to walk right out. Nectar, but his head pops out of the smoke, and Puya freebie, maybe. Woxy just wasn't expecting that his character model peeked out like that, but truly unfortunate. Lid, though, will be able to answer back on a marble.
Yeah, it's brutal too, because inside of that smoke, it's just like a dark dot on a white background, you know?
Yeah.
It's so easily spotted. It's not as if you're asking any questions there. It pops out in the Elo delivery like, yoink, that's mine.
Hello.
I like this move, though.
Oh, do they? I don't think they have any idea of this one. I don't even think they know Jahin is down here. And everybody with their back turned. It's executioner style for Jahin. Looking for a third. The spray just not able to connect properly. And Halo delivery, maybe a grace back into this game. 2 versus 2. Artie and Puya still alive. 2 members who were able to both bring it back on Anubis. Unfortunately, though, Puya going to get spotted by Zayd. And I think this round, at least over towards B, is going to be finished. And even through mid, Khalid just waiting for the rotations for Artie. They had all angles covered after Jahin made his play.
Yeah, man, this is just such a tough timing, I think, for Elo delivery. Jahin had the perfect moment, re-aggressing as well after taking the initial fight towards mid. It's exactly what was needed, and Acme, well, taking advantage of it. It was a valiant effort as well for Elo delivery in the 2-on-3. They almost made their way back in that. The AWP standing tall at B. Back down to pistols. Unfortunately, Elo delivery. They've been less than ideal with these weapons thus far. Not like Team Acme, who on their T side back on Anubis, remember they were really good with them.
Yeah. I think it really comes down, I think Acme are looking a lot more comfortable on their CT side when it comes down to their map control, and they're really denying Elo delivery of this space, which, you know, tends to be the case more so on Mirage than Anubis. Anubis definitely is easier to get these bomb plants, especially back over towards B, but that's going to make it a little bit more help on A to get that bomb in the ground. Puya not able to hit that second one. Faller, nice shot there at range. Artie close by. Tech 9 just not able to land anything. And Walt Marble maybe another kill there, but Zayd playing it so patiently, able to eliminate that last player, and it's a 5th round for Acme.
Elo Delivery, pretty fortunate just to get the bomb down as well. This is a much better look to Acme. We talked about them being able to start on the CT side, and whether or not that was going to be good for them, considering that was where they found success. And it's clear that that's the case. We've consistently seen them make plays, whether it be early round or late round. Elo Delivery, they haven't had an answer. They picked up the pistol, and then there was the one gun round where they just basically ran out A together. They were able to overwhelm the defense.
Overwhelm they did. For the moment, that is. Still a 3-round gap between both these players. And, I mean, Khaled maybe taking a page out of the book of Puya. Marble. What? Oh, that is unfortunate. Woxy, though, comfortable to walk through the smoke. Nice pop flash with the help of Faller. And that's 3 with the help of Zayd. Marble gonna have an op now in Palace. And already separated on the opposite end of Mirage down over towards B, and now they know that Marple's going to have that op, and I feel like no give him the time of day.
Yeah, just cut him out of the round, make sure that he can't make any moves, or at least not any effective ones. What a high-value flashbang, though, from Faller.
Oh, yeah.
It's that single flash. Woxy gets a double kill out mid, and then needs the support from Zayd to pick up the 3rd. So massive, and he might get another one here, but Artie's a little too quick, a little too prepared. There's technically still time here, and Marble needed that kill.
Oh, I mean, that is, what, like 3 shots that Marble should have hit?
Well, 2 shots. That last one, I
mean,
count.
like, I'm talking about the first shot onto the player in connector, second shot to the player in CT spawn, and then that 3rd shot onto the player ticket. Artie now just needs to save this round with 30 seconds. Nobody here to stop this plant.
Hold on.
1v2 is definitely on the cards here. I'm looking at the HP. 46 for Artie, trapped on site.
They're
and
mega
you're
split.
not going to know the player is in apps at all. Artie expecting the push through market. I mean, he's got his sights set on this, in fact. So the slow peek back in for Jahind. The op in hand is going to be an easy secure to finish off that round. Very costly round for Acme, but now up 6-2. I feel like that is the least of their issues.
Yeah, no problem at all. They're not worried about the cost of that round, especially considering they have the AWP get carried over. So it's no big deal, no huge investments required. And listen, you can understand Artie's mindset there as well. You mentioned so committed to the market angle. How many times are you in a 1v3, you kill the guy on the site and nobody's coming market? That just doesn't happen nearly ever. You can understand the mindset. It's an unfortunate moment there. Already had to make a gamble, and it didn't work out. So Elo Delivery, we talked about slowing it down and keeping it simple. This is about as simple as it gets. They've got just enough utility for an A exec.
Again, Khalid just feeling aggressive with his op. I'm loving this. 9-4. Having a fantastic Mirage so far. But with these aggressive op fights, it hasn't really been the case for 2 rounds in a row. He whiffs, and Legless is going to make him punish again. He has backup, and Woxy has been there at all times. And Zayd with the follow-up again. Artie, 1 versus 4, makes it into a 1v3. Now a 1v2. Artie always at least good for 2 in the round. And this time, another chance at a round win. Sneaks through the smoke. Zayd sniffs it out. And Acme again put the round to rest. But it is so dicey at times. Artie, he is trying his best.
Woxy and Zayd, that duo, just have the kiss of death. Anybody they take on falls 1 by 1. 3 for the 2 of them combined in each of the previous 2 rounds. And, I mean, Woxy with the key double kills, yes, but the support that has been there between the 2 of them has been incredible. Elo Delivery starting to lose track of things. This is getting out of hand. And you can see, based on the way they're approaching these rounds, Seymour, that they feel that way too. They just A-exec last round, barely had the utility to do so. Now, lacking weaponry, a little bit more util, they're going for the B-pop instead.
So I feel like they just need to pop on site and win these fights.
It's a nice little fake. They've left 3 smokes in spawn, and it's going to be an A-exec thrown from T-spawn.
Okay, and Marble looking to distract it. All of that, out apartments we go. Jumping out the window is Artie, but Jahind and Khalid just welcome them with open, absorb all the aggression and nothing going right for Elo delivery. Bomb is down in apps, and you can see that Rubinson nowhere to be found, so separated from the rest of the team, just trying to sell this fake over towards A, and Acme, they just don't bite.
I mean, they had no chance to bite, though. We were talking about timing and how difficult it can be, and where Acme struggled with it on Anubis. Elo Delivery having the same struggles right here. They had barely allowed for the smokes over at A to pop. It was barely even a commitment towards the A site. The first fight had just happened when they pulled the trigger on the B hit. Elo Delivery just needed a couple more seconds, I think, to let that A hit percolate in the minds of Acme and maybe pull a rotation. Whatever the reason for that, for them taking the shot and just going for the B hit there, it was just too early, in my opinion.
Is it maybe frustration here for Elo Delivery? Something that we saw from Acme on their T side? Just, throwing their head at a brick wall and it's just not breaking time and time again.
I mean, that, or maybe they just got an audio cue. They thought the time was go, based on what they heard, but it simply wasn't. Regardless, it's bad news for this half because we're losing rounds fast.
Artie shut down this time. And Woxy, Faller, picking apart Elo Delivery once more here in this rifle round. Marble is going to have an M4 to work with. But again, an angle found by Faller, and it's all onto Marble. 1v4. Acme just so good in these early rounds. It's the late rounds where they really fall apart, and isolated 1vXs, whether it's Artie or Marple, it just always seems like something goes wrong for Acme. 1v2 now for Marple, and Zayd is working all the way through the T-spawn.
I mean, the problem is they're so split. Acme, they know that, of course, and so that's why they're being so passive. They're just going to wait and let Marble make the first play. And instead of hitting A, Marble looks interested in hitting the B site, which, unbeknownst to him, is probably is technically the most defended, or at least it can be relatively quickly.
Jahind is here in apps, waiting patiently in the 50-50 for which site to go to. Marble gonna punch in those digits, and there's the audio cue. I think for Jahind to turn things around here. 12-4. Zayd also 12-4. So you couldn't ask for two better players to have in this moment, I feel, Vincent. But I love the patience coming in for Jahind. Still hasn't made any noise towards apps. Waiting for Zayd to hit this at the right time. And here comes the utility. Molly gonna clear out Van. Marble peeks back from bench. Jahind has the angle. Beheads him and takes their ninth.
Well played and well executed for Acme. They have been unstoppable on the CT side. And, we talked about it, right? Mid-control and how important it was on Anubis, how much more important it could be on Mirage. And, I mean, it's not the only factor to talk about, but how many times has Elo Delivery, when they put that triple mid setup, have they won? One time?
Yeah.
That's it? Yeah, it's been a problem for them. And as they call a timeout here and now, I'd say this is a bit too late, if I'm being honest. But better late than never. One last round to try and salvage something of this T side.
Maybe a 9-3 comeback on the CT side. Elo Delivery, if there's one thing that you can really take home from Anubis, is that their CT side was incredibly better than their T side. And their T side wasn't even that bad back on Anubis, but for Mirage, I'm sure there's going to be more comfort there, but no comfort in a 10-2.
Well, that's the problem, right? Elo Delivery's T side looked fine, but they just ended up losing some big rounds because, in the late round, right, in the post plant. We haven't even seen post plants really here.
We haven't even seen team fights really from Elo Delivery at all. Always losing the start of the round. A double up setup, it finds two, but now things gonna equalize and actually spread over to the way of Elo Delivery. 2 versus 3 for Acme now on the back foot. A site is open for possible plants, but nobody is here with the bomb. Artie is in mid window, hoping for yet another mistake, and there it is. Jahind though gonna be the one to find it. Artie shoots Khalid in the back. And Elo's Delivery, they find their third, a much-needed round as we put so much emphasis on it heading into that last round of the half. And, you know, for Elo Delivery, maybe is the hand reaching out to save them.
Artie with some incredible plays out in mid, and Marble playing hero, walking out A. Mid control was being dealt with, and so nobody was actually at the A site. That's what gave them so much space to work with. Fortunate to pick up that third round, and it's crazy to say, but Elo Delivery won that pistol. Now they need the second one more than they did the first.
Can Elo Delivery go 4-0 in pistol rounds across both of our maps here? That would be very impressive, if I would say, but to think that Elo Delivery only have 3 rounds, and they did win the pistol here on Mirage, is insane to say. Woxy going to be out onto B, immediately dealt with. A trade here from Zayd. A nice frag over towards the benches, but Zayd still a lot more work to be done. And a 2 versus 4. Marble low HP. Rubenson alongside him. Artie loses the fight, but Marble is right there. And everything going to fall into the shoulders of Khalid now. 1 versus 3. At least 2 HP on Marble. But it's Puya and Rubenson that has been the issue. And not only that, when it comes down to a pistol round, there is power in numbers, Vincent.
That there is. Zayd's going to feel awful that Marble just gets away. Gush not killed. The close range engage there on the Glock. It's too bad. And I love patience from Khalid. It's fine to just wait, give some question marks over to Elo Delivery, right? Now they have to ask, okay, is he coming market? Has he rotated out back over towards the app side of things?
They don't care. They have every angle watched, and they have bomb. He's got to come back at some point, and now they know. So Khalid at range. I mean, it's a nice try for sure, but I'm going to take the USPs in that moment.
Yeah, I mean, fair enough. P250 at that range feels great sometimes, but there was a world. This is the shot I was talking about, by the way.
Oh, yeah. I mean, that was through the wall.
I know. Yeah, just barely clipped through the wall, but there's a world, I think, where that round is different if Zayd gets that kill instead of going down, but
takes down Marble and then Artie, and then we're talking about potential.
Yeah, you get that flank through from Catwalk, but regardless, that's not what happened in Acme. Well, once again, can't do it in the pistol. We'll see if there's anything else to gather. Unlikely considering the weaponry pod up. But remember back just a little bit ago, second round, this was a very similar look. Just a single deagle, and that was enough.
Yeah. I mean, it was almost unbelievable what Acme were able to do. But, one time, it's definitely a mistake for Elo Delivery. If it happens a second time, that is, I think, Acme just showing some incredible prowess when it comes down to their aim with this weaponry. And if there's anybody I'm going to put this deagle in the hands of, it is going to be Zayd and Woxy, who kind of have been this dynamic duo throughout Mirage, always backing each other up. Woxy's been finding so many initial frags to these rounds, sometimes even finding 2. It's surprising that his numbers are 9 and 10, Vincent, because he has been playing, that front-end contact for Acme all game on that CT side. So it's surprising to see that he's actually negative inside of the map. But to understand that, where Woxy doesn't finish off these kills, Zayd is usually not too far away. So to see them both bringing out the deagle is very comforting for an Acme fan.
Yeah, this is one of those situations where the stat line just doesn't tell the real story. Woxy, as you mentioned, has been so pivotal in so many points, especially when retaking mid. Yeah, he was getting set up for those frags, but the number of times he just picked up a double or grabbed a frag and then ran away just in order to maintain the advantage that he just picked up. Like that's the impact that you want to see from a player in the mid round. And that's where he's found so much impact. There is a player though, unfortunately, that I do want to mention, and that's Legolas, and not in a good way. He's had some struggles, and a player, the reason I mentioned is that I highlighted as being so massive on the CT side, being able to play the B site so incredibly strongly, even in difficult situations. That's something I got to look back to him now. Is that going to be the case for the Elo Delivery CT side as it was before?
And I'm glad that you're bringing it up because it's not only Legolas, but Legolas, Rubinson, and Puya all had a resurgence on their CT side on Anubis. They didn't have a good stat line going into the second half in that map number 1, and it's similar here in map number 2. So, maybe not foreign for these players to have bad T sides, but it's something that you need to see them really step up. Once again, Rubinson with the 1v3 back on Anubis in their CT swap. And, that was what kind of brought him back to life. Puya with the AWP in hand. He was a monster. Will he run that again here on Mirage for their CT side? And Legolas, really good at, tucking away in a corner, always going, 1 for 1, maybe 2 for 1 in a trade on a solo hold for a site. It's moments like that that we need to see for Elo Delivery here on Mirage if they want to find themselves back on this map. If they want a chance at maybe 2-0ing this series and setting themselves into the grand finals as our first team. Acme, I'm sure they have different plans, Vincent, but it is definitely the case if Elo Delivery is their win condition here.
Yeah, and those plans for Acme, here's what they need to include. They need to include a consistent Jihad on the second half, right? We didn't quite see that. And I think it's fair to say that as a whole, Acme didn't disappear, but they didn't quite have the star power that they did when they were on their CT side. At this point, that's got to continue for Acme. They have the lead. They even have a stronger lead by a huge margin in comparison to what we saw previously. It's just a matter of hanging on to it. And as much as that sounds simple, it can get complicated incredibly quickly. As, by the way, we are in a bit of a tech pause at the moment, so we're just going to be waiting for them to get whatever it is figured out and before we jump back into the game. But I was really impressed with what Acme put together on their first half.
So I was really kind of worried considering that they just lost their map pick and, they lost it in a very, I guess, frustrating way. They didn't seem put together in that second half of Anubis. And, I think I was thinking maybe that was going to trickle into the start of Mirage. But with that second round win that we saw from them, I feel like that wiped their slate clean. And it allowed them to group up once more. Their CT side looked perfect. No issues in my mind with that as well. Is their T side that is going to have to improve now to put it away. That is, I guess, the next question mark to see if we get to go to Nuke. Because at the same time, the CT side of Elo Delivery has been just as good. So while we wait for this tech pause to go, we can talk a little bit more about what we have. Because for this Dubai Police Esports Tournament SWAT edition, surprisingly, you and I were kind of looking into this one. We want to give a big shout out to, our presenting sponsors once more, Assad, Zowie, as well as XFX. But I also want to, give a shout out to 404 Esports for helping put on this production. And Vincent, this is the first ever time we are seeing the UAE SWAT Challenge include esports. So bring in both CS2 today and Valorant tomorrow. It's going to be really fun to see these teams battle out. And for those watching who might not be familiar with the UAE SWAT Challenge, go give it a look. Check out what's going on because the SWAT Challenge is awesome. I mean, there's so many events going on to, watch and, cheer on these different SWAT teams across them, trying to break some records to compete against each other. It's very cool to see, Vincent. So we got back into Mirage now. It seems like the tech pause is done, and we get to, I guess, continue on with this Elo Delivery comeback.
Yeah, well, it's that SWAT team, Elo Delivery, that I'm looking at right now, but we just talked about him. Zaid, he's done it again. Found an opening pick on the Deeg.
Not like this. Not like this. Woxie, shut down. Puya dunks on him with the MP9. And all of a sudden, Acme, they slow to a halt. Khalid's going to be caught in the open. Zaid, 14 HP. Faller able to at least get one back with the Deagle picked up from Woxie, but no round win in the second for Acme. Elo Delivery able to convert.
And that's what they were lacking in the first half. Made sure not to repeat the same mistakes, not to allow the likes of Zayd or Woxie to overwhelm them. So, Elo Delivery, that's step one done, but now there's a lot more steps in this comeback trail, especially with Acme having such strong weaponry into this round. Just couple of MP9s kept over for Elo delivery. Does beg the question, is that going to be a problem?
Will it? Well, Rubinson doesn't really want to fight through mid. Already M4 in hand. Manages to catch Zayd, though. Won't be able to get a second. We sit in a 4 versus 2 after the dust settles. Woxy able to get the better of Marble. And I think this is a really good chance for Acme to finally put double digits onto the board. Jahin, though, will he be able to catch this timing onto Legolas, who has a gun in hand? The rifle was recovered, but just not able to catch that timing. And it's Rubinson in a 1v3. Definitely a player that can step up when we need him. We've seen him win 1v3s in the past. This time, it's just not possible. In Acme, they deliver double digits.
And Acme is sort of delivering the same that they did on the CT side when it came to taking aggressive mid control. They were out in a flash, and there was nothing that Elo delivery could do about it. We saw the mid utility being put together. They breached the smoke and window, but they didn't have the weaponry to fight with. And unfortunately, that isn't changing into this round for Elo delivery. That's the problem, is that their economy isn't strong enough to maintain a buy. And so it's pistols only and a straight run out the A site. Acme, they're just running them down.
Yeah. Oh, Rubinson with the CZ. That is something I don't get to see very often, but it won't find anything more than that one frag onto Jahind. And the rest of Acme, they just fall into place. They find their fights. They win their fights. And this should be an 11th round, barring, you know, I think the best pistol shots that I've ever seen from Marble throughout this series. So Marble's going to be walking onto site slowly. No info on where these members are. Time ticking away, and no kit really to find this defuse. So this round is done, Vincent. Acme, they're doing a great job of just commanding Mirage together as one. So put together, very explosive, and it's working.
Yeah, I think that call to just run out A, guns out as well, really starts to give you an idea of the DNA of this team Acme has put together. They are absolutely willing to take the fights aggressively, play into whatever is going on there. If they know they have the weaponry advantage, they're just going to take the aim duels, and they come away successful. A lot more and more likely that we're going to see Nuke coming up next, because Acme, they're just 2 rounds away from shutting Elo delivery out of their own map, as it would be a 13-5. Khalid's going to take the first fight and win it out as well.
And talk about a big fight to win, too. So much highlight went onto Puya with this AWP, but he has been silent so far on Mirage. Every single time we see it in his hands, the big green just not working inside of the second map. But somebody you'd like to see here is Legolas, looking to absorb this aggression. The M4 tucked away, already at his wing. Able to minimize this into a 3 versus 3. So Artie actually finds a very big frag there.
This is what we were talking about how well Legolas plays these types of situations where it's about not dying, getting that frag, and then falling away.
Artie, catches some timing there, and now an advantage to Elo delivery, Vincent.
Artie just needs to chill, needs to hang out, has done the damage. The job's already there. It's called in the cavalry.
Has to clear his left. Luckily, he's going to spot the rifle of Artie just peeking away. The op shot misses. Rubinson whiffing, but he won't whiff twice. Peeks back out, takes down Khalid. And with 35 seconds, Faller put into a clutch scenario with no information on where Legolas is, but he has a heads up, and he's going to win it. 1v1, 30 seconds, op versus AK, and the op shot misses. Faller down to the clock, trying to win it, but with the op on the other side, has to swing wide. And Rubinson, he is making it so easy to just win this safely.
Got very scary there at the end. Faller did all he could to connect these shots together, and I'll be honest, Rubinson maybe didn't quite deserve this one. A couple of whiffs, but he'll get away with it. It's a bit of a rough purchase, but they have what they can afford. And actually, considering they've had to go FAMAS, is a pretty good amount of utility for the CTs.
Jahind, Rubinson won't whiff this time. Actually, the flash out for Puya to get that one secured. Woxy trades out Zayd. Oh, that could have been a frag, and now he's in the open. Oh, and able to take down Artie, but won't be able to get the better of Puya. Woxy knows exactly where he is, won't be able to fight against it. Now Faller in a 1v2 after the trades subside. Elo Delivery separated here, and no real information on where Faller is. Rubinson, I don't think he's going to be ready for this, and no, he's not. 1v1, bomb in his hand. Faller can win this.
At first you don't succeed, try again. He had the chance last time, and an even better one this time out.
That Molotov went so high. Legolas did not care there was a smoke down Vincent. He's ready for it. Even with the FAMAS in his hand, I'm loving the confidence.
Truly, in an insane form, though, from Puya. I just have to mention, was on low HP that whole time, wins out the duel against Zaid, who could have sealed the deal right there, but couldn't find victory. That is where we needed to see Elo Delivery step up. The likes of Puya, who you mentioned, right, had a big resurgence, as did Rubinson, as did Legolas in that second half. Here it is, potentially the start of the same situation.
Son using the dynamics of the smoke to his, I guess, success there. Nice little pop flash out, and Puya is actually going to make this very difficult to get onto site. But Zay doing his best to try and deliver something into the round for Acme. Now Faller isolated 2v1 with the deagle, won't land the shot. Puya puts him down. Woxy against the odds. The bomb carrying all the way over towards Palace. Everybody for Elo Delivery has kind of fell off over towards the middle of the map. Puya, only one going to be watching this exit, and Woxy should be dead to rights here, barring Puya looks away at just the wrong time, and that is exactly what happens. Although he just repositions. He's still watching this one. Puya still fighting it out. Takes 3 shots to put him down, and that allows Rubinson to turn around.
No plant, and wasn't quite as clean as I would have liked to see, considering Elo Delivery are still not really good on money, but beggars can't be choosers, and at this point, Elo Delivery, they are indeed begging to continue to extend this game, and it has gotten close, right? That's what's so interesting now as well. These games, even a dominant half like a 9-3, can turn close in an instant, and
oh yeah.
It's just a couple of rounds now separating the two. Elo Delivery on their CT side starting to roll a little bit.
I mean, I feel like they're back. There's no doubt about it. Looking so comfortable again on their CT side, and the opening duels go their way once more. You need something here from Jahin to open up this round, and Zayd just needs to play it patiently. Needs his teammate to make a move, but instead Zayd plays it too quick, and that's going to be another kill going the way of Elo Delivery. Now Jahin looking to do it all himself, and he will. 3 kills on the dime. Drops the molly, and now looking to work with it.
He's got the bomb too. Has a clear and open sight towards B, but no. Legolas ambition starting to get the best of Jahin there. This marble will shut it down. Elo Delivery bailed out big time by dropping that bomb. I cannot believe he gets away with 3.
Like right here. And then plays it nice. Taking these battles one by one, not allowing them to 2v1 at any point. Elo Delivery find their 9th. It's been costly, but that was the same story back on Anubis. So many of the rounds won on Anubis were in 1v2s, 1v3s for Elo Delivery, and they're not really afraid to play at a disadvantage. They're not afraid to play it close.
Woxy lucky to get out of there, but once again, this mid control, it's back to basics, and they're coming away with it pretty consistently. Our Elo Delivery, Rubinson will have to evacuate at 6 HP, but he's got support.
And now, I mean, Acme are going to give up this round, and that's going to be double digits for Elo Delivery.
What is Rubinson? He's just on the move, never stopping.
He's so dynamic inside the round, just spinning around, running around, locking it down for Elo Delivery. And what was a 9-3 half Vincent is now 11-10, brought all the way back from Elo Delivery here on their CT half. Acme, I don't know what it is about their T side, but it is just not together.
Well, here's the good news, though, Seymour. They have done a good job, Acme, of keeping things close. Even in these gun rounds, or rather in these pistol rounds for them, they're still getting a kill or 2. And that's kept the money pretty low. If Elo Delivery lose just 1 round, they're going to be in trouble.
close is just not enough. You need more of that. Faller wins out the opening duel and doubles down. So in round 22, is this where Acme finally find their footing on the T side? Pop Flash not going to catch Artie. Instead, comfortable in the corner. Almost a third onto Khalid. But Jahind off screen will take down Rubinson, leaving Marble in a 1v3. All the way from CT through the smoke. Loxy just gives it away. Marble flashing himself through. AK picked up. But Cullen's not going to let him have it. Acme find their 12th. They finally put to rest the CT dominance that has been Elo Delivery. And they find map point. Now potential for nuke.
And what was the key? The key back to mid control once again, just shutting down what was a stalwart hold pretty much the entire half. Booyah couldn't find the trade. And by the way, Jahin, that was a spam through the A ramp smoke. That's where he found that kill off screen. So fortunate. That wasn't a guaranteed take towards A unless he gets that kill.
How can they put it away, Vincent? Can they do it twice?
Well,
can they win a second round on their T side? Or I guess more than just this, can they win 2 in a row on their T side? Has been the big issue. Puya, MP9 swings out, almost finds the kill, but Khalid's the one to open up the round. Now Puya has to make something out of it. Only good for the one onto Faller.
Artie has to make a big play now. There's nothing left, and Marble has applied the pressure through mid. This is massive. Artie can stall him out.
Yeah, Artie doesn't have to make the big play now. Marble takes a little of the weight off his shoulders. Now with an M4 recovered off the ground. The rotation coming in all the way to B. Actually, it's going to be mid to re-clear here for Acme. It's a solo play for Jahind, but Artie tucked away now has another rifle.
Oh, big mistakes being made for Acme. They needed not to split up, or if they were going to make that play together instead, on their own, Jahind falls, and the number advantage for Elo Delivery. There's only one place to go, and it's B.
They have to be so slow because they're not going through. Abs Legolas feeds them a kill. Marble next up, just demolished by Khalid. And now 1v2 for Artie to stay alive on Mirage. Low HP on Zaid. 75 for Khalid. The post-plant setup locked in, signed, and secured for Team Acme. And this is their chance to bring us to nuke. Khalid's going to shoulder it. Artie's been spotted. The information relayed over towards Zaid now to line things up. The crossfire should be able to win this. Artie, we've seen him in clutch positions before. He makes it a 1v1. Zaid just needs to play the time. Tucked into apps, hiding away. Zaid, early on, back in the last land, he was new. This time, he delivers. Zaid's bringing us to nuke.
116 ADR as well on Zaid at the end there. It's just an incredible shot by Khalid to really shut that down. I cannot believe that comeback story that we just about saw, but instead, nuke, like you say, is on the cards. And Elo Delivery, it was just too much of a task, the CT side. It was still phenomenal. They still played a good CT side, but at 9-3 at the half, that just wasn't enough space to work with. All that was required was just those 4 rounds for Acme to pull things off.
And respect to Elo Delivery for bringing it back, Vincent. I mean, if there's one thing to say about this team is that they are never out of the game whatsoever. And tying us up here for Acme is a big moment for their team as well, just to kind of solidify maybe some jitters onto their T side, some doubts that they've had for their own team. Maybe people have had for them for their T side here on both in Mirage. It's been shaky, but they get it done. And for Nuke, I mean, this is going to be a tough story. Again, both teams have looked lights out on their CT side. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I think for me, the big question mark has to continue being, right, can Elo Delivery find their footing when it comes to the T side, and can Acme figure things out themselves? I think that Nuke is going to provide a really interesting bellwether, because the T side on Nuke is so complex, and it's so much about timing, actually. about whether you're applying pressure outside or not, and whether you're going to try and split or not. All of those questions I'm looking to be seen onto that, but that is going to be coming in right after this break. So we're going to see you in just a couple of minutes with the map 3, Acme and Elo Delivery up next.
Hello and welcome back, everybody, to Dubai Police Esports Tournament SWAT Edition. My name is Seymour. With me is Vincent. We are still in our first match of the day with, Elo Delivery putting up one heck of a fight over Acme. Acme just barely edging out on Mirage, Vincent. When we were on Anubis, I mean, Acme was a little bit struggling on their T side, and it continued when we went into the Mirage as well. So heading into Nuke, I mean, I feel like it's only going to get harder here for this Acme team to maybe win out.
Yeah, and here's the thing, right? A struggling T side is like something you can contend with on a Mirage, on an Anubis, where the T side is pretty strong, and that's okay. Now, a struggling T side on Nuke, that's a lot more consistently going to happen, but if that struggle is the same amount of struggle, well, that may be a problem. Now, that's all up in the air at the moment, but Elo Delivery putting together such good CT sides, that's where I think the knife round is going to actually mean a lot. Normally, we're like, knife rounds, it's kind of whatever, but Nuke is one of those maps where I do think it matters a whole lot. We're going to jump right into that right now. Who gets the opportunity to start on that CT side?
Oh, yeah, I mean, we got to set the battlefield, too. Knife it out. Let's see who's going to be holding this one. Faller. Okay, Artie putting up quite some work here, but it does seem like the choice is going to go to Elo Delivery on where they want to start. So what do they choose is the big question. When we look back, man, I love knife rounds. They're so silly. They're so silly.
Knife rounds are a lot of fun just because you never know what's going to happen, and there is teams I'm aware of that are like that never win a knife round. It's like
I feel like there's teams that always win knife rounds too.
Like, exactly. It's kind of an
I feel like there's real strategy to it as well.
I mean, most people don't do that, but I mean there could be.
For the teams that do, it shows.
We'll see
so
what's
pistol
showing
round
here.
Elo Delivery. They choose the T side to start off. It seems like they want to set their win condition right off the bat, and we see why we say we want to, see them set their win condition. It's because of, it's not easy to win out on the T side here on Nuke, and, whatever rounds they get here on their T side, they should be able to swap over to CT and feel comfortable to close out.
I don't love this decision, to be honest with you. I think that Elo Delivery would have been preferable for them to start CT. I'm a little bit
It's
miffed.
a gamble for sure.
I just don't quite understand the mindset. Yeah, you can set your win condition, but you could just win if you potentially, just get the CT side start. Momentum is so much of a stronger part of this game than I think people give it credit for. So regardless, decision was made, and that first pistol round, by the way, the first pistol that Acme have actually picked up is a real tone setter, if you know what I'm saying.
Yeah, I mean, it's 2 maps. They don't win a single pistol round. Acme finally get it, and albeit, I feel like you should be winning that pistol round on the CT side of Nuke, but Elo Delivery has just been a little bit more clutch in those scenarios. Now, with the conversion round, I mean, Rubinson's dead to rights here. Has to be. Khalid's going to finish that one off, and there's no way to go here. Elo Delivery are stuck in the mud. They haven't moved at all, and I mean, that's going to be an easy cleanup for Acme. And now we get into the real meat of things.
Indeed, and this is a map as well that you can play with these MP9s or even a shotgun if you want to. So it's not as big a deal keeping these into the bonus round as it would otherwise be as well, which is so nice for Team Acme specifically. But I'm really interested to see what Elo Delivery have put together for this first gun round, because their pistol round strategy was, albeit a simple one, not a bad idea in the slightest. They just didn't quite win the fights that they needed to. They also didn't have the one flash they had didn't quite go where it needed to, but regardless, the intention was good. They had the right idea. It was about the execution that they sort of struggled, as we are unfortunately into a bit of a tech pause for the moment.
And round 1 was more of an execution than I think Elo Delivery really expected.
I mean, you never do expect to get executed, to be fair.
Yeah, no, if you're just tuning in as well, let's get a little bit of a recap while we're in this tech pause. Noob is 13-8. The map pick of Acme goes the way of Elo Delivery, and Elo Delivery looked very, very good on that first map. Mirage, 9-3 half for Acme. It goes all the way down to 11-10. Elo Delivery bring it back, but Acme just able to edge things out towards the ends with that 13-10 victory. That brings us to Nuke as the decider. Neither team really has been tested on this map. Neither of us have seen these teams play on this map, so we mentioned it in the pre-show that this is the X factor, you know, between them, a coin flip to finish things off. And it seems like for Acme, their idea is just run it down. It's around 3, see if they can take these fights early on, and it works. I mean, the MP9s, they shred through the armor, and the M4s, they follow up so good.
A little lobby crunch. It's a classic. It's something that you can easily do for the CTs to change the pace up and really catch off guard a T side that isn't prepared, and that was exactly what happened. Unprepared are Elo Delivery for what Acme had on offer. Everybody out towards lobby, and it's incredible that Waxy gets the run and gun there on the second player in the back. That wasn't even the player he was aiming at.
No, it just happens. It's frustrating for sure for Elo Delivery, I'm sure, but for Acme, that is exactly what you wanted to have happen here. I mean, Elo Delivery, they choose to start on the T side of Nuke, so Acme right now, they want to punish that as best as possible in rounds like that, and it is as good as it gets.
It is. It's twofold as well, because you hit them where it hurts, you know, the mentality as well as momentum swinging.
Oh, Marble. Come on. Gotta hit those shots. Puya, the only one so far to find a frag in the rounds, and the bomb was not planted. In fact, it was denied the plant by Acme. So, already now with the Tech 9 and maybe a dream of finding a kill or two, but I'm not sure if that's going to be possible. Zaid has yet to spot this player, but he's playing it so safe under the rafters, and already hoping for a mistake to go his way. Lands on the head of Zaid. Okay, wrong game.
Big unlucky right there. Unfortunate that was the timing. He chooses to drop down. Had a possibility of a frag, but it doesn't go that direction. This is incredible. This start from Acme, like I was saying, momentum now on their side. They hit Elo Delivery where it hurts in the first gun round. It's a gun round that they speed ran. It was like 15 seconds long, and that hurts the mental every single time. It doesn't matter how many games of Counter-Strike you've played, it doesn't feel good.
You got the big green looking down through Squeaky. Everybody else looking to duke things out for the aggression out inside of yard. Smokes down, flashes out, still no contact really being made here, just dancing his faller between these smokes, and he's actually going to be able to catch the better of Marble. Puya slowly walking his way down in towards Secret. Somebody will be there to meet him. That is Zayd just waiting in the wings, but Elo Delivery, now the smokes have gone down, is going to be even harder to cross. Rubenstone with the op. The big green not able to land the shot. Artie follows it up and trades it out, but the damage has been done, Vincent. Puya, the one to really equalize and take down Zayd down low.
Oh, but that's a big fight win from the top
ropes
as
Artie.
Well. Did they not see that there was 2 players there? They must not have.
Puya
That's
has the bomb.
Unfortunate.
He's running, but unfortunately for Puya, I mean, Khalid is just around the corner, and he is waiting for that 5 rounds in a row for Acme, and it's just, yeah, unfortunate for Artie there. No communication on the last member, Woxy, you know, sitting
Maybe they didn't
top.
see him?
Maybe, but I feel like they had to have at some point.
Yeah, I mean, maybe Woxy had just, like, walked around the generator there on top. Regardless of what the reasoning was, it is a brutal moment not to have that communication or knowledge.
Very winnable rounds.
Guns, though, still out. At least there's that. You know, small victories, though they may be, Elo Delivery can continue to try and apply the pressure. The last round looked the closest of any of them.
Just
even
look at
despite
the stats.
the early struggles.
Legolas 0-5, Marble 0-5. That's, I guess, a freebie to find your first of the map onto Khalid, trying to get a little bit bold. But even still, I mean, you've noted on Legolas in the past and how you really need him to step up individually at times, and that's when we see Elo Delivery at their best. Well, this is not a good start.
This is not. Jahin is about to find a bunch of information. Would have loved to see him get that kill, but the info's good enough.
Zaid swings out, actually finds Marble, and that may be a little bit better because now they know where Rubinson is and they can try to isolate this kill. Flashes up, Rubinson doing his best to fight his way through this, but Faller looks away, swings back, and denies it. So numbers to Acme. You got the rotation over towards Ramp, and nobody looking over towards Hell. Zaid able to find the kill. Luckily, Artie trades it. That could have been a little bit worse than it was, but 6 HP for Artie, 54 for Puya. It is going to take a big blunder for them to lose it. Jahin through the smoke, not able to spray down the bomb pleasure, but as he dispatches of Puya, it's an easy cleanup on Artie.
Yeah, I mean, it's bomb plant, sure, but Elo Delivery at this point, at this score line, that's not the small victories that you need. You need something more, and it would have been that adjustment trying to find Jahin just walking out through this door. Had so much time to work with, and Puya couldn't make the adjustment fast enough. Acme, they've had everything in their back pocket this entire map. And I'm starting to wonder if Elo Delivery have lost the sauce at this moment because they don't have an answer. They tried a couple of different things with these last couple of rounds. It's just been try and take outside control, but it's been ineffective.
Ineffective, and I mean, at this point, a full flatline for Legolas, 0-6. Nobody really managing to get anything done except Puya, who, back in that round that, may be a little bit more heartbreaking for Elo Delivery than people might think, is that was a winnable round. Puya was doing his most to win out for Elo Delivery, but nobody able to get anything more for information, and they need the rest of the team to show up here. Puya can't do it alone, and with the rifles back in their hands, this full buy has to translate into a round win. Pop Flash Marble in trouble, and Zaid, I mean, it doesn't get better than that.
He keeps getting away with it. How many times have we seen Zaid work his way through smoke, pop flash through, something along those lines? I'm getting young Stewie vibes right now from Zaid.
I mean, smoke's not going to stop Zaid. I like that comparison. 4 HP for Legolas, spam down through Suiki, and so much trouble here for Elo. Luckily, already able to find his. So kill onto Faller, maybe opens up the map a little bit more, but where one falls, it's like a Hydra. Another takes his place.
And I love that Jahin is just getting out of there. He's done. There's no reason to be so far forward. Not anymore. He knows that the cavalry will be arriving for Elo Delivery at any time, and he's going to go back.
Hello, they line up. Jahin just removing them from this round. Acme, it was a question on whether or not they would be a strong nuke team or maybe a not so strong nuke team. Elo Delivery, the same question. Well, I mean, we are seeing a big answer here from Acme, as Rubinson is now going to have to go absolutely nuclear to win out this round. Khalid won't let that happen. A 7th round for Acme in a row.
Feels so bad for Elo Delivery as well. They get caught out by Jahin, who's, by the way, running and gunning that kill, finds success, gets the headshot, adjusts the spray, etc. That's only something that happens in CS2. Didn't happen before. And then runs away. You hear the audio cue, you think, okay, surely he's gone, and then he comes back. The consistency of which he's just going for these fights is absurd, and unfortunately, you can point out an individual, but right now, no one for Elo Delivery is doing what they need to do.
Nobody. Wow, Zaid still finds Legolas in that moment, still struggling to find a kill. And as they fall down onto the ramps, Faller just doing so much to keep Acme in this round. Another 2 kills.
You're telling me that Faller fells them as they fall?
Faller fells as he falls into the fallen. Hello. Okay. Okay.
And goodbye.
Just good timing there.
Waiting for the bomb plant and immediately taking the time to open that up. And it was at that moment that Jahin just walks around the corner. Oh, beautiful. 8-0.
I don't even know what they do at this point for elo delivery. They just, at times, they get to the site, they get down to B at times, Vincent, but by the time they get there, there's only one, maybe two players left.
I mean, they're at desperation at this point, and you can tell by last round, running straight down towards ramp, trying to overwhelm, and they do that, but they can't even get into the post plant.
It's just too complex. You can't be that simple on a map like Nuke, especially on the T side. Hello.
That's a hard shot to
whack-a-mole.
hit.
Sucking up and down, just trying to live. Little bit of team damage there onto Marble, but it won't be the Zayd kill. It's the Khalid to swing out with AWP and refrag. Slowed down for a moment, but still seems like elo delivery trying to poke and prod in towards lobby. They have brought themselves to a standstill. Jahin gonna re-aggress back in, and I mean, you can't just keep giving things up like that. They line up once more for Jahin. Goes back in for 3. Legless with his first kill of the map.
Audio cue there as well. You had to be aware of it, and Woxy has a ton of space to work with. 45 seconds and elo delivery, rerouting back outside. I don't know if there's enough time to even complete this rotation, but I guess it's better than the alternative. They do have the possibility to isolate Khalid here.
Well, he doesn't have the op. He has the AK, and he's in the open, so there's the kill. 28 seconds. There's no chance to go down secret. It has to be a push in through mini towards the A site. Faller, who is repositioned down in towards lobby in such a cheeky angle, but he gives himself up. The plant's coming out. He didn't hear it. Allows the bomb to get planted. Legolas now from 0, potentially to hero in the 1v2. 20 HP hiding on Marshmallows. Swings wide, and Faller does not allow him to make it into the 1v1. 9 rounds in a row.
Faller has, as well, just been such a standout player this entire map. He took maybe a little bit more of a backseat previously, not because he wasn't playing well, but more because he was in a bit more of the utility type of role where he was the one tossing the flashbangs, he was the one providing the supports, and usually like that third guy into mid, tossing the flash, and then becoming, the last guy to follow up, where he just wasn't in a star role. Right now, he's taking the reins alongside Jahind, and I just love to see that adjustment from Team Acme, getting everybody involved pretty much.
And really good at rotating through this map. This time, where elo delivery, they desperately need a round win. Already grasses out.
What?
Frags out, but how is things just flipped on a dime so fast? Say, no worry in the world, gonna try to flank fast, and elo delivery's gonna catch it. Marble finds Jahind, weaving in and out of smokes. 2 versus 4. This is the best chance for elo delivery that we've seen. Khalid, to keep this one perfect, you need that kill.
Well, he'll get it and has some space to work with, potentially more to find. A lot of confusion in this round. They don't have any clue where these guys are located, in a massive miss shot from Woxy.
Woxy now just gonna stay alive, won't be able to. Marble hunts down the op, and Khalid 1v3 op, watching, waiting, and gonna secure elo delivery their first round on Nuke.
And it all starts with Artie winning the duel. Faller was outside, and he loses out. And that kind of starts the confusion that was that round. Acme immediately respond by taking lobby control, but they don't have a solid hold on it in the first place. They never really were able to maintain that area, or rather, when they did, they were losing fights outside. So at least something for elo delivery to latch onto, but one round isn't enough. More required, and there's not many of those left in this half.
No, definitely not. It's a lot better of a hold here from Acme. Locked down outside. Smokes allowing a little bit of room for Khalid to set up into the unknown. A lot of noise going to be made with the footsteps. You have a player in secret against Zayd, just maybe waiting for the aggression down to pick up a few. Jahin swings, finds a player hot. The swing from Woxy to double it down. Zayd pops up, takes down Rubinson. It's a 2-for-1, making a 3-for-1.
Oh, this is bad news, turning worse and worse. They're just walking through smokes. They're just
They
ready to
are.
roll.
And Marble
Artie's all alone and, well, has some interesting timing and some good space, but doesn't check the corner. Oh, wait.
It goes both
he got out of
ways.
mini.
It's a double-edged sword. Artie might sneak through, but he is trapped, and there's really nowhere to go. And Faller, he recognizes that, tries to turn in. Woxie's going to take his place. Artie back on Mirage. So much clutch potential. Brought it to a 1v1 so often, and Jahint on 16 HP. There is a chance to do it again, but you look at both these players still rotating around the map. Jahint's moving through mini to try to flank Artie on this position. 25 seconds. The bomb is not in the hands of Artie, so he has to go on a trek to pick it up. Now he has, and Khalid just waiting for a chance to make his moves, make his rounds, and that is going to be it for that chance of Artie. I mean, he does his best to keep the round alive. It's just his best is not enough right now.
And yes, a valiant effort, but you could see Acme were never worried about losing that round. They never had any questions. And so they gave him some individual fights that he then took advantage of. Elo delivery, oh man, it's about as bad as it gets. It can get slightly worse, but whether it's 10-2 or 11-1, they're in bad on this map. I don't see a world where they come back here.
Up creek without a paddle, I'd say, as they just keep on falling deeper and deeper down the stream.
At this point, they got to whittle one from a log that they find on the side of the stream, and I just don't think that's going to happen. They don't have the time.
Hey, hold on with your dear life. Minute 18, it's time to go. Exploding on sight. Here's Woxie. Good for 2. Help is here as well. Khalid finds the third that Woxie needed to stay alive and transition for 4. Khalid shuts the doors, and Acme with 11 closes out the half. What a performance that we are seeing from this team. What looked like a scary series. A chance for Elo delivery to 2-0 on the day. Now Acme up 11-1 with everything to lose.
It's crazy because at any point over the last 2 maps, if you would have told me, yeah, but map 3 is going to be a blowout. It's going to be an 11-1 scoreline at halftime. I would have told you to shut up. I would have
crazy.
You were crazy, man. Actually going insane. Yet here we are. This Team Acme squad, I don't know what exactly has changed, whether it's on their side or if Elo delivery are just not having, they're not having a good game, but it's across the board. I mean, you just look down the line. When we were like 5 or 6 rounds in and half the team had no kills or 1 kill, that's an individual problem.
Is a problem. Is a problem here for Elo delivery. I mean, how does that problem get solved? Well, it's got to be a picture-perfect CT side, quite similar to what Acme just put on for their performance. So, I mean, Elo delivery, it starts with the pistol, and it ends with the pistol here. You lose this, you might as well just be, kissing this series goodbye. So, you got to see them really perform here. And Khalid, hello? I mean, you're just doing their job for them.
I mean, they are technically 4-1 on pistol rounds, so Elo delivery, there's a chance here.
Woxie trades, though.
A little less so now.
Now into pistol. I mean, Zay just jumps in through the windows. And hello, Booyah. Goodbye, Marble. Legolas now really needs to go big with the USP in hand. A player on the rafters. Legolas is going to be able to at least get that one, but the knife comes in, and Team Acme, I mean, there is no better way to win out that round. I mean, it's poetic because this really seems like a knife in the back of Elo delivery since the beginning.
Yeah, what happened to the squad over on Anubis that we watched, I feel like we're missing them. They're just simply not here. Now, it's not near flawless. It's flawless required. Just hit overtime for Elo delivery, and it's not as if they have the great weaponry to do it either. They've got 3 MP9s and a couple of pistols to try and make it work.
It just is not working at all. Jahid, no worry in the world. He's just running it down. Booyah finally lands a shot here with the Deagle, but he's got to hit 2 more, and Faller won't let that happen. 12-1. And this might be it. Rubensen versus the world. Everybody on the other side of the site, and there it is, the nail in the coffin that is Nuke. Elo delivery 6 feet under after 14 rounds. It is pure dominance shown from this team, Vincent, and that is going to be our first team moving on to the grand finals.
Yeah, and I just gotta sing the praises there of Fowler. Once again, this guy was taking a little bit of a backseat previously, just exploded onto the scene there on Nuke, and made things look so very simple for Acme. A team effort, though, to be sure. And if we wanted to talk about other individuals, I mean, talking about, I think, Zaid and Jahin, like, those are the two guys that were consistently putting up the numbers that really helped Acme pull this best of 3 out.
Yeah, no, I do agree. Some pretty incredible performances, I'd say, for Acme, but, you know, quite like back on Anubis for Elo delivering, you don't win 13-1 on your own, and that was just non-stop perfection for the whole team, Vincent. Clutch moments to keep them in that perfection, clutch moments to put it away, and I think that for Acme, that is going to be a huge confidence boost to this grand final for what this team truly can accomplish when they are working together. Elo delivery, you know, I don't want to not talk about them at the same time. You know, to come into a series like this, we were talking about how they haven't been able to really prove themselves. Back in the last tournament we saw, they were kind of dealt with in round number 2, and they were out early, and they've had a lot of time to really work on themselves. And coming into that Anubis, they surprised us. Mirage, they almost made the comeback. I mean, this is a team that is steadily on the rise.
Yeah, unfortunately, that heartbreaker on Mirage seemed to really spell defeat into Nuke, and that is what we saw. So, with Acme moving along, we have one more best of 3 to determine our second grand finalist. That's going to be coming up soon here, Seymour. But we're going to take you and I, at least, a little bit of a break. We're going to get time to let Ramon in. They'll be taking you through that as we head into that next series. Then we'll be back for the finals. So, whilst we get that set up, we're going to take a short one and then come back with more action. Don't go anywhere.
At first I sent the link and she was petrified. Kept thinking she would be a victim of my scam and lies.
But then I read a few lines and the grammar was all wrong. The hunch grew strong. He was trying to scam me all along, so I blocked his hack and reported the fraud.
Oh, she even blocked my number and my phone calls from abroad.
They'll try to tempt you with rewards and a fake prize.
You shouldn't crumble. You should report these shady guys.
Well, no, not I will survive for as long as I report the fraud.
I know they won't survive.
I've got great advice to give.
Reporting is imperative.
They won't survive.
I won't survive.
Scammers these days have a no new trend.
It's a call from the police, but it's all pretend.
And you'll regret it later if you don't report the call.
But that's not all. They'll get all your details, they'll have it all.
So take their advice and report our lies.
Just call now and give these guys a rude surprise.
I've got great advice to give. Reporting is imperative.
I will survive. I will survive. Hey, hey.
At first I sent the link and she was petrified. Kept thinking she would be a victim of my scam and lies.
But then I read a few lines and the grammar was all wrong. The hunch grew strong. He was trying to scam me all along, so I blocked his hack and reported the fraud.
Oh, she even blocked my number and my phone calls from abroad.
They'll try to tempt you with rewards and a fake prize.
You shouldn't crumble. You should report these shady guys.
Well, no, not I will survive for as long as I report the fraud.
I know they won't survive.
I've got great advice to give.
Reporting is imperative.
They won't survive.
I won't survive.
Scammers these days have a no new trend.
It's a call from the police, but it's all pretend.
And you'll regret it later if you don't report the call.
But that's not all. They'll get all your details, they'll have it all.
So take their advice and report our lies.
Just call now and give these guys a rude surprise.
I've got great advice to give. Reporting is imperative.
I will survive. I will survive. Hey, hey.
The Dubai Esports Tournament Police Edition is back and underway. We've got Valorant up and on the cards, at least tomorrow. Counter-Strike's up today, and I have to say I'm excited for it. Counter-Strike, we've already had one team head themselves into the finals. Another will soon join them after one more best of 3 on Time to Light. Joining alongside me here is Ramon for this best of 3 series. I gotta say, Ramon, if the player names themselves don't make this an exciting game, I can't say I'd be surprised if the game will do so itself.
Yeah, I mean, we got Nodos, we got Cholo back on Ninjas and Kangaroos, while on Desert Divas, the international all-female team looking to make a splash on the squad, also kind of want to make a name for themselves. So back on the bracket, it has been a very interesting tournament so far. This is a single elimination where best of threes are on the line. We already found the Acme on a 2-1 victory against Elo Delivery on their first try on the board. Already waiting for their next counterpart, where the Desert Divas and Ninjas in Kangaroos gonna be the ones to fight for that spot in the last semifinals that we have for today. So, you know, it's gonna be one heck of a bloodbath, especially with how that first game went. Just a little bit of a recap. It was a reverse sweep all throughout. You just never knew what to expect, especially with the firepower coming out from Acme. Zayed and William really holding on strong with all of their defensive utility. Just goes to show that sometimes the long game will become their best point of offense.
What do you say? Offense wins games, defense wins championships. I think that's the old proverb, at least in American sports. I'll take it as we move into our second semifinal. You said it, Desert Divas versus Team Nick. You said it also, the international female squad coming through. Fun fact, if anybody didn't see this, in North America just yesterday, the first female qualified for North American challengers in Valorant. I just saw this. It was a pretty cool thing. So, you know, congratulations, Bob. That's their game name, at least.
I also saw that actually, Daniel, and that gives me the seal of approval. You know, sometimes, you know, in a male-dominant industry, you know, the women don't actually have like the biggest kind of spotlight. But now we're giving them an opportunity to shine right here in a bracket right now as we head on into our map picks right here. Ancient and Nuke already banned out of the water. Anubis will be our first game with Vertigo going on towards our second map pick, and you know, Mirage being the decider. Well, we already talked about it in the previous, before we head on into our caster scene, that it is not your favorite map. I just want to ask why, because Mirage is actually one of the most, you know, vanilla maps that I've seen, and I'm sure every team has to like find out what the fundamentals are, what the recon time is. Well, what do you think about this map? Why do you hate it?
My main problem is it's played so much. As a caster, like, you see the same thing over and over again. And like the only time I see anything different, ironically enough, is in the Middle East and North Africa region. I see this occasionally. I've casted a couple events somewhat recently around the region, and it's also one of the only times I get to see Anubis, because when I cast North America or even collegiate in North America, nobody picks Anubis. They're allergic to it. So shout out these teams for picking it map 1. But Mirage, I usually want to see a map 3 in a series. Today is not one of those days. It's always the same thing, unless there's a team that has something new. We'll see. We'll go into our game. Map number 1 is Anubis, 2 is Vertigo, 3, should it be required, is Mirage. And I gotta say, coming out of the gates, Anubis picked by Desert Divas, and they are starting on the CT side. So something to keep in mind, Team Nick chose the T side, I'd assume so. And I also have to say, Desert Divas just legging it forward. Team Nick look like a rush of bees on the cards. They're just sending it through. They don't care.
Yeah, just rushing in. It's Nodos with the first pick off. Danya to try and trade out a 1-for-1. Cholo just falling with a 2-for-1 here. With a very quick rush that rewards them with another, with John Wick opening up the cards with a 3-for-1 score, with Desert Divas running it back to see if they can get the retake back on.
But the flank, Armici, with at least 1, does make this a plausible round. The problem is you still need a few shots from distance. Second towards Slab, they find it. A third close left. This is now reasonable should they walk in. The timing, Patron's watching it but still loses the fight. 1 versus 2 and John Wick. It is not planted for them, stuck inside of the connector. The timing may very well get the better of the Desert Divas though. No kit, I don't believe, and I don't think it's going to matter. Armici understands they've lost this round. There's nothing they can do to bring it back. Team Nick, they take the SWAT ideal of strength in numbers, and they take the pistol.
And split positioning too, because they weren't invested on one point of the map. You see somebody is watching up on that backside position. Cholo rushing down just as he's finding one of the anchors here over to the Desert Divas, while they also had main control plus over towards that connector where they needed to look both ways before they crossed the street. But the bad thing about that was they got run over before they got to the finish line.
For all of you SWAT officers or police officers maybe not familiar with Counter-Strike, defuse kits are probably important. It allows you to defuse a bomb at 5 seconds rather than 10. It's only an extra $400, and that $400 just upgraded you from what would have been maybe a MAC-10 or an MP7 to the Galils that just tore apart the Desert Divas. Round 2, not too surprising to say the very least. That's about as expected.
Yeah, just 5 Galils all around. All that they needed to do was just to shoot heads, take names over to the mid side. Lovely to see Desert Divas though attempting the 5-man push. If they wanted to do something crazy, this is the round to kind of do it. Just to try to catch them off guard. But in the helm, it is a 2-0 victory for Team Nick so far. And back on how they started the first round, 5-man rush onto B, and the go comes in.
Flash up should work fairly well, but the swing, oh no, it's a team flash for Tanya, and that may very well do it on the round already. You have the lesser weaponry, you're coming in with an MP9, FAMAS, M4, and a retake. I don't see a... oh, I do see a kit. 2 of them. One on Ramichi, one on Zane. Swing through. 2 picked up, by the way, by Zane's FAMAS. Makes this, again, a reasonable round. But, again, they're stuck against the time. Good swing. As the smoke dissipates, so does the health bar. Zane on 3, but cannot find the 4th. And Ramichi needs to hold W. Understands both players in very different positions. The time not favoring them by any means. They picked up a kit from one of their teammates. They don't understand that the rotation's gone through the close side of stairs rather than the long side of CT, and that'll do it on the round. Ramichi, no shot at this one. They'll just save a FAMA, or no, an MP9? You don't want that back.
No. Kind of want to at least get something for your troubles, especially since they were holding on to this third buy round where Zane, she does open up a pretty good couple of shots here from the connector position, but this is what I like to see from Team Nick. Once they get themselves a space, they can try to go for the forward positions, risk themselves onto the street position. That's where John Wick was able to get the double peek on, gets the spray down through, and does convert from the Galil buy that he had in the previous round. So easy 3-0 from their T side so far, and that's 2 consecutive B rushes that has definitely fallen apart for the defense on Desert Divas. They go back to see if they can get mid control. An early op buy coming out for Cholo. They do try to take themselves, pick around that smoke, but you know, sometimes after some time, it will dissipate, and it will sometimes devalue once that smoke dissipates.
It's also coming down to the time for Desert Divas a few times over. Mid control they've been lacking because they've had to focus a little bit more towards B. They don't have the weaponry in this round. M4 at a couple of pistols, a P250 that's now just taken out. Dania can't do a heck of a lot there, and the Deagle even looking the wrong way. Zane cannot go for the multi-frag she did in the previous round. Just like that, 5v3 and 5v2. MP9 was not going to win that fight.
Definitely not. They also got a cross rotation back over to the water. They're not trying to cross through that smoke too, so they have to deal with a low 18. They decide to just save up the guns anyway. Kind of respectable, trying to see if they can find a straggler around the mids of that T-spawn, but this is also giving a lot of window, a lot of opportunity for Team Nick to go for the forward positions yet again, and you know, it's the same B rush yet all around. This time it's a little bit with a bit of variance towards that connector position where they have more power up from 18. Still pushing through the boundaries that was set up for them. The USB not gonna win the fight against Nodos, and the rest of the squad just running out towards that T-spawn, securing that first round win. And Desert Divas, especially Lily Grills, just running for the hills.
Yeah, this is not looking great early on for Desert Divas. Honestly, having problems early on. Obviously, in this round, you're not going to be able to win it as easily. You had lesser weaponry. Again, you had 3 pistols, P250, USP, Deagle, along with an MP9. You're not going to win it easily. If you are, it's going to take a Herculean effort, mostly from your rifle. Here's where they could step up. The COD gun coming out. First time I've seen an AUG in Counter-Strike 2, at least one that I wasn't using. One of my favorite guns in the game. But I'm a fan of it. Anja, at least early on, hovering it. You're running double... oh, no, I was going to say double op. They had an op on Dania, and it was dropped to Zane. So, still single op, 3 M4s and an AUG. I'm okay with this.
Yeah, I mean, they could still sustain themselves for the longer gunfights, and they could also try to get the first pick off and get themselves back to safety. Although they are secured behind the smokes over towards the main positions, the extremities protected by the utility of Desert Divas. So, what Team Nick has to do is just wait for the utility to, like, bounce back, see if they can... dissipate. He also got forward positions up again from John Wick and Patron, holding the crossover back on main. They're also pressuring Amici to do something, do a forward position, try to see if they can get an angle through over at that fountain. Then again, this is where also Team Nick shines. Passive angles with another from Patron. Cholo falls with a second with the op shot coming through. Danya peeks on it and gets traded by John Wick. It is another op shot from Zane, but through the smoke, she doesn't get anything. The 2 versus 4 in hand now.
It's already a save. It rounds over. You can see disengage already for the Desert Divas. There's not something you can do with this round because of how much you've lost so early. Zayn will be lucky if they stay alive right now. There are 2 players up towards heaven, both of them looking to walk in on them. Swing through, op shot just barely misses. Desert Diva, that seems to be the calling card of this game thus far. So close, yet so far. Pistol round, conversion directly thereafter. They've had the follow-up here, and they've had a nearly flawless round go against them. Patron, the only one to fall, and 5-0 up for Team Nick on Anubis.
And you can respect like Team Nick adding some variety to the mix and how they've been executing, right? If they want to go B for 3 times in a row, they do it with a different variety. They push on a different angle. They don't rush B main 2 times in a row. No, they want the split push, and they do it yet again. Over at A, then they had the A main control where they had the crossover to the fountain position where, well, Amici didn't really have long for the world, right? Now they're able to like get themselves A main control yet again. They have to find out about Zayn, but they're not able. Actually, they are able to get themselves Zayn here before he can get himself to 2K over towards Team Nick. It's a 5v4. And they also defend themselves the main position while also holding down with the USP. Anga has to be ready for this, but she is not.
Yeah, already 2 openings. B site has fallen. Directly thereafter, probably the round. This is starting to become a little bit more of a problem over time for Desert Divas. They're having to recuperate more than they've lost as they're losing it. Lily Girls does find one as soon as a nade goes off at her feet. Dania does a decent bit of damage with the 5-7, but unfortunately now left in a 1 versus 3. Does find the first, switches to the MP9, but cannot actually equip it before they fall. Team Nick, 6-0 already. The streak just continues, and it doesn't seem like it's going to stop anytime soon. Anja tried as much as she could the backside of the cylinder, but it just was not going to go her way.
Yeah, I mean, we call it variety. Now they're going back to, you know, what they're comfortable with. 4-man rushes over at main. The extremities just being pressured onto Desert Divas. But, you know, the map of Anubis doesn't really offer that much variety other than just the main position, split push again over to the mid side if you want somebody to push down, or, you know, he's got a 1-3-1 position here. But Desert Divas, they're the ones being played around like a fiddle. They're the ones being played around timing. And yet again, it is up for Team Nick and their aggression and how they have been, you know, pushing the buttons down on the CT side of Desert Divas. So I'm looking at these players buying up like what must be like a very important round for them. An op over to Lady Grills, the only Filipino representative here for the squad for the whole tournament. It's gonna have to deal a lot here with the really, really important buy that she has for the team. So not much utility, not much to support for the squad. If Zayn wants to do something aggressive, then she has to rely on her own smokes, her own flashes. Anga doesn't really have that much to work with in terms of utility and firepower. Just has to rely on his team or her teammates to try to do something around the map, and that's not really something that you're looking for when this team, Team Nick, is always finding the opportunity to do something across the map.
So now, there are occasions where a game is a 6-0 diff, and we can point out a single thing, maybe 2 things that could change, and maybe it's a completely different story. I don't think that's the case right now. As of right now, you're having a much more difficult scenario for Desert Divas. Not only are they losing opening duels, but they're doing so mostly on the site so they don't have forward pressure. Because they don't have that forward pressure, they lose the site and they lose the player at the exact same time, not allowing the rest of the team to rotate over and maybe save the site from said loss. Team Nick has had very good post plants. It's a heck of a lot of a development, almost all in favor of Team Nick thus far.
It doesn't help as well that the 2 scenarios haven't been playing out for what should be important for their defense. They haven't been winning out the anchoring positions. They haven't been defending the site as well. They've been relying on retaking whenever that they have the opportunity to do so. But when they are retaking, they come up in a 3 versus 5 because the anchor is already dead. Team Nick's already aggressing on the forward positions, and when they're trying to do the mid splits, they're not playing around communication for the team. Like, when am I going to be going for this mid split, right? Then that feels like Desert Divas is issues so far that they should be working out in this timeout so far. Team Nick, on the other hand, they've been playing this to a T. Perfect mid calling all throughout the round. Just starting off with the A main pushes when they are on the pistol, and then doing it 2 times in a row just so that they could throw them on a swivel. Back on B as well, where they also got like really good forward positions, which I kind of want to see John Wick do a lot more in this map, since that looks like it is his win condition. Plus, you also got really good support out for Noose and the rest of the squad, so it's all in good hands so far. In this 6-0, kind of difficult to see it break into a part, you know?
I'm also looking at the development of the defensive side for Desert Divas. If they win this round, then they really have a pushing point. This is not a done half. It's not over. By no means are they out of this one. However, losing this would make things significantly more difficult. This is their third real opportunity at a full gun round. They're running something similar to what we saw last time. Lily Grills on the op, 3 M4s and an AUG for Anja. This is not an unreasonable round for them to pick up, but a spray already going straight in front of a smoke. Patron picks it up. Nade forward goes a little too far. Will do some damage, but will not find a kill, nor allow the smoke to open wide enough for Desert Divas to find the refrag they've been looking for. And just like that, Team Nick have the opening duel. They've lost some HP, but they're more than happy with that.
Not that much effort to get it as well, right? Because Zane was the one who was forward positioning too. Not calling for the flash, not calling for a double peek. No, they just get themselves a free one and possibly a third for 18 as he gets himself the only anchor over at that B site position. This is a lost cause yet again for Desert Divas unless they try to go for the clutch. But looking at their economy so far, it is not looking like the best decision to do so, but they're going to try it anyway. The flank out as well from Anga. She tries to get himself the 1v1 against John Wick. She doesn't have the pistol. It is the AUG. And Armici as well following through with a second. This is a doable round, but 18 shuts the door down. The 1v2 as Patron will lock out Armici away from this round entirely. A 7-0 for Team Nick. They start their campaign with a long streak of wins. And Desert Divas, although they have been trying so hard to defend, trying so hard to the flank, they're not getting the results that they're looking for, and this is looking like a really good start again for Team Nick.
Yeah, 18 with a couple frags there as well. Notably, with 1 HP to pick up the second to last player and really throw off the line of sight for the remaining Desert Divas. Again, a round where they very well could have picked it up, minus a kill or two. This is a much different scenario than what is the norm for a team to go down 7-0. Of the 7 they've lost, 3 or 4 of them you could very reasonably say they could have won, but woulda, coulda, shoulda, they did not, and they've just lost the sight again. Smoke on one side, Molotov on the other. Team Nick has lineups, and very good ones at that. Bomb will go down cleanly so. Cholo finds a follow-up. It's a 5-4v3? 4v1. Never mind. Oh, no.
Yeah. Look, they can't even rotate back through CT. They can't even help the squad trying to rotate back through. And that's just how good these lineups are. And Danya, the only woman alive, just gets destroyed through the smoke before she gets an opportunity to line up the shot through over to Patron. It is another round win for Team Nick. And you can see that they're pushing this much with not much effort, just letting the utilities speak for themselves. Really good mollies all around, trapping the two out of the site itself.
This is becoming more of a problem than they can solve. I think I've said that before, but I will probably repeat myself one more time before at least this map ends. And remember, this is Desert Divas map selection. That is what becomes the prerogative problem for them. We are headed on to a map of Vertigo, which a lot of teams do not like, especially if they do not pick it. And Anja, smoke out, flash straight through it, scopes in, and just barely misses the opportunity. The molly went too far. They were encroached upon before expecting it. And Team Nick, in a back-to-back scenario, will go up 5v3, get the bomb down, and have full site control without all that much of a problem. They will, however, lose a player a little bit earlier this time around.
They also have a double flank here, and Zane's able to get themselves the second frag. Over to the post plat we go. Cholo, up shot, almost gets the whiff. Almost gets the flick here. It's Zane and Danya with another shot over to 18. This could definitely be the first round that they have been looking for so far. And John Wick already backs against the wall, is not able to convert through on Zane. Finally, they break through one round that they have been looking so far, and it's off the back of a double flank out from Zane and Danya that actually gets their first point on the board.
My question is, where was John Wick looking when the original swing came from mid? That was a little confusing for me. How do you let your teammate on site go down as you were looking a different direction? Unless you were looking towards main when the ult fell. A lot of problems there for Team Nick, but finally Desert Divas cross the final hurdle. They jump the final gauntlet and will indeed put a round on the board. They say baby steps. I feel like that's a pretty good one to start off their map campaign.
Sometimes the little things actually matter a lot more when you're losing a lot like this, When you're down multiple rounds like this, you're looking at the silver linings. They do get that one round, and they can build off of it. You got the odd shot yet again, but Patron will open up the site. Armici not able to convert. Anja almost gets the spray transfer, but will convert through after he takes down Nodos. But it's John Wick who makes the difference in the 2-for-1 special.
Look through. Zane wants to try and regain some control here, but the problem is no idea Patron's on the other side of the smoke. One already picked up. Barrel with second scene, and gray screen is Lily Grills. That'll do it for her life. Donnie on a 1 versus 4. This is where you save. Get the heck out of dodge. You've made a sound cue. 18 will be looking at you, and as you walk through, you have gone toe-to-toe, quite literally with 18. They'll dispatch of you fairly quickly. 9-1 here for Team Nick. They recuperate their losses just 1 round later.
Yeah. They did the double push out yet again from the back lines for the second time in a row. Unfortunately, it does not work out yet again. Finally, Team Nick are able to, analyze their play. Yeah, and they're able to analyze that they're trying to see what sticks, trying to see what works. And if it worked last time, it's not going to work out this time around. Trying to see if they can put some variety back into the mix. Go for the same B rush over towards B, where they're going to have to meet against Lily Grills and her MP5. And that does do a lot of damage over to 18, but Patron is the one that opens the site alongside Cholo. 2 versus 4, and yet again, it is the double shotgun out from Armici and Anja, which won't work out since it is one from the front lines and one from the back.
This is not something I've seen a heck of a lot in the MENA region, but I am still here for it. Armici, unfortunately, not going to find anybody looking their general direction. Leg is seen, 1 kill picked up. Second seen, 3rd picked up as well. That makes it a 2v2, and they have help coming from main. If the timing's right, Anja could walk in, and they do finding that. Do they know Cholo's sitting in connector? That's the real problem. Cholo's seen, killed. Do they have the kit? They do indeed. Desert Divas put a 2nd on the board. Who needs better weaponry? We got heavy shotguns, all you need with SG 1014s.
And the best thing about that is both of them get 1,800 in the bank right off of those 2 kills. And that will help a lot in their economy moving forward, right? This is their 2nd round, and although it is a really huge deficit to go forward, every single win does count a lot for their mental and how they're able to approach this game moving forward. So although they are with their backs against the wall, they can still bounce back if they can get the 3-9-1/2. Well, Team Nick are able to get themselves a lot of rounds here. They're still pushing on. No dose. Almost gets another, but I think Lily Girls is gonna be happy that their life is still alive. But 18 will knock down that first frag, and that does spell disaster into the mix because they were bunching on that B site defense.
Patron through mid finds a 2nd. 5v3, and the only defense of this site remains in through main. Missed opportunity for Noose. That does open an opportunity for a flank to set through. Amici, there's the shotgun. There it will go for 1 more. And a 3v3. This retake is not unreasonable. The problem is it looks like all 3 of them will be coming through from main. So a very tunnel-visioned approach may become a little bit more of a problem than they can solve. And there's still a decent bit of utility left over for the attacking side.
Yeah, they're not going to be able to handle the front lines anyway because they're back on the flank yet again. Now over to the main position where they're primed up with the nades, the flashes, all the utility just to whip out whoever is coming from that B-side position. Zane and John Wick, they get 1-for-1s while Zane peeks around the corner and gets a double for her troubles. The 1v2 for Cholo. They try to stick the bomb and they do have the stick. With Zane picking up the last frag on Cholo, it is all good in the Desert Divas hood. A 3-9-1/2 for their CT side. It is not perfect, but at least they get the baby steps moving forward.
And an inordinate mistake for Team Nick in the last round there. That smoke that you saw go through was thrown by them, but it was a little bit too far. What that does is it allows way too much space for the Desert Divas to work with. They can walk out through the smoke and behind the pillar. They can walk out through the smoke and up the catwalk position. They have a lot of space to work with that they otherwise wouldn't have. The new volumetric smokes can be either a curse or a blessing, depending on the team. And Team Nick don't take full advantage of the new mechanic. They end up falling off the back of it. Side to switch, Team Nick now onto the CT side. Pistol round would, I'm not going to say end it, but would most likely put them as shoo-ins. And Desert Divas looking for something similar, but with utility this time, and the same general direction. Smokes up, and they're very good ones.
Yeah, just blocking out of sight lines anyway. 18 with a disgusting shot, just denying Lil Grizz over towards the entry. 2nd, and a lot of damage like that just puts a tumble into the plans of Desert Divas and a third conversion for Cholo. This is looking done and dusted. They're looking to knife her down. They do get one over to Cholo, but look at that. It is another for Team Nick. It is all good in the CT side hood. And what a beautiful defense for Team Nick. It is 18 playing around the pillar, playing around the smokes too.
A more patient play from Team Nick than I think Desert Divas were expecting. As soon as you throw those smokes down, teams do one of two things. Either everybody goes behind them, or everybody sprints in front of them. That wasn't the case for Team Nick. They did a little bit of both. One player sitting around the closed pillar, a second on the backside of the main boxes. You had a little bit of a split position for Team Nick, and Desert Divas really weren't expecting it. Good strategy call, good positional advantage played by the CT side, something we didn't see as much from the Desert Divas, and already that pistol round may very well end the game. One kill picked up by Patron, they're being encroached upon, Tech9's point blank, oh my goodness, a little bit too close for comfort, but it becomes a 3v3. There's a Nova for Noose as well. This round is not over.
Yeah. Also got the flank from Cholo. She gets one, and Armichi does not expect the FAMAS over at the other side of the mid door position. It is another round for Team Nick, and you could say that mid walk was not the most peaceful parts around Anubis, right? You got a really strong approach here for the T side. Really close for comfort on their pistol half, and Desert Divas, they were banking on the idea of surprising the FAMAS player over at mid doors, but they got overwhelmed, outshot, and outgunned before they could even get themselves map control.
This is where the rubber meets the road. Desert Divas win this or most likely lose the game. Their loss bonus will be at about $2,900 a person. They will be stuck between a rock, a hard place, and a heck of a lot of primary weaponry. And more importantly, they don't win this, they are probably looking at a much more demoralizing start to Vertigo, which again, I will remind you, is not their map selection. John Wick hears a small army of utility on their side and just backs away, while 18 doesn't care, just walks through under, finds one, is trying to play for a second right now, has 13 bullets in the FAMAS, and will be dispatched of. But a 1-for-1 trade throws off the timing of Desert Divas, and all three of them are seen on the outside of A. They have to back away.
Yeah, not bad for the exchange here. Even if Desert Divas are looking at a man disadvantage, they can look towards that mid position or very well contest the only guy over at that D site right here, which is Cholo, and the only guy with the FAMAS to hold down the connector position. They're all banking on Zane winning the gunfight over on Cholo, but you also got Patron to deal with, and that's not going to be an easy gunfight. Another shot through from the M4. Again, they need to take care of the anchors and not doing it at the best position. Lily Grills, nice shot through from the grenade. That does kind of make themselves the 1v3. But Cholo just wins the gunfight. That would have been very important to win it out. But Team Nick, they are able to get themselves match point. And one more round will definitely get themselves Anubis.
I went away from it. And more importantly, the holds have been nearly stellar. Nice shot through around the far side of the main box. What Cholo does here, playing around their teammate, is force them to plant in an off angle and forcing them for more control than I think Desert Divas were prepping for. And in doing so, they get forced out of position. They get forced out to the open, more importantly, into a position they had not scouted out prior. And Team Nick take full advantage of it. Information is half the battle. Actually taking the fight the second half, and Desert Divas have been losing both duels on both fronts thus far today. Cholo, with one already, walking up, does not care at all about the fact they're not given this position. They'll just walk through. Moving while shooting, maybe not the greatest idea, but they still do a decent bit of damage.
At least they get themselves something out of this, right? They got Anjo with another shot through from the Tech-9, switching between the Mac-10, and you also got the Nova picked up by Nodos, but it is another shot from the AK-47s. That mid push finally looking to get some stellar results, finally get something out of this with the 4-round scoreline for the side of Desert Divas. Overwhelming against the odds again for Team Nick. They're the ones who also try to poke the bear. Unfortunately, the bear wakes up and mauls them to death with it.
The problem, especially there for Team Nick, is they put themselves in too many different positions without having the same diversity of control they had in previous games. Notably enough, previous rounds, sorry, they didn't extend into the lower side of mid. They didn't extend through mid as much as they would have wanted in previous rounds. Nice opening, make it 2 for Zane with some help from Dania for the second, and just like that, the site's open. A smoke would basically give them the round. It'll be a Molotov instead, arguably even better.
Yeah. At least something to work with this time around. Zane on the entry and looking so sharp as ever to try to get the renaissance going forward for Desert Divas as Team Nick to bounce back with a 3 versus 5, and with their positioning, They're looking to contest against retake this time around. So smokes out with a double nade set up by Danya and Armici. Another shot through from the Deagle, and 18 is looking to strike back against the 4 versus 2. Picks up the AK-47. Does need a nade in hand, but does get swung off by Lily Grills. Met up with a Molotov as well. Does prompt again the save for both of these players on Team Nick. So Armici is going to be able to get a freebie again from No Dose.
Hello.
They do get another round on the board. Really thanks to from Zane and her beautiful entry back on that B site.
I'd be very surprised if 18 survives here. Timing could very well get the better of them. Shoulder seen, but Armici didn't know it. We have the advantage of looking for the X-ray. They do not, so the shoulder may just seem like the outline of the bomb exploding from distance. Advantage, Desert Divas, at least here in the second half. They've won both of the gun rounds they've now had opportunities to do so in. And more importantly, they found a little bit of a circadian rhythm. By no means are they out of the woods. They still need 7 in a row. I'm not even concerned if I'm Team Nick thus far. I really get concerned around round 8 or 9 if they pick it up. But for the time being, just maybe limit some mistakes and play for full gun rounds rather than force buying if required.
Maybe take advantage of the forward positioning for Desert Divas, because if you notice, like Zane and Armici, whenever they get the first blood, they push too far, and if that overheat goes too far, then that's an opening pickup for Team Nick if they're able to find that opening thus far. But again, they're back on the default, the 3-1-1 setup. It's 18 bouncing back through onto Armici. An interesting trade-off immediately that results in the words that B-site execute. Patron finally getting another through onto Anja. The Grills opening the plant thus far onto B. This is when they get themselves an opportunity. Close out the game for Team Nick against Desert Divas.
They have the player advantage. They also have just a singular kit. That's the prerogative. Watch for John Wick, number 6 on the map on the right side of the map itself. 18 will be the first one to fall. Man equalization. Now Danya gives Desert Divas the player advantage down to just 1, and Noose will fall just the same. Desert Divas, even with that player disadvantage, to start off the retake, they play together. The player advantage is the prerogative. And now the lead is halved.
Oh, man. And this is when it gets scary for side of Team Nick, even if they're one step too close, right? Because Desert Divas have been getting these rounds pretty convincingly in the past few. Now they're getting the momentum that they've been looking for, the confidence that they've been looking for. They even forced Team Nick to reset their economy. Back on the pistols, back on the deagles so far for the CT side. Now they need to bounce back, possibly with a really aggressive push on the mid side of things. 18 with a beautiful shot again from P250. And Lee Girls and Anja also getting 2 pieces for their own. Team Nick are looking lost right now. Patron has lost the gunfight against the AK-47, and this is a do or die round for Team Nick, but the Divas are running with it.
Pistol through, only does damage. Armici wins the fight. Noose in a 1 versus 4. Divine intervention. Find whatever god you pray to, and hope it goes your way, because Noose is in a very good position to lose this one. Barring, I'm going to say a ninja defuse, and I was going to say even then would be a far cry. It's not going to happen. Lily Grills will find the kill, and Noose will close it. Or no, Noose will get closed out, sorry. Desert Divas, this is a lot better from them. They seem to be confident in their gunfights. The setups they have at the beginning of rounds has been the important part for them. They've gotten good lineups. They've gotten good setups. They have not made a mistake in the last few. Let's see if that continues.
Yeah. Can they hold that consistency moving forward? This comeback in the making for Desert Divas. I'm wishing that it isn't caster cursed, but for Team Nick, for the sake of them, they are still 1 step away from moving on towards the next map. Try to see if they can reset back up. Yes, the momentum is lost. The heat must have cooled down on their CT side. They haven't been doing proactive pushes anymore. They're letting Desert Divas take the space for themselves. Punished probably from how they have been performing in the next coming rounds, but now they're letting Zane see if they can get the long angles come through. Armici also holding the cross on mid. Cholo getting naded across from that smoke. And, well, they also have an opportunity to spray on through. And it does a bit of damage on towards Zane, making them hesitate to even take B. And, well, you also have a forward positioning back on Lily Grills, all the way back on A. Yeah. If Noose isn't careful.
If you pay attention to this, look at how far spread Desert Divas are right now. The problem is if you're walking in here, timing will get the better of you. Zayn actually does find one, catching Cholo with utility out, but with that kill, they may force a rotation over. A smoke will go towards Connector, a swing from Lily Grills brings that player count back to even, and just like that, it's a completely different round. A nade forward, a little late, but there will be a bomb plant and yet again a post plant here, but on the other site.
Yeah, and the health advantage too. Look at 18. It's basically 2.5 players coming through over to the retake scenario. But they still need to think about their flank, because 18 is the most important player on their side. Patron and 18 finally will deal damage through. And Lily Grills, the Filipino player, has to run on. But it is John Wick. Pulls out the pencil and gets himself another. It is the 13-7. Team Nick closing out Anubis. Not in the perfect fashion, but you could say that was the map that they were looking for, and that was a map that convincingly was on their side all along.
Yeah, I just love the position from Lily Grills. I didn't know that was a corner you could just sit in. This is a little concerning. Watch, this is not cleared from the top. It's not cleared from the far side of Connector either. Nobody knew Lily Grills was even there. Not even the player walking in from main, but it didn't matter at the end of the day. It is indeed the map to go to Team Nick, and you have to say you're a little concerned looking at that again from the perspective of Desert Divas. They had the opportunities. They more than likely had the rounds, assuming they won a couple gunfights, but now they're looking at a completely different game. Moving into Vertigo, not their map selection, not their proving grounds, and more importantly, down a map in the process.
Yeah, so you can tell that that map that they had, Anubis, was something that they were trying to bank on through, trying to see if they can get themselves the one up here in our series so far, but not really going out the way that they wanted to, right? That was so many clutch moments out for the defensive side, and it wasn't as hard as they would have expected it to be, considering that it wasn't their map pick at all. They looked very comfortable on defending the mid side as well as the main extremities on point. You'd also see that a lot of these players out for their defense has also been heading a lot of their shots through. So, moving back on how they perform into this next map is a bit of a question. But if going on first impressions alone, well, it's looking pretty darn clean so far.
Yeah, I have to say, looking at Desert Divas, they have many good showings, many good opportunities to show better into this second map, but they have to open up well. That's the prerogative for them, opening kills in individual rounds and opening rounds in the game as a whole. They cannot go down as much as they did here. What, 12-3 to open the game? They had a 9-3 first half, and that was mostly surrounding the last couple rounds of the half itself. They need to be better to start. Comebacks are possible, but not always probable. You need to put yourself in a good position from the beginning. We'll see if they can do that as we head into Vertigo. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, more of Desert Divas and whether they can stay alive or if it's a sweep for Team Nick. The Dubai Esports Tournament SWAT Edition back and off underway as the Desert Divas need some help as they move into Vertigo. Maybe not their final resting place in the 51st floor. Maybe they had the home field advantage. Anubis, a little bit more of a desert, their own map pick. Hopefully something goes better for them as we move into Vertigo. I'm Time to Light, and alongside me here is Ramon for Team Nick up against Desert Divas. And a 13-7 first map victory for Team Nick. Clear and obvious advantage for them, Ramon, as we move into Vertigo.
Yeah, I mean, not the best of starts for the Desert Divas, but if you're looking to bounce back, it has to be right now. But then again, they're not on really good territory so far. It is not their map pick. This is where Team Nick looked to shine through with an easy 2-0, but they're up against Desert Divas. They're looking to shine back on towards that CT side where they're going to try to defend against a very heavy stack towards that stairs position where Danya is holding the tall box. Holding the stairs position with, again, 2 kills off the back of this pistol, and a double out for Danya is looking so strong for their defensive so far. Cholo with a second frag. The USP's looking so sharp on their side with the 2 versus 2, and they're also very low, so Team Nick have to be careful.
Where's the bomb going to go down? That's the real question here. Flash through, very good. Will allow them to get that bomb down. That's the space created that they needed. USP with 22 health and a Glock with just 44. But Lily falls off the map. Oh no! Anja now left alone. 1 versus 2. A clutch to start. Different to back when we had round 1 of Anubis. Anja does have not only utility, but a kit as well. So time is not as much of a factor, but she's only got about 15 seconds to hop on the bomb and start at least that defuse. And the problem is, not only from distance, but close range, there's no direct angle on either player. That timer now down to 5 seconds for her to start off. Finds a first kill, needs to start a tap, needs to do something. We'll try to stick through. There's just not enough time in the day. Desert Divas cannot win a pistol. 0 for 3 already. And you can't even survive with your kit. Nothing going the way of the Desert Divas.
And what happened here? Because Lily could have been here with Anja going for the 2 versus 2 in hand, but she falls out of the sky.
She went for the jump around the corner of CT. And she missed it.
I mean, the risk is there. The reward was definitely there, but man, the result was not what they were looking for. Leaving Anja, that 1v2 was not on their bingo card whatsoever.
All things considered, Anja did not play that poorly. You still had the kit. You had an opportunity. Just, if you're in that time crunch, you have to go for the kills. You cannot wait for them to come to you. And that was just the timing. Team Nick sending it over on towards this A side. This is not going to go well. I'm no omniscient person, but just full weaponry rushing a site. There is a flank coming through. All 3 players walking into Noose, finding 1. P250, it's actually the USP of Armici that finds the second. That should just about do it. 1 player on each side. Dania has no opportunity to play with their teammate, and yeah, now just a P250 and a dream. It would be a near miracle for them to pick this one up, and yeah, no divine intervention. Team Nick go up 2-0.
Yeah, and for Desert Divas, they just have to forget about those first 2 rounds because it has been sailing all throughout for Team Nick. That push onto the ramp position without that much contention, that is a good sign moving forward on their T side. They also didn't need to think about that sandbags position. They didn't put a molly on it. They didn't put that much smokes and utility, so they're saved up for the next coming round. So looking at it, Desert Divas are looking for a buy round this time on the 3rd. Another proactive position over at that short side. Anja holding it back with Lily Grills to see if they can defend those 2 angles, of course. Back on ramp for Team Nick are looking to strike first yet again. Now they put the utility down. Now they put the mollies down.
The util already. 18 with the opening. Down goes Armici. Swing from Anja. They goalpost 2 players, shooting right between them. That's not where you're aiming for. At least not in CS2. And already a 2 versus 5. Bomb will go down safely. Not a heck of a lot that could have been done about it. Zane is stuck between a rock, a hard place, and a wall. As soon as you swing this, you should fall. John Wick was looking the wrong direction, though. The other side of main was occupied. And now Dania has split between Patron like 2 ships in the night. 1 kill found. A switch for a second. This becomes a reasonable round, but a flank now behind her. She had no idea Patron was in CT. And Zane now needs a miracle. They want to pick this 1v2 up. 1 player oranges, the other one catwalk. They do have a kit. They do have an opportunity. They do have the shots. Even the second kill picked up, but they just do not have the time. They'll try to stick, but they just will not have it. Team Nick, 3 consecutive, but 2 of them extremely close. Desert Divas still neck and neck, just cannot get the rounds themselves.
And pushing out to the smoke, Danya just catching them with their pants down yet again. Already the double pickup, and Zane already needing just those 2 kills to close up it again. That was a clinical shooting out to the CT side, but Team Nick, they just had the man advantage. They just had the numbers advantage, already forward positioned, up to see if they can get themselves the rotation. But yet again, Zane has the forward position flashed out, almost getting one, but it is a beautiful second frag. 18 did get Patron. That is not what they were looking for, and not the result that they were hoping. A 4 versus 4. They're trying to see if they can convert through onto Anya. They do, though, with the 3 versus 3 now.
3 versus 1. Ermici, USP, no armor, no kit, no utility, no hope, no kitchen sink. It's not looking great. It's not. It really isn't. Desert Divas having problems from the start, but you can see in each individual round they're bringing it close. Even here with the USP, you have an arguable shot, albeit not a good one, but an arguable shot.
They're low too.
All 3 players low, yeah, well, 2 of them at least. 33 HP on 18, 40 on Cholo. The back scene, 1 shot lands, but not for enough damage. Cholo will just go down to 20, and Armici will save a USP. I don't even know if they're going to pick up another weapon. This is questionable. Hopefully they find an exit kill? No, not that lucky. 18 will survive with 2 HP, and it is a 4th consecutive for Team Nick.
Yeah, not the best start yet again, and looking as reminiscent as ever from their first map of Anubis. Team Nick still as consistent as ever. John Wick and the rest of the squad looking to get themselves an easy 2-0, while Cholo is leading the charge with 6 kills very early on. You could say the team play is there so far with how they have been performing with their mid pushes and how they have been looking to strike back whenever they have the opportunity to do so. Desert Divas, Tanya back on the op, and the long angle shot does come through again from the second refrag over to Cholo. This is a beautiful opportunity for Tanya to take over. That is if she is not flashed, not mollied, and not up from the refrag, not from Team Nick.
Oh, good swing. Molly puts up a pseudo smoke, but Danya still finds a third. On for the ace if her teammates give her the opportunity. Nade will go far. Doesn't play all that much of a factor. An 18, still on 100 HP, but Patron not so lucky. They are tucked cubby, and they have no opportunity of getting away from one. If they jump away, they're hurt. If they run away, they're seen. If they try either of the two, it's basically a done deal. 18 will fall. It is 16 HP total for Team Nick in a 1 versus 4. Timing cuts the better of Danya, but it's Anya there with some help. And the round for Desert Divas on the board a little earlier than we saw them back in map number 1. And they have a heck of a player to do it for them.
Danya, yet again, back-to-back rounds where she has found impact in the round. Finally, they break through with the first off of these beautiful op shots. The re-peak was perfect. Those 3 kills were impactful and definitely slowed down the push for Team Nick, almost as if they were running into a tour de force. That's a different FPS that I'm thinking about. Now, they are looking to bounce back. It's a 1-4 scoreline for Desert Divas. They're looking to use this as sort of a catalyst for what is their possible second round, but Danya has let the first player cross, misses the shot from the first, and Zane, well, I almost thought that she actually loses the timing out from Noose. She actually does punish him down.
The walk in though, Cholo has found the kill onto Danya, and they're gonna get the bomb down. 18 just needs to get in the right default position. Walk in, good nade, opens some space and division for both sides, but the spray's just not going the way of Desert Divas. Only opens the smoke for them to fall straight through. Anya does not have the support. The rotation coming through from T-spawn and from mid. So, watch for that flank to start to set through. Patron is currently watching it, something they have to be more than cognizant about. Molotov will miss, go to the close side, but there's still an opportunity for the Desert Divas. No kill picked up by that flank. The walk-in from Anya, though, goes for 2, make it a third. 1 versus 1 with Patron. Taking out the flank, can they take out the final? You better believe they can. Team Nick, stop the bleeding. They stop Desert Diva in their tracks, and they pick up right where they left off, a 5th round on the board.
The firepower on for Angato. Again, back on the Ogbai, and is the one to open up the space. Back on that CT position. Cleared out air condition. Plus, they also got the reload to see if they can get themselves that one. Almost getting the flick onto the last person alive for Team Nick. They got another 5-1. Very close to call. Desert Divas are the ones back on the buy, and lo and behold, a different person is holding the op this time around, and Lily Grills need to put her name back on the server. Anga, beautiful shots through onto Patron, but John Wick is there to trade at the 1-for-1. But they do walk into the crosser of the up from Lily Grills. Gets the Tech 9 out. Also gets the pistol, but Noose is the one who wins the gunfight.
2 versus 3, and now Desert Divas with that advantage. The cross doesn't go 18's way, but somehow they still win the fight. At this point, the 2v2 favors Team Nick. Not only is there a little bit of utility available on Cholo, they still have on-site pressure as well. Watch for that smoke to dissipate. Keep an eye on whether they clear the close side of it. They may be more than cognizant. A flash up. Do they know how close it came from? They seem to be aware 18's hiding somewhere, but that lack of vision is really cutting them off. They check under. They don't check the orange boxes, though, and that lack of clearance doesn't end up costing them. Danya will still find the kill. They try to hop on the bomb. Danya still cognizant of Cat, but cannot find the kill in the process. An 8 forward, absolutely no vision, no spatial awareness. Danya will fall looking the wrong way, and Cholo even survives. Team Nick 6 up.
Probably thinking that he was inside the smoke too, because look at where she's positioning herself. She thought that they were ringing around the Rosie towards the smoke. Beautiful positioning for Cholo in that 1v2 scenario, almost having the opportunity to defuse the bomb too, because Desert Divas were well aware that nobody was holding down that ramp position after they take control over that position too. So Team Nick given a gift back onto the 6th round win, and they go back to the ramp position that won them the previous round.
Already basically taking most of the site. They have 5 players all within about 10 meters of it. Patron finds the opening. I don't think anybody else is even in the general vicinity of it. They try to play defense maybe from heaven or on the CT side, but there's not a heck of an opportunity to do it. Danya rotates over, but they don't even have the space to work with. And watch for that extended play on the left side of your screen. I don't know who it is. I can't read the name. I'm pretty sure it's Patron. It is. Elevated on the outside of the 51st floor. Is this position cleared? It is, as a matter of fact. And now with a 2v3, it gives Desert Divas more space. Bomb plant in the exact same position it was last round. But this time, both players stacking up on Catwalk compared to what we saw earlier. And both of them dispatched of in the same instance. Should have the time. They do have the kit. And they will, at the end of the day, have the round. Team Nick. Oh, wait. No, they don't have it. They didn't have the kit.
No, they don't.
They hopped on it too late. Oh, I can't believe it.
No.
I thought they had the kit. How did they not have a kit? No one has a kit. They had so
Daniel,
much money.
The worst thing about this was it was 3 times that they attempted to tap the bomb.
One.
One.
Wait, look at the time. Okay, so the bomb timer needs to be dead even with the 90 degree. So if it's stuck right there, they actually switch diffusers. If it's stuck right where we saw it tapped the first time, they win the round. But because they swapped people who are diffusing it, they lose it. That's insane.
Yeah, imagine. That was that close. It was that beautiful. Out for Zane yet again. Gets another. That must be something that's lingering in their minds right now. If that doesn't tilt you, I don't know what does. They go back towards CT, see if they can defend back on through. Danya with a double kill. That usually will fuel you up, but 18 and John Wick, they just killed the momentum back down to the 2 versus 2. So we can be back to the retake scenario. Ang again back on killing the momentum that Team Nick is building up for themselves. It's out for 18 in the 2 versus 1.
Oh, I love this split perspective. This is my favorite thing we've done all day. Nade being prepped, this will miss. The flash, however, will not. Should extend properly as they walk in. Will the first player be seen? The arm is, so is the head. First kill picked up, the second one not so much. That's the kill they needed. Anya finds the frag, has the kit, and regardless of if they did or not, they would have had the time to defuse all 10 seconds. Desert Divas do put a second on the board, much more labored than it probably should have been. And at the end of the day, they could probably be down only 5-4 at this point, but just a couple rounds the difference, and just like that, they're down 5.
Yeah, not so bad. Not so bad compared to how they performed on that first round, where now they're making proactive pushes. Now they have good decision making, where you actually have somebody in their minds who is going to be the one to open that space up. It has been Anga all throughout, 10 kills to her name. And if nobody's picking up the op, then it's usually Danya. It's usually going to be Lily Grills. You have all these role players already finding form into these next coming rounds. But this time it will be that 5-man Tech 9 rush. Got a beautiful shot again from John Wick. A second from the Tech 9, opening up the space. But Zane is here to play, and he's here to back her teammates up.
Watch for the flank, though. Keep an eye on this. Danya rotating in is heard. The Tech 9 close range, no idea for Danya. They'll fall, but there is a refrag. The auto shotgun does find the kill. No bomb plant just yet, as Patron is again elevated on the outside of the 51st floor. A very odd position for them to play, considering they have not planted yet. The rotation has not gone to B either. and it doesn't seem like this position is noted. Zane has no idea, and they'll run away. This will be a bomb plant on the side. Patron falls off the map. I swear, bro.
Please.
Accidents on the job site. The count has gone up to 2, but Noose still has an opportunity. Close range in elevators. If they catch Zane looking the wrong direction, or even with timing, it could be the round. Nope. Noose looks the wrong direction. Patron falls off the map, and a comedy of errors. Desert Diva's going to 3.
Second time. Guys, you gotta remember what we're playing here, man. It's vertigo. Everybody falls off this map if you're not aware of your corners, where you're looking from, where you're walking towards. It's the second time that we get themselves that one, but that actually is on the benefit of Desert Divas. They're able to bounce back through over to mid position. Tanya looking towards Lee's finding the flankers around that mid side. Nick had the opening here, but because Patron fell off the map, off the face of the earth, they have forgotten that round. Now they need to bounce back again. Back on the buy round we go. Angat not picking up the M4A1S, is looking to try to bounce back through again to defend the other side of the map, while Danya is all on her lonesome, holding down that long position. And with the smokes down, with the stairs position in check, that is when they know they're executing, and that is when they call for the retake scenario. Danya holding her nerve with a double kill. Patron and John Wick, they are bounced off the face of this vertigo map, as they do finally get Danya and Zane to fall through yet again.
Danya, the defender of the B site. Ermici on the outside of the smoke. As it dissipates, 18 ends up finding the jump on them. One picked up, make it a second for Noose as they have help as well. Lily Grills now alone. We've seen clutch scenarios not go the way of Desert Divas. Lily Grills does not fall off the map this time around, and more importantly, finds the kill in the process. The backside of the orange boxes, though, it's ring around the rosy, and it's Noose to pick up nothing. Desert Divas make it a 4th. They go 3 consecutive rounds. They have found their rhythm.
They can actually get themselves this momentum moving on forward, then we might actually have a different story. A very interesting half so far, and if you look at the buys for the T side, Team Nick don't have the best economy moving forward, so this is looking as done and dusted unless they pull out something weird this time around, something to surprise Desert Divas, especially on their T side of things. They're the ones controlling the tempo. Desert Divas are the ones closing the rounds entirely. Danya back on defending, but it is Zane that pushes forward onto Cholo. The smokes are up, which kind of gives Danya a little bit to play with, but does get surprised. The MAC-10 opens up the site yet again.
Zane on the flank through CT. How do you lose that fight? Oh no. Elevated, you had the positional advantage, you had the weapon advantage. Lily Grill's now trying to walk into B. Molotov will go on target, but not find anybody. The bomb, however, is down in mid. That's the prerogative part here. Flash through, smoke as well. No easy vision. A run boost, I feel like, could be cooked up here and probably work. But Lily Grill's just watching through. Finds one. The second onto 18 as they look the wrong direction, but it is still a 2-for-1 trade. Makes this, albeit a reasonable round, but not one that's done and dusted just yet.
Yeah, and they also had the 4 versus 2 before Lily Grills just held off her own smoke. It's going in the way of the defense this time around, and they're just trying to see if they can get the bomb back down, but it is controlled by the mid player all around. Nodos finally will damage through onto Anga.
No
and John
way.
Wick follows with a MAC-10 kill. The timing was not there for Lily Grills. She was looking the wrong way as the swing comes through for Nodos. A beautiful 4-8 actually. With the T side of Team Nick, we're looking as strong as ever. Not the perfect side that you're looking for from their Anubis pick, but they're still on a beautiful spot to take over.
They've improved. That's what matters. They've improved. They're on the T side. It seems like they are a fan of the T side a little bit better. We saw that back on Anubis. I do feel a little bit bad for Lily Grills. You stare at Guardian for like 15 seconds, and as soon as your teammate dies, you look for the refrag, and then the player Guardian swings you. That's just such a feels bad man moment. Team Nick, I'm not going to say this pistol round will end it. It didn't in the previous map, but again, it would put them in a prime position to close it much easier. John Wick, I don't know if they saw anybody there. Now, Cholo will, and a small army of players run at them and will drop them down. Already the opening duel going the way of Desert Divas. A second now for Lily Grills around the back side of Catwalk and make it a 3rd as Zane steps up once more. 2 versus 4 as only one's picked up. That may very well be the round, and Noose out in the open cannot do anything. 18 alone will find nothing just the same. Desert Divas, second half pistol, their first of the series. First pistol round, at least, and on the board in the second half early.
See, this is what I was looking for. Confident pushes all around. They didn't even check the sandbags position. They didn't even bother to split around that short position because they wanted to hunt for the frags. These pistol rounds, they haven't been Desert Diva's best friend all throughout the series, but this may be the one that can catapult them back onto possibly the winning condition here in towards that vertical position. Patron pushing with the MP9 does not work out against the Lily Grills. Overwhelms them with numbers and the MAC-10 in hand as well. Following a second again from their aggressive mid pickoff. The MAC-10 rush is just working all around, and you could tell that the vibes are back from the T side as Zane picks up another.
18 is in an ace clutch scenario with an MP9. Do they get cleared? Danya doesn't immediately. Hold the phone. 1 kill picked up. This is not unreasonable, albeit Herculean effort required, but now with the USP, yeah, it's not gonna happen. Sorry, dude. I think Danya's M4 is dropped off the map, but 18 will fall. Desert Divas bring the lead back to 2. This is a dangerous prospect for Team Nick.
Yeah. Because then, if my calculations are correct, they're going to be forced into an eco scenario, and Team Nick have to either play the passive game or they let Desert Divas be the ones to dictate the pace for them, which are both in the worst scenarios that they could have on the CT side of things on Vertigo. Desert Divas, well, thriving on aggression now that they got the pistol round, now that they got the buy round conversion. Well, how do they do when it is the buy round for Team Nick? Once this round proceeds, right? Once this round kind of concludes itself.
I like the timeout call. Team Nick, I'm looking at their money. They shouldn't be able to fully buy here because of the slight investment in the previous round, but at a bare minimum, they'll still be able to stick around, maybe force up a little bit, make it somewhat reasonable. I don't hate this, but I gotta say, you're looking at money. Don't look any further than Eastside, our title sponsor of the event. I gotta say, I didn't know how in-depth their work was until I saw the ad just open up the show. We were given like the lowdown on all 3 of our sponsors at the beginning a couple days ago, our run through with the event, but I gotta say Eastside kind of blows my mind.
I know, right? And, just makes it show that they value the events that we have so far moving forward, because this is like the 3rd time that they have sponsored the Dubai Police Esports Tournament. So thank you so much, Isad, as well as XPX and Zawi by BenQ for powering the Dubai Police Esports Tournament. It has been a blast so far. I'd like to give my thanks as well to 404 Esports for managing the whole thing. It has been a pleasure all throughout, not only in this tournament, but in the previous tournament as a whole. As we're back into the game, Desert Diva is back on the T side where they save most of their guns. Danya with a very ballsy AK-47. In my eyes, that shows that she has confidence to move forward as she should. Because all throughout this game, she has been packing up multi-frags, almost like she owns them.
I mean, she kind of does. 16 and 11 was the main defender of the B site back at the CT side, and now that she can be the one to determine where she goes rather than the T side determining where she goes, this is a much more dangerous prospect. I don't know if I like the AK buy here, but if you're going to buy anything, might as well purchase up full nades forward, basically a small barrage of utility onto the site. There's not a heck of a lot you can do here if you're Team Nick. You've just got pistols. You will have a full rotation, and there will be a flank. Somebody keep an eye on that. John Wick's on a flank, albeit a long and a very long developed one, but something still to keep an eye on. And goodbye, Patron.
Oh well. Well, something to celebrate if you are in Desert Divas, right? I mean, you're holding them back around the smokes. You also got another from Lily Grills. The MAC-10 looking to be a very comfortable buy as they move towards the site itself. Beautiful shots again from 18, but Zane gets a nice 2-piece from the MAC-10 that she's got from the previous gun. It's another 7th round win for Desert Divas. Just a 1-round game as we move on towards the buy round of Team Nick.
We are to within 1. Desert Divas have brought it back. This is the closest the game has been since either the technical start of the game, or if you really want to get down to it, the start of last game. It has not been a close affair, barring the second half of map 1 and or the last few rounds. Desert Divas have really shown they belong. Remember, the score was 7-1 at one point in favor of Team Nick. Since then, it has been 6-1 the other way, and Desert Divas have brought it not only to within 1, but now with an opening kill, have a more than reasonable shot at picking it up. This bonus round even looks better for them, considering Lily Grills just subbed out a MAC-10 for an M4, and they've looked flourishing on the T side.
Yeah, not much cost as well. if you think about it, because it kind of looks like 18 kind of gave it back to them. Considering the buys, this is now well done and dusted. Well, unless Team Nick have something to say about Desert Divas and their very aggressive push up them ramp. Smoke's out, Flash is ready if they're able to get themselves the opportunity to do so. Trying to see if they can get a straggler, but as the smoke dissipates, Cholo is able to find himself one onto Armici. But that's an open bomb plant over towards B, and they most likely Team Nick have to go back to the 4 versus 3 and retake that plant.
Let's see, lack of utility. A flash, a smoke, and a nade. There goes that flash. It will be thrown through early. The Molotov down. They'll play straight through it. A decent bit of damage done. One player falls. Patron down to 9 HP. Now in a 1 versus 1. It's the headshot required. They find that and the body follow. Patron will clutch. Team Nick will stick around. And that lead rejuvenated to 2. The comeback shut down for the time being is Desert Divas. Again, the final hurdle, they just have difficulties crossing.
You gotta give some credit though, because that was great utility usage from Danya as she's holding off the long angles. Unfortunate, because Patron was also watching around the smoke, trying to dodge away from the utility. Almost kind of negates the movement that his teammate also was pushing towards that molly, kind of results in his death. But we can forgive about that. Sometimes the wins matter, even if these come at a cost. But Team Nick, they'll be happy to take this win. They'll be happy to push on outside of the smoke. And 18 feels prepared for the push, but Armici actually wins the fight.
I love that call. Usually teams will swing crouching or standing and just stick with it. What you do by crouching in the middle of your fight is you just throw off the angle of your opponent. They're expecting a headshot angle. You crouch in the middle of the fight, they're like, oh wait, I not only have to control my spray, but aim lower? That's where I usually die when I play this game. That's why I cast. There's a reason for it.
We're not players.
Desert Divas. Yeah, I it's one of those do as I say, not as I do. I know what to do, but not how to do it. You get the idea.
Yeah. That's why we cast. We don't really play or coach this game. But John Wick does have a beautiful timing over to Zane, but Danya does get the 1-for-1 yet again. This is where the buddy system actually works out on the T side, because if they're walking, well, hand in hand, striking map control, then it's always going to be that one pick off that normally will result in a trade, which does benefit the T side for Desert Divas. They're looking to bounce through with another shot through the mid side, but Noose, again, a beautiful shot towards Armici, and that is a free upgrade back on the rifle, giving another 3 versus 2 conversion from Team Nick. That is unless Desert Divas are able to get themselves that plant, and that will force Team Nick on the time on the T side of things.
They've got the molly. This is where you need to put the bomb down. Don't over-aggress. No, Danya does that and wins the fight. Even better, arguably. My bad. I didn't know your game. Now, Patron, angle from distance, plays around the backside of the generator, smokes the opposite side, fakes the fact they're walking in from main, and they'll play from behind. They've got help as well. Damage and a kill. Cholo with some support, but extremely low HP, and it looks like Patron's just gonna stick the bomb. They faked it to start, but no idea for Anya. The ninja comes through. Get a kill afterwards as well, and Anya falls. Just like that, double digits for Team Nick.
Yeah, pros don't fake at all as Patron professionally takes business and matters into his own hands, as they were using the 2 versus 1 as a way to ninja defuse the bomb. Cholo was a huge sacrifice for the cause, and the fact that he also gets the last frag onto Anya just makes it so the double digits come through without that much cost. And again, back on the money situation. Yes, it is not perfect for Team Nick, but they needed that round so badly because Desert Divas were definitely on the trail for them.
Flash over. Desert Divas, the opening kill, may very well be the pivotal part of this game. Patron with 1, swings for a second, but does get caught out. Basically a nullified opening, and a nade towards Noose does open up even more. A heck of a lot of utility thrown towards mid, but keep an eye the other side of the map. That's 18 dropping Lily Grills and the bomb in B main, and they have support from Cholo in the process. So yes, Desert Divas does have site control, but no, they don't have the bomb to play off the objective, and it seems like they just now realize that. The issue is there's a flank from the other side. They think the B side is safe, but John Wick on the flank One scene, the trigger being held, looking for the second. He may very well be able to find it, does not see the second. Armici takes full advantage, but seemingly will fall. And now the flank back the other way. It is the Uno reverse card slammed down on the table, but Armici will still be left alone in the process. And they have no easy way to play around. Both players swing at the same time. No way you're winning both fights. And Desert Divas down 4 now. Call a timeout.
Please, because they are dealing with a man who is functioning on sheer will and a man full of focus. This guy has single-handedly gotten himself the best timing in this round, just bamboozling everybody on the stairs position as they were getting, or trying at least, to regain the bomb back in hand. I was wondering who actually got themselves the perfect kill, the impact frag to actually get the objective down. I believe it was 18.
Yeah. It was 18 the extension through B main, because Desert Divas didn't extend there as early in the round as they needed to. And now this is a declaration from Desert Divas. Look at this. It is 3 MAC-10s, a Tech 9, and an MP7. Look at their loss bonus, 2,900. Because they're buying here, they will not have the cleanest of buys next round. So if they lose, they're basically putting themselves up against an impossible gauntlet, coming back 5 consecutive rounds without even an economy to start it.
Well, putting themselves on thin ice at a risk of a reward of getting this round, well, you know, I can respect that, but not the smartest decision. It's a 5-man squad rushing down that ramp position as slowly as possible against John Wick. The impact fragger from the previous round has made his presence known over at ramp. Does back off to safety and does give space over to Desert Divas, who wins the fight on short. That is the 1-for-1. Patron will do good to get another, with John Wick reconvening back on that heaven position, just getting the 2-for-1. Not looking good for Desert Divas. They are walking on thin ice, and they are well aware of that.
Patron playing outside this, they will get the bomb down safely. On the backside of this smoke, a resmoke of Patron will allow them some more space to play through and cut off the line of sight of Zane. They will only have a very marginal angle, the top right corner. A resmoke of main as well becomes a little bit more contentious. They already have full main control on this T side. Will it be clear? That's the question. 18 wins the fight against Anya somehow. The spray down for Zane finds a follow-up, and 18 now coming up from main needs to find 2 players playing a ring around the Rosie with the site itself. Distance missed. That may very well do it. The spray on the other side doesn't land, but it will second time around. Zane will find it. Desert Diva stay alive, and the declaration of a force will work in their favor.
Yeah, finally, and just barely does so again, with operating on full instincts and rushing towards the ramp position with John Wick. His decision to give the space up to Desert Divas kind of makes it the decision that gave them the win this time around, because they were able to take the space on, look for the forward positions yet again, and those MAC-10s are singing on the Desert Diva squad. They look to bounce back on the ramp position, knowing that they're fighting against the pistols this time around. John Wick says nope for the second time in a row. He just gives the ramp position up because he knows that he cannot contend against these people.
So the call is wait for the flank to come through. One picked up by Zane, but they do get the trade back the other way. And now a follow-up for Cholo. A 2 versus 3, and they should be able to pick up a rifle. 18 does just that. They came into this round with just pistols across the board. They now have a 1v2 with a P250, but nothing to come of it. 9 on the board for Desert Divas. They bring it back to within 2, make this a more than reasonable Vertigo. Again, this is not their map selection. By all accounts, they should be down and out already, but they have sustained. They have been resilient. Not only back on Anubis, but now in our second map of Vertigo just the same. They're sticking around. They're not out of this one just yet.
Yeah, and picking up these 2 consecutive wins have become what must be something that's been juicing them back up. Their money is looking at the best spot. They also have the insurance. If ever that they lose the round, then they can also buy up as many guns as they need against Team Nick. And yes, it is their buy round yet again, but if they actually get the win yet again against Team Nick this time around, then they're forcing them on the worst of states in terms of financials. So have to be careful about their next move now. 18 is poking the bear up onto that stairs position the second time in a row. She has to be the impact player, but Tanya moves into the site with that much conviction. Second frag up for Lily Grills. John Wick following with a second as another out for the defense team. Nick looking to bounce back after 2 consecutive losses against Desert Divas, with Anga and Danya looking to strike first against News, and they do so with conviction.
The nade, that may very well do it. Danya's still alive, has owned B thus far today, wins a follow-up fight, should know that Cholo's on the flank. The suppressed M4 does not mask your presence that much, but it will still give them the opportunity to play in the round. Flash around the corner does not land. Danya still has full vision and an opportunity to play for the fight, and swings with perfect timing. Cholo gets caught, the lack of information catches them away, and Desert Divas back to within one once more.
One round game, folks, and Desert Divas are looking to strike back in the second game. Team Nick, they were up double digits so far in towards this game, but my god, what a beautiful recovery for the Divas. Danya with a much needed 3K back on the round, and yet alone back on the pistols. Team Nick, they need to bounce back to see if they can get themselves match point, but these P250s are not going to pack a punch.
What?
John Wick flashed off the map, and they also get in the receiving end of these pistols. Back on the AK-47s, Armichi with a double. They also are pressuring that short position, where they also trap down Patron, who has nowhere else to run but die. And Noose going to be the last frag here. Anga with a beautiful shot yet again from the AK. It's 11-11. Make a wish, time to light, because this has been one heck of a game, and Desert Divas are looking to come back in this series.
You sound like my girlfriend every time it's like 11-11 or 5:55 or something like that. She goes, make a wish, and crosses her fingers and says something to herself. That's, wow. It seems like Desert Divas made a wish earlier, because 11-11, they've brought it back. They've gone, what, 7 of 10 rounds? They were down 7-1 to start, and now this full rifle round could very well decide the series, if not just the game. I cannot believe they brought it back. Danya, a one-woman wrecking crew, 26-17. The next closest on the team is Zane at just now passing the 20-bomb mark. But an AWP and an M4 are holding a cross angle towards the bottom of main. This is a statement. Cholo, however, with the opening kill, almost a second. Would help with John Wick. There is the second.
Yeah, and they're just holding down this ramp position almost like a fortress, and Cholo has no fear. A second from the op, and this might very well be match point if Team Nick are able to secure Danya with that much force. A triple from the op that Cholo holds in his hands. The answer to their problems, it is Cholo all throughout with the double defense back on ramp, where John Wick assists the vanguard that is Cholo. One more round to go. One more to knock Desert Divas out of the map, out of the tournament, and out of the series altogether.
OT is still a possibility. AK is available. A MAC-10 has to be concessed for Zane. But everybody has utility. On the other side, Team Nick, everybody has utility, and everybody has a kiss, so that timing becomes a little bit less of a factor. No rush this time around, at least not immediately, but Cholo, forced away, already has to recuperate their losses, throw a Molotov, and get the heck out of Dodge. At least if they can do so safely. Zane with the smoke, they're setting up the full push on towards this site, but they lose the opening kill. That may very well be the turning point.
Oh man, John Wick always so reliable with getting these first blood conversions, and this may very well be the dagger, because they got 3 out of 1 that Desert Divas were looking to strike first on towards that ramp position head on. So the Grills and Anga, they called towards the rotate, see if they can regroup, see if they can get a straggler, a flank watch coming down, but nobody's looking towards their backlines anymore. They're all held up defending both A and B as we consider this.
So, Desert Divas have the opportunity to take B here. They have the true 2v1 as it stands, but the longer they wait, the more Team Nick are likely to look this general direction. Noose caught with a smoke out, lucky to be alive, and now will no longer be. The rotation is here though. 18, the final line of defense before the bomb will certainly go down. There's not that extra space to do so. As it starts to go through inside the smoke, the spray does damage and will deny it in the process. Anya now needs a 1v3. Needs to clutch and needs to step past the 20 bombs she's already dropped, but she cannot drop anything else except for off the map. 51st floor won't even be her final resting place, as the Desert Divas are sent home and Team Nick go to the finals.
Team Nick have shown that they are destined to actually get themselves high up in the Dubai Police Esports Tournament SWAT Edition, and they are looking ever so deadly, and their opposition looking to see if they can get a 1-up against them. But Acme, they're gonna have to be very good about this matchup, because this is gonna be do or die for both of these teams. Ninjas and Kangaroos have shown that they can dominate back on this map in particular, Desert Divas, they had a really respectable showing, especially in the second map in particular. Danya, always the fragging, always the star to watch out for on their squad, while you also have somebody like Lily Grills, not really the rising star that we were hoping for, but somebody who is always going to be the support that the squad needs her to be.
Some very slight mistakes made here and there, and more importantly, just not being able to cross the final hurdle so many times, whether it's in individual rounds, in rounds back on Anubis to bring it much closer, or here on Vertigo to bring the rounds back to dead even and OT on the cards. It was just so close yet so far, and at the end of the day, it is a woulda, coulda, shoulda for the Desert Divas. And Danya held down B, Herculean efforts from her. The rest of the team really stepped up at the end of the day. Remember, they were down 7-1. I'll say it again because I think it's still just as impactful. They came back to 8-7. They went then down 12-7 and brought it back to just narrow margins, or 11-7 then 11-11. But I still think that it could have been for the Desert Divas, and to the point where I actually wanted to see Mirage for the first time in like 3 years. So that shows you how much the clutch was almost there. I don't like Mirage, for context, for all of you who are just joining us. So close yet so far. I feel a little bit bad for the Desert Divas, but they could be happy with their performance, especially on Vertigo.
Yeah, I mean, you know, in my eyes, Desert Divas have shown that they can actually get a star in when it comes to like these very hard games. They have the potential moving on forward, maybe in the next coming Dubai Police Esports tournaments, because you know we've been putting it out every so often, and you know you might even see this duo moving forward. So you know it has been a very, very fun matchup. And Desert Divas, I'm wishing you all the best in your future endeavors. But lo and behold, the better team has come out on top. Ninjas in Canduras. We got to give it a lot of shout outs here because these players have been really, really strong showing up on those two maps. You got John Wick on those impactful frags, especially on the defense where you've seen like shines of brilliance in this guy, where he was holding up ramp and he knows when to pick his fights, when not to pick his fights. Whenever he has somebody with him, he becomes that aggressive wolf that always jumps on his opponents, while 18 and Patron have always been these two players that are finding a lot of a lot of the bad things about the other team, right? Every time that they get a flank timing, they do so with pure conviction. And every time they got themselves the multi-frag, it's always because they got a beautiful timing, either from the flank or either from the front lines as well. So, you know, as flexible as they are, Ninjas and Ganduras against Acme will be one heck of a matchup, especially since that will be coming in just a few minutes.
Yeah, Nick is not just the
At first I sent the link and she was petrified. Kept thinking she would be a victim of my scam and lies.
But then I read a few lines and the grammar was all wrong. The hunch grew strong. He was trying to scam me all along, so I blocked his hack and reported the fraud.
Oh, she even blocked my number and my phone calls from abroad.
They'll try to tempt you with rewards and a fake prize.
You shouldn't crumble. You should report these shady guys.
Well, no, not I. I will survive for as long as I report the fraud.
I know they won't survive.
I've got great advice to give.
Reporting is imperative.
They won't survive.
I won't survive.
Scammers these days have a no new trend.
It's a call from the police, but it's all pretend.
And you'll regret it later if you don't report the call.
But that's not all. They'll get all your details, they'll have it all.
So take their advice and report our lies.
Just call now and give these guys a rude surprise.
I've got great advice to give. Reporting is imperative.
I will survive. I will survive. Hey, hey.
Hello and welcome back, everybody, to the Dubai Police Esports Tournament SWAT edition. My name is Seymour, joined by Vincent here for the grand finals. It's been quite the day of action for Counter-Strike, but now we need our epic conclusion, Vincent.
That we do, and we have been through a whole bunch already today as we take a look at the bracket. You and I started things out with a pretty banger series that ended in a little bit of a whimper, with Acme up against Elo Delivery, trading back and forth a bit. Acme definitely looked fantastic on their final map, but they showed some weaknesses when it came to their first couple of maps, especially Anubis, which they dropped despite picking it. Before we put things over to Time to Light and Ramon as well. I think that second game, though, had some interesting points as well.
No, I definitely do. You know, where we kind of transitioned to two teams that we knew about, we went into the two teams that we didn't know so much about, and it was a learning experience for us as, you know, the casters, especially, you know, maybe for some who are seeing this team for the very first time. But I was very impressed with what we were seeing from Desert Divas. I mean, they showed up and they put on quite the fight versus Nick. Towards that vertigo, I mean, Nick played it really, really close. Even I thought Desert Divas were going to pull out and send us to a map 3 at one point. We want to give a big shout out towards you know, Danya, Anga, and Zane, who had an incredible performance throughout that vertigo as well. I think their CT sides looked on point for the most part, but Nick, just towards the end, I mean, I feel like their leads were just a little bit too much to come back from, and now we get a grand final between Nick as well as Team Acme to see who is going to win out today for the Dubai Police Esports Tournament CS2 edition. And we got a map set in stone, Vincent. I want to pick your brain, because you picked my brain last time on what you think about this.
Yeah, I mean, with Anubis being banned out, you and I were on the same page. Acme did not look quite as strong as we would have liked to see for a pick, so it's understandable they banned it away, especially with Nick putting on such a clinic on that map. Nuke banned away. I too wouldn't want to play a team that just got done with a 13-1. That's just me. So understandable. That leaves us with an Ancient pick, and I'm really excited. Ancient is kind of the new kid on the block here, at least for maps here in CS2 that are consistently being taken. I feel like a lot of teams have really enjoyed what Ancient has to bring in CS2, and so as we jump towards that, I'm excited, especially because you and I know that Acme have played this a little bit. That was from the previous tournament, but we don't necessarily know what Team Nick have on offer.
Oh, Team Nick still has, I'd say, that unknown factor to it for you and I that we're still kind of discovering for this team. I think that Team Acme are going to be a step above for what is going to be their opponent in skill set, and is going to be a good litmus test for, you know, what to expect going forward. Ancient, the good old icebreaker of CS2. Let's jump on into our grand finals. The pistol round right away. Jahin's going to open things up. R2B2 returning to the server with a double kill, and that is going to give Acme now an edge into the round. Smokes blocking off CT. Zayd trying to look for an angle, and he will, and that is going to put Patron all alone with the bomb down, not planted. In a clutch scenario. Patron, an amazing Anubis. Can he step up here for the clutch? That is not going to happen. Zayd puts him down, and Acme strike first.
Yeah, and listen, this looked like it was kind of falling apart at the first onset of the fights for Acme. Then they were able to find back all of these frags. Zayd helping out big time, and I love to see what Patron has to offer, but this time it just wasn't enough for this Team Nick squad. So with that, little B-pop, not going to work, and, well, despite the lack of a bomb plant, Team Nick are going for it. They're on the force buy.
Mac 10, Tech 9s, and right over towards B. R2B2 flashed, but he's able to recover with the MP9. Almost cuts down a second. Walks is going to be able to find that second kill, and the bomb looking to get planted, but it's denied. Jahind beats out that time, and he's going to secure a second as well. Now looking to clean up the rest. Lots of money in the pocket of Acme. Round 2 conversion is a success.
Well played indeed. And you know what? Little bit of tough situation for R2B2 to deal with on this site, but the utility was there. They had to run through a Molotov, a nade to contend with as well. R2B2 did his job, and I mean, this is a guy we've been talking about throughout the previous series, and all day long, he's been an it factor, and it seems that that's not going to stop here, even despite 18 finding another additional frag. The bad news for Team Nick, though, is with this commitment that they made in the previous round and without a bomb plant there, well, they're still in bad position with their economy.
18? Hey, well, where'd that nade come from? That was...
From mid, I believe.
Dunked on. Respectfully.
Can you dunk on someone respectfully? Is that possible?
I like, I'm trying to say it respectfully, but, you know, I'm sure Acme meant that in a disrespectful manner.
Fair. Zayd, this is a nice timing. I don't know if he's going to actually see anybody. Well, he might, depending on if he keeps going. Yeah, he's heard him. He knows.
Yeah, he's going to find Cholo on the rotating end. Somebody has snuck through. So we can see if Patron can maybe open up with a kill, but R2B2 head on a swivel, gonna be able to wipe that away. Very refreshing, by the way, seeing R2B2 back into the lineup for this ancient matchup, for this grand final match, because they already looked dangerous on that nuke, as well as the Mirage that they won out versus Elo Delivery. But adding in R2B2 back into this roster, no, I guess, shade over towards Khaled, because Khaled had an amazing round 1 matchup. I just think R2B2 is such a fantastic individual player for Team Acme.
Yeah, I'm starting to wonder if, like, he just changed his name and they're the same person, maybe. But we'll see. Honestly, PBD, Sade makes the jump up onto shelf and connects the shots.
Fortunately, Woxy not able to, I guess, slip in towards the smoke to find that aggression, but R2B2 is going to be able to just douse the aggression over towards B, force these T players back over towards A, and waiting is Faller. Was the gatekeeper back in our first initial sights for Acme earlier today, and now looking to step up to do it again.
I love that Faller's just being patient here. He's going to wait to find contact as they approach instead of taking an aggressive fight. But with the smoke out, now he needs to make the play, and he does. Big swing and a big frag.
Wants to go for 2 as well. Zaid with the help. Leaves John Wick alone against the odds. Able to at least lock down 1, but at this point, down 4-0. Team Nick, they got to start putting together round wins. 1 kill here for John Wick just is not enough, and I feel like a lot of issues are starting to formulate towards the beginning of these rounds.
This is exactly what happened to Elo Delivery on Nuke, actually. It was, you know, pistol round victory, all of that good stuff, but then the first gun round, Team Acme just came out and they played ultra aggressive, took space in a way that really Elo Delivery and now Team Nick couldn't quite get behind. It'll be a fast out mid play, and that's not working either.
I mean, you got to remember that nuke too was, they lost the pistol round and won 11 straight after it. Like, it was as perfect could be. John Wick this time is going to open up with the first frag. That actually finds a second, too, with the Galil. Now some confidence being shown from Cholo, though. Faller and R2B2 able to clean up over the rest. Very low HP for Faller. It gets close finally for Team Nick. They're just not able to walk away with the round at the end of it. Some clutch for Acme yet again.
And this kind of... I know it's early, and this is maybe a bit ambitious, but that play feels like I don't know what to do, so let's try and pick up the pace and just overwhelm them. They got really beat at mid in that first gun round. That was where they can open things up early. That was Zaid who did that, and that seemed like a really quick adjustment that wasn't really well thought through.
This time, a lot more patient from Team Nick, still starting to lean over towards that B side, but 2 kills go their way. 18 able to dispatch of Jahind in that moment, and now the disengage back over towards their spawn, and R2B2 is going to clear this, feed the information over towards Woxy, and they should be able to reposition accordingly.
18 is in such a confusing situation right now. He knows
doesn't know what to do.
That he's got space, but Woxy's going to think this is clear, but R2B2 is already in their spawn. Woxy will dispatch with a... How you adjust...
The flank just gives Team Acme so much comfort and, you know, eyes forward, lock in moment. Team Nick, they're on the back foot. It's a 2 versus 2 with 15 seconds left, but Acme have everything when it comes to map control, and Faller is going again on a flank play. Now, with 2 separate crossfires, Woxy just waiting on the catwalk, 1v1. Cholo, no idea Faller is on the flank. Faller with everything here to lose. In the 1 versus 1, Cholo doesn't spot the cross. Neither player knows where they are, but Faller waits it out in the right place, the right time. Faller clutches yet again.
And this is the perfect time as well for Faller to make this push, make this aggressive play, because at that moment, Woxie is trying to clear out mid, doesn't see anybody there, and so they gotta know where it's going. Is it going to be A, or is it going to be towards B? And pushing through A main finds that timing and essentially confirms the round victory. Because as you mentioned, there was just no world in which Team Nick had that anticipated that push. Oh, it's back to the B rush by the look of things.
Right to the flames we go. Jahin fires off too. I mean that quite literally. Swaps over to the M4, finally gets an angle, and that's 3 in the round from Jahin. We can look back at this molly thrown. R2B2 misses the, I guess, the flash over. Trying to flash himself out, but Jahin just burning them alive with a Molotov. 7 quick rounds here from Acme on Ancient. A map that they are so comfortable to bring out into a series. And after a nuke that looked impenetrable, this is the Acme that you and I were scared of coming into today.
Yeah, this is where, you know, we were talking in the green room. We were talking, is there anybody that's going to be able to step up to Acme here? And
I thought Elo.
We didn't know the answer. Definitely wasn't Elo, unfortunately. And right now, Team Nick not doing too much better. At least not in comparison to that nuke game. R2B2 is so willing to just push all the way forward. That early smoke at door gives them so much space.
And we just pinched between Faller and R2B2. There's really nowhere to go. You have to fight your way out, but even if you find one there, you're going to get shot at the back. And how patient R2B2 is to just root this and take the head-on gunfight. Still with a gap in the smoke, spots the head of Cholo. All alone, Noose trying to fend for his life, but Faller has made his rounds all the way through the T-spawn. And this is just peak Acme performance right now, Vincent. There's nothing that they can do wrong. It says a lot when they're so comfortable to walk aggressive through B and A main.
And this is where it's so annoying to play Ancient these days at times for the T side. If Team Acme are playing things correctly, when they have the advantage, they have the utility, just taking space on the T side is just so frustrating. Team Nick have to deal with the smoke right in their face as they get into Speedway. They have to deal with the smoke in their face as they try to approach through elbow to get into mid. It takes a boatload of utility just to get the mid control that you want, or you have to go aggressive and take those fights. Well, Team Nick, they tried that aggressive idea by going fast mid, by going fast B, trying to get into Speedway early, and it's all failed. Now they have to try and adjust to go a different route.
I mean, you gotta feel it has to be an 8-4, but Woxie doesn't know what he's walking into. Zaid, a little bit of info in the smoke, walks forward, and that's a quick 2 to bring things back a little bit. 2 versus 3. R2B2 gonna crest now and look at the space from Faller. Another flank between these two, though missed shot from R2B2, and this is a round potentially won. Faller, nice trigger discipline, locks down the first, snaps to the second, not able to secure the kill. John Wick restabilizes, and finally Team Nick put themselves on the board.
Yeah, this was a round, though, that, to be honest with you, Team Nick just hit the shots they were given. Acme's the one who made the aggressive plays, and sometimes those just don't work out. That was one of those times. I need to see something more from Team Nick. That's a great round to stop the momentum, but they're not out of the woods yet, Seymour. They're not in position to actually start winning rounds consistently at this point, but they're starting to get there because now they have a little bit of util to work with. Now they can try and take maybe some later mid control as opposed to throwing their bodies at the gunfights. That's the more consistent way to approach this.
And that comes off of a few mistakes, too, in that last round. I don't want to take anything away from Team Nick, but R2B2 should have had that kill dead to rights on the flank. And, you know, same to be said with Faller. I thought that was an easy 2 to pick up. But, you know, a couple missed shots, and Team Nick, they punish. And in a moment where they so desperately needed to punish.
Yeah, to be fair as well, like at this level, there is no easy 2s there, but he was in position. It didn't quite go as planned. Nonetheless, I do think that Team Nick has a couple of things going for them, and I want to mention it here and now. 18 has been really solid. He's currently 8-9, and that doesn't seem impressive until you look at the score line up at the top where it's 8-1.
Yeah.
He's been the one to kind of take some space and deny some space is the key from Acme. That's something that Acme needs to be taught that, hey, you can't just have this for free. And Team Nick hasn't quite done that consistent.
They have not. Team Acme just smacking them around. And it's looking fantastic here on Ancient. It was banned, I'm pretty sure, last time for the side of Team Acme. I'm not sure if they were the ones to ban it. Yeah, they
Acme
were the
did,
ones
yeah.
to ban Ancient last time in their first series today. They thought that Anubis was the way to go, but apparently it's Ancient so far. Knock on wood. I don't want to caster curse them here, but for Team Nick, we haven't seen them on Ancient. We know what their Vertigo has in store. I'm not really sold on their Vertigo after, how vulnerable it did look versus Desert Divas. It just seemed like the map that, where else do you go versus this Team Acme team? And I feel like there is a lot of work to be done for Team Nick, not only here on Ancient, but even heading into Vertigo, if this is how the early games are going to look.
Yeah, and I want to just, because we didn't get a chance, I want to mention as well that as much as I think Team Nick looked good on their vert in that game early, they did let it get away from him a little bit. And whatever the reason behind that is, I think that has to be in the back of their minds right now, considering the scoreline as we jump right back into round 10. We shall see if Team Nick can start to build on this momentum that they just grabbed off the back of a round victory.
A lot of nades up front, a lot of damage, and Zayd and Woxy managing to seize control of mid once more. Smokes are up, and Team Nick cowering in the corners. Patron also falls, so right now, Team Acme just surrounding. It is a search and rescue minus the rescue. It's search and destroy for them at the moment. And so they find them through mid, and they immediately get rid of them. I don't know what the game plan here for Team Nick is.
Well, I mean, they went back to that fast mid play that worked for them in the previous round, but here's where Team Acme, they step up. They make an adjustment after just one round. They double nade that fast elbow position, as opposed to typically you're going to have a smoke there and then a molly right behind it, so you're taking damage. But if the T's are quick, they can get in front of that or at least not take too much damage. Adjusted for immediately.
Nice swing from Faller. Dry peeks the second. The fight versus John Wick, so smooth. Faller, excellent crosshair placement. Able to lock down that kill. And no way, Jahin just walks through. The pop flash out. Doesn't even hit Patron. Through the smoke. Loses his noggin. Noose on the chopping block. Jahin able to find yet another one. And Acme are swarming. They know exactly where to go. They know exactly what to do. And that is to dominate on Ancient.
That's where you just put your hands up in the air. If Jahin hits you with that, you're just like, what do you mean? How am I supposed to deal with that? He's just W King straight forward through a smoke and winning the duel anyway. It's so devastating mentally. I mean, you and I both know we've been in that position before in a game. It's just you want to slam your desk, you want to throw your keyboard. You
don't want to play the game.
Yeah, you're just done with it, and that's what's so difficult here for Team Nick, is that they're probably dealing with those emotions on top of trying to figure out how the hell do we stop these guys.
Acme are on top of the world, and I don't know if there is a way right now. So carelessly dominating the middle of the map here is Woxy, who smokes down, ready to take these fights head on. And Team Nick have nowhere to go. Again, stuck in the mud, waiting for the aggression to come to them. For Acme, they've conditioned this whole map. They've conditioned Team Nick. In this last round, Woxy is going to be ready for it. Hiding in the corner, not able to secure that kill. 18 will open it up, but where do you go from here? Because Jahin is in the next corner, and he swings out. R2B2 able to take care of Noose on the flank, and Faller puts 18 into a unwinnable spot. Acme 11-1 again in the first half here on Ancient.
If you would have asked me if they could do it again, I would have been skeptical, to say the least. Seymour, you can call me a believer at this point, because my skepticism is certainly gone. They've proven it. Fully pushing this Team Nick to the limit.
I feel like we're on a series of games done quick.
Yeah, yeah. New new episode out today. Yes. We'll see if Team Acme can close this in as swift a fashion as they did over against Elo Delivery on Nuke, but it
All
goes
jokes
without saying
aside,
these pistols are necessary.
18 has been playing good, and Team Nick, their CT side wasn't the best versus Desert Divas, but there's any time to maybe grow on that is going to be here and now with the pistols. 3 versus 3. Looks like Acme want to take the fight towards the spawn, and they're not done with this at all. The USPs, it's going to be a difficult fight to take. R2B2, what a shot from 18. And now knowing exactly where Faller is, the rest can come in soon. Follow up with the dominance that is 18's shot right now. And they can put that round to rest. News finally joining in too with the frag column of his team. First kill of the map for himself. That is going to take some weight off of his shoulder going forward. But second round for Team Nick.
Yeah, I was noticing that as well. But I mean, as much as I want this to be the start of something for Team Nick, we have to mention the obvious, don't we? What are they doing, Acme? Guys, they're running into the spawn with the bomb. Didn't go for the plant, didn't look for anything like that. Acme just feeling, and deservedly so, a whole lot of confidence.
Yeah. Back and forth trades here. Zayd and Faller. We know how dangerous they are with the Deagles. R2B2 on screen with the Mac 10 in hand. Jahid recover the MP9, and he is running after them. Patron trying to play his life in this corner. Jahid able to win it out. Luckily 18 there to trade. Faller's starting to work his way onto site. 18 shuts him down. R2 going to dedicate himself to the plant. 18 should be able to win this one out, and he will. Plant does come through for R2B2, so a little bit extra cash after this round. 2 members staying alive for Team Nick, but they keep them away from map point.
18, how many times is he going to save Team Nick's life? He does it here once again, that refrag, and then just staying alive, playing to isolate the duels and dispatching with Faller before he could do anything. The thing about this bomb plant, though, Seymour, I was just about to say it. I think that means they're going to keep buying, and yeah, that's definitely what we're seeing. There's basically no util, but there's AKs on 3 out of 5 players and Galils for everybody else.
I don't blame them for just continuing to buy up. They got so much room to make mistakes, and I mean, with a rifle in their hand, no matter if it's Galil, an AK, an M4, Jahan can put it to the maximum use. Smoke thrown down, but through the smoke, Zayd and R2B2 gonna land some shots. 18's gonna get one back to the M4. 2 versus 3, and on the flank, John Wick gonna have to make himself known, although immediately shut down by Faller. Will eventually die to the Molotov flames. It's gonna be map point secured for Team Acme.
And it wasn't really a matter of if, but when that happened. This has been such an incredibly dominant run, and just that opening kill, right? Jahan is able to isolate the duel towards the A site, and from there, even the limited utility is enough to lock Team Nick out. MP9s ×4. Nick will give it their best shot, but up against rifles, that's going to be a tough task anyway.
Watsy almost snaps to Patron. Faller gonna look to clean everything else up, but 18's still alive, and so is the round. 2v3. To keep Ancient alive and well, though, unfortunately, as 18 goes down, soon will his teammate. And Acme with a very comfortable map 1 in these grand finals. It's a best of 3, and they're already leading.
Yeah, I mean, how much can you really expect after that first half? I don't think there's much to talk about with regard to what Team Nick could have done. They just got outclassed a little bit. We saw it from the very beginning. Acme, they punched very quickly when it came to that 3rd round buy. They made sure that they were able to win on the first gun round by taking space aggressively, and they never let it go. Whether it was pushing from Fuller through A main or pushing all the way aggressively from R2B2 down through B ramp and getting that early smoke towards door, all of it together equaled domination. And Team Nick just got caught off guard by that pace, and they never recovered.
I mean, that's so well said, Vincent. It's just never recovering towards the end of that Ancient, towards any time in that Ancient. I mean, there was a little bit towards that second half. You win the pistol, you win the conversion, you make it at least 13-3 rather than, you know, what might have been a 13-1. But Team Nick, I mean, I feel like they just met their match on Ancients, and looking forward towards Vertigo now. This is where they got to put all their eggs into the basket and figuring out how are you going to defeat this team? How are you going to take down Acme? Send us to that Mirage map number 3, because it's only going to continue getting harder the more that this Team Acme squad heats up inside of the server, Vincent.
Exactly. So going into this next one for Team Nick, I think it's really a mental battle. It's about trying to reset and just forget about what Ancient was. That was just a map that entirely can be gone into the back of your mind, and you look towards Vertigo. Because listen, we talked about how they did have some struggles on Vertigo, Team Nick, but they did start really strong and they closed it out at the end of the day. This is where they have to make their play.
Well, I showed my doubts for heading to Vertigo. Albeit, Team Nick, this is where they set themselves into the grand finals. 13-11. Definitely not the most comfortable scoreline to make it happen. Smoke is down and the pistols are out. And Acme just continuing where they left off with their front foot forward. A flawless pistol round. Walking through Team Nick's setup. Get the bomb planted as well. Everything going well for Acme.
I blinked and I missed it. It was over so quickly. Just one or two missed shots and Team Nick had no chance to get back into this thing. Overwhelmed by the Acme squad. I mean, T-side on Vertigo, it's strong thing to contend with, and stack up mid. Maybe this will be better, but it looks unlikely. Nodos is all alone.
Yeah, Nodos finds himself an AK. No, that's Jahin that I'm watching. Finds himself an AK. I thought maybe for a second, but okay. Nodos finds himself an AK.
There we go.
1v3. 1 minute and 25 seconds, and the bomb is down as well. So at least he has something to play with here. Able to find yet another one. Considerable damage there from Nodos. Finds the 3 kills towards the end of it, but not able to clutch up in the 1 versus 5. An extremely difficult situation to be in, for sure.
What can you really expect out of a round like that? They had pistols. It was just stick together, try and find some success. And I'll be honest, I think getting 3 kills out of that round is a big plus. Now, what's not so big a plus is the weaponry at hand for this one. It's a P90, you know, love it or hate it, it's there. There's not a lot that can be talked about other than this rifle that, oh, well, has gotten an opening pick. Traded, sure, but an opening pick nonetheless.
See if they can expand on that. Faller's looking to crack open B. Flash out is going to maybe give Zayd his walk forward, but John Wick just tucked away. Manages to put a deagle shot to the back of the head of Woxy. Zayd reaches the B site. Bomb is to be seen here. This is an incredible fight for Patron. If he wins that, oh, maybe a chance at the round. But it is going to be Team Nick finding, or sorry, Team Acme finding that 3rd round.
Yeah, and as much as you wanna cheer a little bit for Team Nick here, it has been a series of ifs, of maybes, of possiblies, unfortunately for them. They need to start converting those into victories or even something close to those. We haven't seen too many of those close rounds. As 5 would be nice. Did I just teleport back in time? What happened?
Living in a simulation, Vincent. That's what's happening. Nice flash out there for R2B2. John Wick might not be fully affected, but it's just enough for a lapse in judgment. Patron trying to work himself up the ladder. Sent right back down to the bottom. 1 versus 4 for Cholo. It would feel good to win it out, but it's going to go to the absolute max to get it done. And now that they know exactly where Cholo is, the bomb can rotate accordingly. Planted over towards B. Now the time to start to force him into a bad spot, and Woxy won't even let that happen. Catches Cholo looking the wrong way, and has 5 unanswered rounds. 4
Pretty
unanswered
much.
rounds.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, I'm losing count, you're losing count, because it feels like just the end of the last map, the beginning of this one, there was no difference. The pace in which Team Acme have continued to put together, I don't know how you stop it. Now, one chance could be Trollo on this off. I do think that's something to pay attention to, but again, Swift out, they're going to split towards B.
Cholo's got the AWP out, and he finds that first frag for the team. Patron's a second patron. Lines him up through mid, and finally some heat cooking for Nick. See, they got to put this one away, and so far so good, Vincent. Zaid making a lot of noise. You should be able to hear all of this, and with the bomb down in mid, already you see Patron is going to be standing on top of it, watching it. Like a mother hen on her egg.
Oh no. Zayd actually missed that Molotov, but Cholo still anticipating its connection, went out into the open, and now a more winnable scenario.
B2 and timing for Zayd. Plenty of time as well. 60 whole seconds. That's going to bring us into 1v1. No-Dose goes down, and Patron has to play this right. The bomb is planted, both players, in a little bit of a tug-of-war of time. Zayd's going to be the first one to make a move. Swings out. 1v3 for Zayd. Knows exactly what to do, Vincent. And that is to win.
He's been on one the entire day. We talked about this guy as one to watch from the outset, in fact. And this is why. Zayd just taking fight after fight, and a massive giveaway from Team Nick. They just go into these individual duels and take the 1v1s. You know, at the start, you can understand they were already separated, but after that, there's simply no excuses. Team Acme just take advantage, and Zayd delivering big time.
Just around you, gonna wish to get back throughout the entirety of this grand final. Woxy's gonna miss the op shot. Patron did open up into not only a first frag, but as a first frag onto the Hind. That should take a little bit of the pressure here away from Team Acme, but the second smoke is gonna isolate Cholo, and Zayd going to be able to find an answer back to trade this into a 4 versus 4. Flash out, John Wick alone and red like a book. Zayd closes the chapter and starts to head into the new one to get this bomb down.
It was a short chapter, unfortunately, as well. Team Nick, they may have gotten the opening pick, but nothing's gone their way ever since then. Sure, one trade frag, but that's it. No-Dose is simply alone, and they aren't even planning the bomb. They don't even need the bomb.
What do you even think there of your No-Dose in that situation? You hearing a player move on to B, you know that your teammates are dying over towards A, and you're in a situation where you're just split, and you have to take a fight somewhere else. It is just going to put you in such of a trapped position, and it's just no matter what fight they take, Team Acme are in such a flow state that they're just not losing these gunfights, Vincent. And I know that is so forehead to say, but it's just what is happening. Jahin freely swinging himself around corners to win it out. Those fights. R2B2 looking for a second one. Jahin will end up burning down to a Molotov, and Woxy now looking with the odd to see if he can catch somebody out into the open. That's not going to happen. Woxy goes down. R2B2 immediately for the trade.
And unfortunately, Team Nick losing some of their situational awareness there. Didn't even know there was players on the site that had gotten all the way forward before they were there. AWP goes down, and as much as I wanted to see Team Nick start to change things from what we saw last map, that's looking unlikely.
John Wick. Living life on the edge like he normally does. Not able to get that kill. 7-0. Oxy's still holding on to that AWP, and Noose gonna bring out the Nova. Alright. I will open myself up to this idea. On an angle with the Nova. Doesn't get it. live by the Nova, you die by the Nova, Vincent. Patron, same can be said about the MB9.
It's John Wick, who's unfortunately looking like more like John Rip at the moment. He's at least going to pick up one. That'll do him well. And can isolate another fight, but that too is going to fall away. Team Acme, I'm at a loss, mostly because this isn't anything... Like, Acme aren't doing anything particularly crazy. On Ancient, they had all the utility. They were making life really tough for Team Nick. That's more
They're dry peeking half of these fights on
Yeah.
Vertigo.
That's just not the case here. They're just taking the fights and winning, and that was happening at the end of Ancient, but that wasn't how we got there.
And on Ancient, at least you had 18 putting up a fight. 0 kills on 18 here on Vertigo. I mean, it is stark differences that we're seeing from him in an individual performance. It just seems the wind is out of the sails for Team Nick. And R2B2 is going to be able to finish off that first kill, but Jahin walks onto site, finds 2, and the rest following in suit. Low HP and R2B2 as well as Jahin, but Oxy fucking raid through the Molotov, trying to hit the no-scope. John Wick in a very winnable spot. About, 27 HP across both these members combined?
Yeah, a couple bullets. That's all they need, but pretty much... Oh, he got them both! 2 for the price of 1! There's the round, and John Wick there to deliver. Team Nick finally get themselves on the board.
Granted, I mean, 11-1 end to the half back on Ancients. I don't want to take things away from John Wick there. There's a lot of work to be done still, Vincent, to find yourself back in Vertigo. And for the CT side, I feel like it's just, you gotta cool your nerves in this moment and seize this opportunity of winning out on a round versus this team. A lot of these rounds have been extremely close, and if Team Nick can find themselves in other rounds, maybe stunt this economy by the neck, this team might fall.
Well, it's not the start they were looking for, at least not this round. 18 still playing incredibly aggressive here in mid, and that is about to be his undoing. Maybe not. I tell you what, there has been some good work with the FAMAS this game. That's not a very fun gun to play around with, but for how often Team Nick have had to play with it, they've done some good work.
No, I agree. I think that Acme have been putting it to use. Nick, they've been finding their value with it here and there. It's just turning this value from kills into round wins for Nick. That is the big issue for them. And there was a time, where they had a round win just fall to their fingertips, and, you might be thinking to yourself, was that it? Was that our chance? And is it all gone right now? And, well, Zayd's trying to make a good case for that one, but Patron and No Dose able to maybe mitigate this damage. John Wick now, unfortunately, catches some bad timing for Woxy. He looks him towards the right, and that is going to be now Bomb looking to go down. Woxy continuing to walk forward. No Dose last alive with an AK picked up all the way back over towards B. Now looking to make his rounds, but look at the aggressive stance that Acme are taking.
They could be literally anywhere. That's the problem for Nodos.
Anywhere. And they don't have really the economy to not save this AK.
I mean, they don't have the time to play with, but Team Nick also don't have rounds to give up. I think that at this point, I wouldn't have even hated him going for this. That said, saving a reasonable, logical conclusion to come to. Looks like he'll get away with it too, which is good news at the very least for Team Nick in the next round. I think he just got away there. John Wick lost him behind the gun model. That's a tough one.
So 10-1 we go. Hero rifle for Patron. A member that I really didn't highlight at all going into today or into this grand final, but back on Anubis versus Desert Divas, 24-11 from Patron. Had himself one heck of a game. 18, though, has been breath of fresh air for the rest of Team Nick. Finally starting to get something together. Some bold shots coming out from John Wick there. Not able to find himself a kill. Patron second up here towards B to see if he can slow things down. Faller trying to work his magic. Spots an angle. Shots are out. A little bit of damage, but no kill. Swings out on Patron. Swings back to No Dose. And an easy double. Zayed's going to close out the half. 11-1 yet again for Acme. 3 maps in a row. Pure dominance for this team.
Yeah, what more can you say about Team Acme at this point? They've simply been the better team. They've taken the aggressive fights. And as I mentioned, there was a little bit of a question mark last map. Because Team Acme were doing all the right things, they were really making it difficult for Team Nick to even play the game on their T side. I was potentially thinking that this Vertigo map could be different. But this hasn't been that. This has just been a rundown for Team Acme. They've just overwhelmed with numbers every single time.
You and I both fear that maybe Acme were just a cut above the rightful kings of this tournament, and maybe an unfortunate end in the last Dubai Police Esports tournament, out for revenge, and their vengeance is looking to be swift inside of the grand finals. 11-1 in this half, looking for the next pistol, and that gives them 12.
Brutal. Absolutely brutal. Through the smoke to end it. And a pretty tough position to be in, to be fair, for John Wick, who, I mean, he has been the only one to find that one round for Team Nick this entire way through map number 2. We're into what is the final round, or at least
a Negev team kill from Nodos. John Wick trying to trace him down, and 18's gonna fall to the P90. Spray and pray for Jahin. Doubled up outside of mid. Patron with the knife. But Cholo gonna go down and leave him all alone. The turnaround. It's Acme 13-1. Dominance in the grand final. Dominance on the day. And they're gonna walk away with 15K.
Well played, but I mean, Team Acme simply were the better team today. They consistently put everything on the line and showed what they had on offer. I feel like we didn't get to see the best of Team Nick, and maybe that's an obvious statement, but they showed a lot more in the previous game, and I think that they had more to offer. But when you get smacked around in such a dominant fashion in the first map of the final, like, it's so hard to come back from that. And I think that part of the reason that Vertigo was so much of just a stomp was that they just got demolished on map 1, and they couldn't come back from it.
It's unfortunate to say, I don't want to cut it so thin there. I think that Acme had something to prove coming into today, and I think that they really showed up and they showed out, especially in this grand final. I mean, even in that first round that they had versus Elo Delivery, we knew that it was, a matchup that we were expecting to be very close in consideration, and Elo Delivery, they put up a great fight, but Acme, they close out towards the end. They show such a great performance on Nuke, and then heading into the grand finals, I mean, we didn't really know much about this Team Nick squad, and versus Desert Divas with such a close game in comparison towards, what was the end of that first match that we saw for Team Acme. A little bit worried for this Team Nick. It didn't look as certain. It didn't look as decisive. They looked like they were still trying to figure things out together, and I think that uncertainty, they met their match in the grand finals, and they just were never able to pick themselves up, like you said.
Yeah, a tough loss, to be sure, but big congratulations, huge congratulations to this Team Acme squad. You said it yourself. They came out with something to prove it, and I think that we don't need to undersell that, right? You mentioned how they fall short a little bit previously, and now they're here ready to roll, and they came out swinging. And I don't know how you could have put together a more impressive showing, and that's what is so fun to see about this Team Acme squad, is they came out and they did the most. They put together the best showing that they could have done.
They did. I want to give a big shout out to R2B2 towards the end there. Zayed, who, just previously when we first saw him, playing his first LAN on no sleep, still putting up a great performance, and now probably well rested going into this tournament. A brand new look for him, looked very, very comfortable. Across the whole board, I think the team for Team Acme, each player really had their own moments. Nobody really stood out above the rest, but just those players in particular, always fun to watch for this team. I also want to give a big shout out over towards our presenting sponsors, Zowie, SXFX, as well as Assad, for helping put all of this together. 404 Esports for putting on the show for the broadcast, bringing us on to cast this tournament, Vincent. It has been quite the blast.
It certainly has. And hey, listen, if you're a big fan of esports, it's not actually over yet. We got more stuff going on tomorrow, though it's going to be Valorant, not the Counter-Strike. So if you're interested in checking that out, we'll be here doing just that as well. Seymour, anything final to add before we hit the road?
I think that, Team Acme right now, they're looking to be like an untested team. Maybe a little bit of a hiccup in the last time we saw them on LAN, but right now I feel like they just cemented themselves as a very dangerous team put together that can make some serious waves. I'm excited to, see them the next time I cast over them.
I am in the same boat. With that being said, thank you so much, everybody, for tuning in, for watching. It's been a pleasure on behalf of both myself and Seymour and Time to Light and Ramon. We'll be seeing you here tomorrow. Have a fantastic evening.
At first I sent the link and she was petrified. Kept thinking she would be a victim of my scam and lies.
But then I read a few lines and the grammar was all wrong. The hunch grew strong. He was trying to scam me all along, so I blocked his hack and reported the fraud.
Oh, she even blocked my number and my phone calls from abroad.
They'll try to tempt you with rewards and a fake prize.
You shouldn't crumble. You should report these shady guys.
Well, no, not I will survive for as long as I report the fraud.
I know they won't survive.
I've got great advice to give.
Reporting is imperative.
They won't survive.
I won't survive.
Scammers these days have a no new trend.
It's a call from the police, but it's all pretend.
And you'll regret it later if you don't report the call.
But that's not all. They'll get all your details, they'll have it all.
So take their advice and report our lies.
Just call now and give these guys a rude surprise.
I've got great advice to give. Reporting is imperative.
I will survive. I will survive. Hey, hey.
عاليا خفاقا تعلو راية وطننا بقيادته الرشيدة التي وضعت جل جهودها لتمنح الإماراتيين لقب أسعد شعب.
وظيفة الحكومة يا الأخوة هي تحقيق السعادة للمجتمع. أن الهدف هو إسعاد الناس وتسهيل حياة الناس وراحتهم.
من هنا كانت فكرة إسعاد. ولدت في إحدى الوحدات التنظيمية بشرطة دبي عام 2018 لتكون هدفاً لتحقيق السعادة للمجتمع، لأن الإنسان السعيد هو الأقدر على العمل والإنتاج لتنمية وتحقيق الازدهار والرفاه. تم تأسيس المركز للسعي في تقديم الخدمات لكافة موظفي شرطة دبي ولجميع المؤسسات والهيئات الحكومية المحلية والاتحادية والجهات الشبه حكومية والمؤسسات والشركات الخاصة وأفراد المجتمع في قطاعات عديدة شملت معظم المستلزمات المعيشية وغيرها العديد. يكمن الهدف الرئيسي من توفير هذه البطاقة بالمساهمة في إسعاد الموظفين من خلال المشاركة في تحمل الأعباء المعيشية بتوفير خصومات معتبرة في مختلف المجالات منها الصحية والتعليمية والأسرية والسكن والترفيهية وغيرها، وتقديم مساعدات إنسانية ومجتمعية للمحتاجين من مختلف شرائح المجتمع، حيث تجاوزت جغرافيتها وأهميتها لتشمل العديد من الدول والقارات بعروض ونسب مبهرة تتناسب مع العرض والطلب لكافة شرائح المجتمع.
أشكر سيدي صاحب السمو الشيخ محمد بن راشد على إطلاقه هذه المبادرة.
لم تقف بطاقة إسعاد عن التطوير في تقديم المزيد من الخدمات، فقد أطلقت مبادرات مجتمعية وإنسانية تعنى بتقديم المساعدات المالية والعينية والمعنوية للعديد من المحلات المجتمعية والإنسانية، والتي تم تغطيتها بالتعاون مع عدة رعاة محليين وعالميين قدموا كافة الدعم لتكون هذه المبادرة ذو قيمة وفائدة في جميع القطاعات، بناء على التوجيهات الحكيمة لسمو الشيخ محمد بن راشد آل مكتوم، الذي يسعى دائما على أن يكون السباق في مبادراته البناءة والهادفة لإسعاد الشعب.
أن المواطن أول وثاني وثالث.
كانت هذه المبادرة التي أصبحت شعاراً للتقدم والتطور بتأمين الخدمات والتسهيلات لحامليها محط أنظار لكافة القطاعات، فقد حصدت بطاقة إسعاد العديد من الشهادات التقديرية على أدائها عمل التنظيمي كأفضل فريق إداري على كافة الأصعدة. والمشوار لا يزال في البداية، لأن التطلعات المستقبلية ستكون أكثر شمولية مع التركيز على روح الفريق، الأمانة والمسؤولية والحرفية.
I love you.